interesting because people don't get cross with their dogs. I mean, my parents are very clever. My mum used to send the dogs to wake us up when we were grumpy teenagers. Don't get cross with dogs. Same thing when you're older and you might be getting angry with, not being able to do the thing. And if memory is failing as well, that can create a lot of anger issues. But you don't get angry with the dog, so the dog brings you medication, or the dog then responds to another alarm to help you take exercise, and importantly gives the carer a break.
Yeah, they are incredible.
Oh yeah, that's terrific.
Isle of Dogs by Ms. Walden. Is that now?
Sounds right now. Now, if you know any children who are budding storytellers, then pay attention because the BBC's 500-word competition is back. And there's just 1 month left to get your entries in.
Now, it's open to primary school children aged between 5 and 11. It's not about spelling or punctuation or grammar. It's the story that counts. So just write something. It can be about anything at all in 500 words or less that you would love to write.
Now, if you need inspiration, take a look at this.
The 500 words competition is back.
If I wrote a 500-word story, it would be set in a garden shed,
in outer space, in deep, deep space,
In the Antarctic.
in the jungles of South America,
Coventry City Centre, a recording studio, on a tropical island of beautiful woods with a dark story.
And my main character would be a cyborg
A superhero who works in an ice cream shop
who lives in a clear inflatable ball made of bouncy plastic which moves by itself.
and he's got a pet reindeer. There's a lot going on there.
What do you guys think? Sounds like a winner?
So pick up a pen, get some paper, and start writing.
And who knows, you might become a superstar author of the future, and soon people will be reading your books. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. There's some great ideas here. And if you're ready to have a go, then get typing or tell your story to an adult and let them type it for you.
Yes. Now, if you know a child or have a class who wants to enter, head to bbc.co.uk/500 words, where you can find everything you need to know, including full terms and conditions, privacy notices. Deadline for entries is Friday, the 10th of November. That's the important date,
Right.
at 8 p.m.
And if you're a teacher, teaching assistant, or librarian, and want to volunteer your time, then head to the website too, because you could end up being a judge.
Yes, and 50 finalists will go to the palace next year and might even meet Her Majesty the Queen. Now, the final will be also featured on a special 500 words programme with the one. Shall we have a day out at the palace, aren't we?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I think we got that bit slightly wrong, didn't we? His Majesty is who they might be. Yes.
Yeah, the
Sorry,
Queen,
I
the
mean,
Queen,
I
Queen
can
consort.
the Queen,
It's not,
the Queen.
it's not my business. Just trying to be helpful.
We hear
I know you
you're
don't
all
get to
right.
keep
Yeah,
up
we're all right.
It's all right.
Threw me off as well. Anyway, Colleen,
I got it.
you've got 4 sons, right?
Yes.
I mean, I love football. It was hard for my mum to get me off the street playing football. Can you get them into, get them involved in writing stories? Do they enjoy writing a
Yeah,
story?
they do. Actually, I've just had parents' evening last week, and that was one of the topics my 10-year-old was doing, was creative writing. So they do enjoy it.
Oh,
I like reading books.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
We got parents' evening tonight, and my partner's having to do it on her own because I'm doing the one
Because you're
show.
here. That's the choices, Frank.
I would just rather meet you two.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Then
That's how you'll explain it to your children later in life.
Frank, we better talk about your tour because we're running out of time
Oh, sorry.
rapidly here. So, back on tour. Now, you are known for being quite shocking in terms of your stand-up. You like to shock the audiences. What are you going to be doing this time? Are you reining it in? Are you going?
Well, I've tried to clean it up a little, but it's a struggle for me because I grew up with all that kind of rude comedy. School, factory, pub, that's all that everyone talks about in the West End. So I've tried, there'll be something for the sophisticated, but something for the rest as well.
Good.
You've taken all those thoughts, haven't you, about being a clean comedian, and you made them into a new show.
Yeah.
What exactly can people expect then from 30 years ago?
Well, it's absolutely hilarious. I think I honestly get funny. I get older. The way fine wine improves.
That's a real thing, though. I mean, more baggage, more stories to tell.
Yeah,
What's
and
get
it's
funnier?
I care a lot less than I used to.
About what people think, or
Just
just
about
generally?
anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the dog.
No.
Yeah,
More about the dog.
Yeah,
But
anything
no,
like that.
I feel more at home as an old guy. I think I was always an old man in waiting, and now I feel I've arrived where I wanted to be.
Well, you've already
Right.
tested the material, haven't you, over the summer?
Well, I did
at
a month
Edinburgh?
in Edinburgh, which was brilliant. Sold out, did extra shows and all that stuff.
Wow.
And most of the people at my level go and do about 3 nights there, but I did the whole thing. And
Did
it
you
was,
get very
it
tired?
was great. No,
Okay, just
I love it. I
Isn't it
absolutely
true
love
though that there were 2 audience members there that you were a bit shocked to see?
Well, the first night there was an 8-year-old boy in the front row, and that's, you know, I said there will be adult conversation, and his mom said, you know, I'm sure it'll be all right. And I said, why did you bring him? And she said, your ticket was cheaper than babysitting.
I mean, that's fair enough, I think.
Well,
No.
yeah, but he had an educational evening. Let's put it that way.
You hint in your joke telling at what the punchline's going to be. That's going to be in your style, isn't it? Where did that come from?
Well, Bob Monco said to me, you can judge an audience by how far you have to go with the joke. So we used to have a joke about these biscuits. You get these biscuits from the supermarket, and they're animal-shaped biscuits. He said, and it says, "Do not eat if the seal is broken." He said, I opened it, so you've got it. He said, with some nights, all you have to say is, "Do not eat if the seal is broken." And bright people like this laugh. Some nights you have to go, and then when I opened the tin, the seal-shaped biscuit was actually broken. And then you know it's going to be a top night.
Tough night,
So yeah,
love
so it's always good to have one of those jokes
We,
early on.
you're taking the show on the road, as we've kind of been
Yeah,
talking
this
about.
week
on
I
the
should
show.
say I'm in Leicester tomorrow night, and then Halifax, Middlesbrough, and Reading, and then I'm doing 7 nights at the Lyric Theatre, Shaftesbury Avenue,
Nice.
from the 30th of October.
What are you like on the road? Are you one that kind of enjoys it, visits all the service stations? Or
I love hotels. I love that moment when you open a hotel door thinking, what's this one going to look like? You know, stuff like that. Service stations.
I don't know if it's being serious. I don't know if it's being serious.
No, I am
You like that,
serious.
yeah?
I
Okay,
get
right.
excited about all of it. You know what?
So service stations, I'm with you there because they're
Yeah.
very serious.
T-Bay.
Oh,
Now,
yes.
T-Bay is. I'm glad you said that because
I drive there just to go to that
I
service
wasn't
station.
sure if it existed or I
Yeah.
dreamt
Oh, it's so
T-Bay.
beautiful.
Have you ever been
No, I
there?
haven't been
What's
for
so
a
good
about
about
it.
it?
And the
Yeah.
M6 toll that
I went. This is a
motorway.
motorway services, and we went there on
Yeah.
tour, and there was a farmer's market,
I know the one.
You know
Yeah.
the one?
Yeah.
and
There
my
are always dogs there as well, which is nice.
my support. Yeah, I couldn't eat.
No,
Oh,
I
My supporter was South African, and he said, "You know, they've got homemade biltong, and there's never been a services like this one."
no.
Well,
There you
sorry.
go.
Fabulous.
Well, look, you can see Frank and hear all about service stations at 30th.
You can see me at most service stations.
It's on from Monday, the 30th of October.
Okay. Now, with a month to go until this year's Children in Need, we wanted to remind you there's still time to challenge yourself for the Children in Need. For Children in Need by getting involved in the Joe Wicks Birthday Challenge, which kicks off today.
Yes, now he wants you to do 1,000 between now and the big night on Friday the 17th of November. That's around 30 a day. Morning Live, Stephen Jones is up and running, of course,
look at
with
him.
his.
Loves it.
You can find out how he gets on when Morning Live returns next Monday. And for him, that's just fun.
He needs to elevate it. I think. He can do better. He can do more. Well, lots of you are getting involved too. Here's 5-year-old William. Look at this boy. He is showing us how to get it done. That's the energy I want to see. Now, if you don't fancy a burpee challenge, there's lots of other ways you can get involved. Challenge yourself for Children in Need. Just head to bbc.co.uk/Pudsey for more details.
And this Thursday, we'll be introducing you to our very own challenge squad, 4 inspirational young people who will each be taking on a personal challenge of their own. You are going to love them. And we've got brilliant challenges, haven't we, lined up for them.
Yeah.
Now that we hear your boys, Colleen, love Children in Need, mine do too, to be honest. It's a big thing in school, isn't it? Is it something you look forward to? Do you know what they're doing this year?
It's usually come dressed in Children in Need stuff and donate the money, but they love the whole getting the dramas on, the Children in Need dramas, and watching it as a family. It's a nice family evening.
Exactly. It's lovely. We have to say, Claire, before we go, we were talking about dogs, Frank, giving them a lot of love, and they're amazing and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But look, Claire's gone to the dark side,
Yes,
everybody.
right.
Who are these, Claire?
Well, that was Pickle and Eric, and Eric's. We had kittens during lockdown, you see, with Button, and we kept Eric, but the others all went to friends and neighbours, and, family. But they were lovely to have around. But you are allowed to like cats and dogs.
Absolutely.
You are.
No, I don't think you are.
No, you are.
Well, we have to say
Decided you
thank
are.
you so much to our guests tonight.
Tomorrow, I'm about Lauren, and we'll be joined by Sarah Davies and Strickers Nigel Harman and Katya Jen.
Professor David Attenborough shares some of his highlights from the new Planet Earth series. Have a lovely evening.
Goodbye.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
EastEnders, come on. EastEnders, oh my God.
Welcome to Understand the Economy, the series that takes you back to basics to explain the way economics affects our everyday lives. In this episode, stocks and bonds. So, stocks and bonds matter. But what are they?
Now, Ravi is still 0 for 6 following Nuggets' disappearance as we hit Albert Square on BBC One.
Oh, that bleeding tube is getting right on my nerves. Every time he blows that thing, the vibrations go right through me.
Some people pay good money for that.
We need to get cracking on a place of our own. Has Jay given you the money back he owes you yet?
No, pretty soon.
Why do we need a rush?
Reese and Sonia are starting IVF. They don't need 2 old codgers clogging up the place.
Morning. My tube was blocked. Just got to operate my spit valve. Please, Rocky. On the table. But I need some snake brush. Can you hold this? That, just there.
Right, that is it. I'm calling Vinny. I'm going to see if he's got any nearby rentals. And you need to get in touch with Jay. Got to sort you're after the deposit and pronto.
Morning. Davy's dry clean, please.
Yeah, I don't suppose you know why Kiani's had a big stupid grin on his face all weekend. Oh, you've got your claws back in again.
He's the one chasing me. In fact, he's organised a surprise this morning.
Really? Is that why you smell like a tart handbag?
We're on good terms, which is what's best for Albie.
Yeah, he told me about Dorian being dodgy. Does that mean that Abby Dabby's off again?
Dorian just got me the contact. There's still a lot to think about.
Yeah, I'll put these down for heavy stainage. Hello? Yeah, she's just been in. Don't suspect a thing. Now, if you pull this off, we've got her by the short and curlies. Love you.
Sure you're going to be alright today? Yeah, I'll be fine. Chuck myself into work. I'm looking at that cat, and then I'm going to book in ballet lessons for Lexi as well. Cal, I appreciate you not telling Ben about the arrest and all that. Just don't make me lie to him again, Joe. You won't have to, alright? I promise. Now listen, I'm at home for lunch today. Why don't you come round and we can look at some ballet lessons for Lex, yeah? Yeah, alright, see you at home then, yeah?
We're taking my things instead. Yeah, well, he's lost his wingman, innit? Like Ant without Dick. We're keeping us small today. Mr. Morton said he can do this work from home.
Yo, Ravi. Is there any news?
Well, there was a good turnout for the vigil. Yeah, got a lot of traction on social media.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it's still not home, is it?
So do you mustn't lose hope.
Hope. What good is hope
or fate or luck. It don't mean anything.
They do, Rafi. And we're all free and playing.
The police have washed their hands on my son. He's just another statistic. Not worth the flies is pretty luck. Jack,
I'm trying to call you.
my battery's died.
There's been a sighting in Brixton.
Brixton, whatever you saw him.
One of our guys.
Why, and they let him get away? And you lot are useless.
Do you know any friends that he has in that area?
No!
Well, listen, I'll get back to you as soon as we get any more information.
What, in case you lose him again? You can't even see what's under your own nose. Nothing new there, is there?
I'm excited.
Driving around London all night, you see the real dregs. Think nuggets amongst all of that. It breaks my heart.
I'm sure wherever he is, he's safe.
How do you know? I'm sorry. This one might have had some home.
Look, it's been spotted.
What?
Jack said the cops have seen him in Brixton. We need to get down there now.
Hang on. Brixton's a big place, man. I'll call Jack, we'll get specifics, we'll make a plan.
I'm just going to take this and I'll be with you in a minute. You okay?
Look, I need some cash. Can you transfer it?
Where are you? I'll bring it to you.
No. I'll meet you somewhere.
The police have seen you in Brixton.
What?
You just need to stay put, all right? And I'll come to you.
Okay. All right. Bring some food, please.
So look, what's the address? Flat 61.
Yeah.
61. That's my door.
I can't do it right now.
Is it my house?
Who's in flat 61?
Hey, mate. So, I thought maybe, since I've been doing a lot of heavy lifting lately, you could possibly see a way to give me a pay rise.
Well, things are a bit tight at the minute, Rock. I've got ballet lessons to pay for example. Just trying to focus on what's important right now, you know?
You see, the thing is, I'm pretty desperate at the moment, Jack.
All right, well, look, if you start shifting a few more motors, I can bump your commission up, but that's the best I can do.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Brilliant. So I better get out there now and turn on a bit of the old Rocky charm. Yeah.
Stop lying, Suki. You know where he is.
Don't be ridiculous, I get it.
If anything happens to him, you knew.
If I knew where he was, I'd tell you. Good night.
Kiana, what's going on? It's freezing out here.
Yeah.
This is silly.
That's it. Right. Open your eyes. Taking you to the drive-in. An officer and a gentleman. What's your favourite?
It's a bit early, isn't it?
Never too early.
Kiani, this is really, really lovely, but we do need to talk. You know what happens when the movie's over and the light comes on?
I'm here for a long haul. Right, you and Albie, you're my future. I love you, Sharon. We'll talk later, I promise, but come on, the film is about to start.
I hope your mum's not serving the popcorn. Mind that gear stick?
So Jackson narrowed the area down. Here's a list of business contacts I know nearby. I'll ask them to go through their CCTV. And it's worth getting in touch with Nugget's mates again.
I think Suki knows where he is.
What are you talking about, man?
She's on edge. Taking shifty phone calls and that.
Oh. No, I should never hide something like that from me. So instead of your stupid conspiracy theories, let's do something practical that can actually help bring your son home. Here.
Go on, finish off strong, huh? Are you trying to finish me off? Exercise is good for your ticker. You said we were going for a brisk walk, right? Not impressions of Usain Bolt. Right, Rocky?
No. They couldn't even buy a Pinky toy on their budget.
Tough sale.
Yeah. I think people use this as a day out, you know, cheaper than the Transport Museum.
Yeah, you got the gift, Rocky. You got to use it.
Well then, my friend, have a little look at this one here. Cheeky little number. Very much reminds me of you, Pete. Cheeky, slick, attractive, you know. Big hit with the ladies.
Oh yeah, keep talking.
This, my friend, is a babe magnet. Yeah, got plenty of thrust. But we all know what that could do to a woman.
Rocky? Well, if I've turned into an Oompa Loompa, all this thing's riddled with rust. You see, boys, that's the trouble with a classic car. Respectable and pristine on the outside, but start scratching away at the surface, and it's nothing but a worthless, clapped out old banger. Oh, boys.
Could have had everyone. Nothing. Can't believe this is happening to her.
It's a difficult time, Nish.
You know, the worst thing is the not knowing. I mean, anyone could have him hold up. They could be hurting him. He could be crying out for her. He might already be dead.
Oh, he's not dead.
What do you mean?
Well, nothing. We just have to believe that, right?
Who called you earlier?
Ashneet?
And she'll confirm that, will she?
No, don't.
Start talking.
I know your son's in school, but can you call him an ass? I'm not being aggressive. You know what? Answer my friend.
Well, you're like, people, just please, just stop asking me if I'm okay. I don't feel it.
Ow! Are you with Dad?
No. What? No, you and Whitney, you run around playing pretend families. That ain't the same as flesh and blood, is it? Do you think you're talking to that? Hello? Yeah, thanks for calling me back.
His name's the Vindical Eyes.
You should have come to me immediately. I told Robbie you'd never hide something like that from me.
Sorry, you would have told him.
Have you seen how he's been torturing himself? I got a call.
No, if he goes in guns blazing, the vendor will run a mile.
No, he just has to see that what Denise has been saying is a pack of lies.
Nish, we've got to go gently. He's sensitive.
Okay. Okay, let's go.
Well, I was thinking that maybe I should go on my own. We don't want to spook.
I am coming, Suki. You got no idea who he might be with. I'm not putting you in danger too.
All right, fine. We'll go together, but you wait outside. I'll check to see he's safe. I'll take him food and money.
And then we're bringing him home.
If we drag him back, he will just take off again, Nish. Please, please. Just trust me on this one, yeah? Okay. I'm going to the cash point, and I'll pick up some chicken nuggets too.
Leave those. I'll meet you in the car.
lost all your boxing minutes in there. Have to use it. Have some of their own. Now they cash for a flat deposit.
Find a legit banker, yeah? Mate, it's one thing losing your money, you don't want to lose your wife along with it. Right? Hey, Rocky, want some chips? Might cheer you up.
I'm all good, Tasty.
Look, don't worry about the motor. You'll sell it. No problem.
I had my ear off, Tasty. So I'll even with the gruesome twosome.
It's okay. I just hate that everyone's falling out. I miss you and Nan and even miss Jasper.
Yeah, the good old days.
I wish I could close my eyes and when I open them again, there's no fighting.
You've been on the mushrooms again?
All under one roof, you know? Living happily ever after.
No, mate. What, there?
Bobby, you're a genius.
You're not out playing cops and robbers today, then?
Now working from home. Only drawback's got to pay for my own coffee.
Running a lunch together for Callum. I quite like playing the desperate housewife.
How's Joe doing?
Yeah, not great. It's hard to be in everything that's happened.
Night themselves is never fun, is it?
See you later.
They're for Denzel. Keep up his straight while he hands out the flyers, you know?
They're on the house.
Thank you. Very charitable of you.
It's going out of your wages.
Pete, can you,
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I told Catherine the Oompa Loompa joke and she nearly wet herself.
Really?
She said she wants to put an end to all this, animosity. Bury the hatchet, so to speak.
I know where I'd bury it.
Well, she'd like to invite you around today. Nice lunch, build bridges, with, of course, Cindy in particular.
Well, she actually said that.
Yeah, she's been slaving away all morning. So, what do you say?
Are you sure you checked the CCTV from yesterday?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks for checking.
What you said earlier was bang out of order, you know that?
Yeah, mate.
Listen, mate, I lost my daughter, bruv. My own flesh, but wait, listen, and you give me that. Well, you can hold on to the opioid kid coming back, I can't. You're not bruv, listen to me! Listen to me. Keep on pushing away the people that care about you. You'll end up on your own. It's okay. Hey! It's okay! It's okay, wait! Jack!
Oh, now I've been calling.
No, he's just my dad's car. I think you know where Nugget is.
Well, then we need to call again.
You do that, he's gonna run again! No, look, Jack, you've got every reason to hate me, I know. But I'm begging you. Please just put one father to another. Please, Jack.
This is Cozy.
Just looking at ballet lessons for Lex.
Want to make up to her, I know I've took my foot off the gas lately.
Yeah, too busy getting arrested. Oh, you knew about it as well. This should be good.
He got arrested for possession.
Possession? Possession of what?
Weed.
And you thought you just keep your dirty little secret, did you?
Look, I was ashamed, all right? I haven't been coping.
None of us are coping, Jay. But we're all not just getting off our box on skunk.
Oh, no. Just putting our fingers down our throat instead.
Oi, Jay.
Look, I'm sorry, all right? I didn't mean that.
You promised me I wouldn't have to lie to him again.
Cafe!
Oh, you spoke to Jay?
No time for that. I bring exciting news. Forget Reagan and Gorbachev. I have organised the summit to end all summits.
Vienna 1961. Kennedy and Khrushchev. That was a summit. Mind you, the Berlin Wall.
Yeah. Anyway, Picture the scene, Ian and Cindy, Peter and Bobby, and us breaking bread this lunchtime, right here, today.
No way. Anyway, I've got to get back to the cafe.
Cindy's been trying with Bobby, you know, don't you think you should try with her? For Peter and Bobby's sake, and for Ian?
All right, but she better come, cup in hand.
Hey, Reese, this is my Mandela moment.
You've more of a look of Neville Chamberlain. Look how that turned out.
Come on, Denzel, you've been out all morning. But you haven't paid for hours. Neither have I.
Just a little longer, please.
It's not good to hold it in, though.
Yeah, let me take those for you.
Out the laundrette. But you're going to be no help to Nugget if you're knackered.
Just what if I never see him more for his going through the...
Just go home, keep your phone on. You never know, he might call.
Oh, Nugget. I mean, who knows what's happened? But to think that somebody would take a child away from their family, you know?
Beer, please.
Are you okay?
Just a beer, not the band.
You think so?
Sorry.
You said 10 minutes. I've been sat here like a lemon.
Yeah, well, I had to return that caution before I got charged over 24 hours.
Romantic.
Do you want another one and we'll have that chat? Oh, that's my wallet, the arches.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll pay you back.
Mummy dearest.
Yeah, sorry.
Hello, Camille. Yeah, sorry, it's been frantic all morning. So the job. Yeah, I know, but Abu Dhabi is a long way away and I've got ties here. By the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I think she's falling for it.
Right, well, I'll let you know about this evening.
They're here.
Of course they are. She's only just a spite me, isn't she?
Welcome to our humble abode, Peter. So glad you came. Oh, thank you. That is lovely.
Oh,
Sorry, that was meant to be your cheek. Sorry, awkward.
Ian?
I'm close that way.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Cindy. It's very thoughtful, isn't it, Kath?
Maybe we should get it open quickly.
Oh, I can smell burning.
Kish.
Listen, it's lovely all this, isn't it? You know, all together, like Brady Bunch.
More like Game of Thrones.
One of you made your way, sorry.
Behave.
It's not me you have to worry about.
So,
He was supposed to wait.
You don't know who's in.
All right, but let me handle this, okay? Because if he feels pressured, he might run. It's me.
I told you not to tell anyone. I do think of yourself. You need to go, okay? We are not going anywhere without you.
hey, it's a nice woman, that. This very generous piece of it, Cindy.
It's South African.
Shame Bobby couldn't make it, innit?
Someone's got to run the chippy.
Hey, so, how's the place for the coronation?
Well, we're going traditional. East End values with family at the heart of it.
I'm doing a 360 marketing campaign. Branding, printing.
360.
Peter's been brilliant. I mean, we still need investors, but, you know, if we tighten our belts, we should be fine.
Yeah, well, you know, we're all struggling for cash at the moment.
Yeah. Don't we just?
You know what I miss? I miss the Blitz spirit, you know, metaphorically speaking, obviously, you know, families all sticking together, all chipping in. In fact, I had a good chat with Bobby earlier.
He didn't say.
Well, He told me how much he missed his family all under one roof.
Well, Bobby's right, isn't it? Family's important.
The toast to family. Telling you, this quiche is delicious.
You don't have to lie.
Yeah, but it's the risk you take with frozen, isn't it? Singed crust, cold in the middle.
Well, what do you expect? I had 10 minutes to throw all this together.
Hold on. He said you've been slaving away all morning.
No.
You said they were desperate to come.
Desperate? You got to be joking.
What have you done?
I've told you already, I'm okay. Okay. This place is a pigsty.
Davinder, we're just relieved to see you.
I know there's been some vicious rumours flying around. You must be very confused. But if we can just sit down with your dad. I don't want to see him, Dada. I hate him. Daddy!
No, I didn't.
Stay at this place.
Come here. No, don't come near me. Come here. I don't want you here. Please. You can't be here. You have to leave now.
Please, calm down. This is just a misunderstanding.
Throw your toys out now, Dad.
He set the whole thing up so he could try and wangle his way back into my house. This is what you get when you set yourself up with a con artist.
Oh, says a man shaking up with a gold digger.
There is no gold to dig.
Oh, got through my money quick enough though, didn't you?
Please, just calm down.
Oh, do you know what? I can forgive Peter for what he did, because let's face it, with a father like you, no wonder he makes poor decisions. But you could have bought my money back, but instead of that, you spent it on her.
Oh, what can I say? Because I'm worth it.
Oh, we all know how you earned it, don't we? On your back.
You can speak to me like
You
that.
have got no idea what she has been through.
You are such a mug, ain't you? Oh, go on, just get out. Oh, living under one roof, they'll be murdered before Christmas.
Yes, but at least we agree on one thing.
Nice try, mate.
Cheers, Pete.
But you two were in on this together. We only found out this morning, Ravi. I was bringing him home to you.
How did you find us?
ANPR traced to where his car was last seen.
Yeah, flat 61. I knew she was lying. Shut up, all of you. You all need to go. I mean it.
Nugget. Whatever you did.
What about what he did?
All right, maybe we can talk more in private when we've all calmed down, okay?
Come on, Davinder. Let's go home. No way.
I take it someone's going to pay to get my door fixed. If I'd have known we had guests, I'd have brought cream cakes.
Who are you?
Good question, Hudson. Who am I, Ravi?
We're going. No, I'm not losing her again.
I'm not leaving your side, baby. You're not going to keep me away from my son again. Not ever.
The joy, heartbreak, and confusion of growing up and coming out in teen drama Love Victor on iPlayer now. With Halloween not far away, Uncanny is back with a new series of the paranormal. Listen now on BBC Sounds for spooky encounters.
Bonjour, hi. Oi, Chevrolet. Look, it's a little globe.
Oh, mummy! Hilly jilly, mate. It's a shocker we're still in the competition.
See you on the runway, girl.
My special day!
Chief, the nerve, the goal, the audacity, and the gumption.
Get your Drag Race fix. Watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
He was dealing with things no kid should have to. Withdrawn. Unable to express himself. But that was before I discovered Luke's love of music. With children who need support, project workers like me help turn young lives around. BBC Children in Need. We're there for you.
Panorama now on BBC One with Jane Corbin.
This summer, an armed mutiny in Russia.
Это удар в спину нашей стране и нашему народу.
Putin faced his greatest challenge yet, launched by the head of the Wagner mercenary group, Yevgeny Prigozhin. We've investigated what happened with unique access to Wagner insiders.
Wagner cut through like a knife through butter, without a fight.
Putin lost control of the force he'd created. Then a plane fell from the sky, killing the mutiny's leaders.
Putin showed that there's no Russian state, only a mafia gang that he leads.
So what does the march on Moscow mean for Putin's grip on power?
He can't be weaker after one guy unsuccessful mutiny. He is still in charge.
I'm at a secret location in Europe to meet someone with the inside track on the mutiny.
The man I'm going to meet was a Wagner mercenary for several years and worked for them in different places in the world. He knew the top Wagner leadership, and he's still in touch with some of their fighters today. Hello, good morning, I'm Jane.
Good morning.
Pavel, not his real name, first served as a soldier in the Soviet Union, then in Russian military intelligence. He says he's risking his life talking to me, so we're hiding his identity.
After the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, my regiment was disbanded. There weren't many options. You either became a criminal or a mercenary.
Pavel left Wagner before the mutiny, but watched as its leader Yevgeny Prigozhin ordered his mercenaries to march on Moscow.
Prigozhin's march on Moscow was basically criminal gangs coming to a meetup. In the 90s, that's how things were sorted out. We used to call it a strelka, when one armed gang went against another.
The story of Vladimir Putin and Yevgeny Prigozhin began in the 90s in St. Petersburg. It was home to both, a place then dominated by criminal gangs. Putin was a deputy mayor at the start of his rise to power. Prigozhin, who'd spent time in jail for violent assault, owned a top restaurant and became known as Putin's chef. The relationship grew from there. Journalist Andrei Soldatov is a Russian military and intelligence expert who studied the rise of Prigozhin.
What made him back then really useful for Putin, that Putin understood Prigozhin was nothing without Putin's support. Prigozhin was Putin's dark fixer, someone who helped Putin when Putin's bureaucracy failed him.
Prigozhin was given government contracts to supply food to schools and the military. Then Putin gave him an altogether different mission. Putin had set his sights on Ukraine. In 2014, Russia annexed the strategic peninsula of Crimea and took control of eastern parts of the country. A private military company, Wagner, played a key role. It was set up secretly by the Kremlin, and the man chosen to lead it was Yevgeny Prigozhin.
They had an idea. We have a private army, mercenaries operating in a legal grey area, so we can always deny any connection to them or their actions.
Wagner fighters had proved themselves in Ukraine. Next, they were sent to fight in Syria and to Africa, where there were lucrative security contracts. But Prigozhin would really make his mark, fighting closer to home. Last year, Putin ordered his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. When it didn't go according to plan, Putin called in his trusted fixer again.
При этом наши резчики по дереву, они еще воевать умудряются. Да? Кремль стал заложником вот этой ситуации.
The Kremlin had become a hostage to events. They thought that Prigozhin and the Wagner army could come in and solve their tactical problems and lead them to victory.
I've come to the French city of Biarritz to find out more about Prigozhin.
Wealthy Russians have been holidaying here since the days of the Tsar. But now I've come here to meet a Russian who has fled here in fear of his life.
Vladimir Osechkin lives under French state protection day and night. He became a campaigner for prisoners' rights after being jailed in Russia on what he says were trumped-up fraud charges. He was threatened by Prigozhin for accusing the Wagner leader of war crimes in Ukraine.
This is where he talks about me, saying I should be hunted down.
It was Osechkin who revealed that Prigozhin was recruiting fighters for Ukraine from Russian prisons.
Но если вы поехали с нами, обратной дороги уже нет. В зону не вернется никто.
Зэки, вон сколько их с матрасами ночью вывозят, короче.
So these prisoners are going straight onto the planes to go to...
Yes.
Отправились на войну. Жопу рвать.
Как только я в первые недели понял, что они...
As soon as I realized that they were sending these murderers, robbers, and bandits to the war, at that moment, I understood that this was a humanitarian catastrophe, that war crimes would definitely be committed.
As the war ground on in Ukraine, President Putin seemed distant from the front line. In contrast, Yevgeny Prigozhin was right in the trenches.
Вопросы есть какие-то?
Back in Russia, Prigozhin was becoming increasingly popular with growing numbers of ultra-nationalists who wanted to see even tougher action in Ukraine.
Рублевские дети не пойдут в это говнище. Мы отправляем еще одну партию бойцов ВСУ к себе домой.
Prigozhin was starting to challenge Putin and his inner circle. I couldn't go to Russia. I wasn't granted a visa, but I got in touch with an old contact there, Alexei Venediktov, an independent journalist with good connections in the Kremlin.
Prigozhin was attracting support from 10 to 12 million people who had previously supported Putin. They began to think that Putin was too soft for not bombing Kyiv, not bombing Lviv, not taking Odessa by force. Prigozhin began to divide not only the top military, but Putin's voters right before the 2024 elections, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
But Prigozhin's fighters were dying in large numbers. Now he accused the top brass in Russia of deliberately starving his forces of weapons and ammunition.
Шойгу! Герасимов! Где боеприпасы? Посмотрите на них! ЧВК «Вагнер», которые погибли сегодня. Еще кровь свежая.
Prigozhin expressed a lot of anger and criticism of the Russian army and the way they fought. He was getting more and more angry and more aggressive in his messaging.
And more dangerous for the generals in the army and for Putin.
Yes, because lots of people, rank and file officers, they felt very sympathetic to the way he was talking truth, as they considered it, to the Kremlin. And that frightened Putin.
Putin's senior military leaders urged him to bring Prigozhin to heel.
When he realized that political control over the situation was slipping out of his hands, he had to choose between Prigozhin and his own military bureaucrats.
Putin made his move. He decreed Wagner fighters must sign contracts with the regular army. Prigozhin refused. He feared his empire was slipping away and decided to act. The mutiny began on the night of June the 23rd. Prigozhin ordered Wagner fighters in Ukraine to march on Moscow. He announced his plan to his followers.
Зло, которое несет военное руководство страны, должно быть восстановлено. Справедливость в войсках будет восстановлена, а после этого справедливость для всей России.
Together with Vladimir Osechkin, I spoke to a fighter mobilized that night. We can't reveal his identity. Wagner men are forbidden to speak to the media on pain of death.
What did you and the others with you actually do at that moment?
We crossed the border at Rostov and formed a convoy. There was no order to shoot. There was an order to be fully combat ready, but not to open fire first, only on command.
Wagner forces had left their camps in eastern Ukraine. As they crossed the border, they met no resistance from Russian forces. They formed two convoys. One went north towards Moscow. Prigozhin led the second to Rostov-on-Don, southern headquarters of the Russian army.
Wagner cut through like a knife through butter, without a fight. This suggests that somewhere in Moscow, in the upper ranks of the military, there were people who helped this happen.
It's thought at least 13 high-ranking Russian officers were sympathetic to Prigozhin.
Пулеметчики, здравствуйте.
Rostov, a city of more than 1 million people, woke up to Wagner tanks on the streets.
Семь часов 30 минут утра под контролем военные объекты Ростова.
Prigozhin headed into Russian army headquarters to tackle the two top generals there.
Ребята гибнут, потому что вы их заталкиваете на месте. Без боеприпасов, без мыслей, без каких-либо планов. Просто престарелые горлованы.
So what did you think when you saw those generals sitting with Prigozhin?
I think it was a very, very dangerous situation for Putin because that was a clear sign that it is a real problem and there is a need of a real conversation about the problems inside the military.
The Wagner fighter on the ground that day says the mission was to target the military high command, not the president.
We were not going to overthrow the Russian government, not to fight against Putin. We all thought we'd reach Moscow and stand near the Kremlin just to deliver our message to Vladimir Putin, so he would hear the truth.
Some of Putin's opponents hoped the mutiny was the moment for change. Mikhail Khodorkovsky, once one of Russia's richest businessmen, knows what it's like to cross Putin. He spent 10 years in jail. He's now in exile in London.
Мы считали, что это важная возможность. Это тот раскол.
We believed that this was an important opportunity. We had been expecting this split within Putin's inner circle. Now the split needed to deepen so that democratic forces could have a chance to seize power.
By the morning, Wagner had shot down 3 Russian army helicopters.
Вертушка уничтожена, горит в лесополосе. Мы будем воспринимать как угрозу и уничтожать все вокруг.
There when Wagner brought down an army plane.
When Prigozhin's soldiers shot down planes, it became clear to the army that no, they aren't our guys, they are against us. They shot down our pilots. I think that this incident is what derailed Prigozhin's mutiny.
10 Russians, military aircrew, were killed. Wagner forces marching on Moscow were now warned they'd be destroyed. It wasn't until 12 hours into the mutiny that President Putin finally appeared on television.
Это удар в спину нашей стране и нашему народу. Тот, кто организовал и готовил военный мятеж, кто поднял оружие на боевых товарищей, предали Россию и ответят за это.
But there was no immediate retribution. Instead, Putin began negotiations with Prigozhin. But the Wagner leader may have had a strong card to play. Some of his Moscow-bound fighters were close to a Russian base, believed to house battlefield nuclear weapons.
Это все было частью их плана. It was all part of their plan. One of the convoys went to the north, where nuclear weapons were located. This area is a strategic location for the nuclear weapons under control of the army in the south and southwest.
We don't know if Prigozhin used his fighters' presence near the nuclear base as a bargaining chip, or if the threat of a punitive Russian response made him pull back. But a deal was reached for his men to stand down and relocate to neighboring Belarus, an ally of Russia.
And then what happened when you were asked to stand down?
It was already nighttime. Everyone was ordered to turn around and go back to our field camps. They told us everything had been decided, that our message had got through. So we all turned around and headed back.
After less than 24 hours, Prigozhin's mutiny was over. He was hailed by many as a hero. Four days later, state TV showed President Putin on the streets. For years, apparently fearful of COVID, he'd hardly been seen in public. He needed to show the world the mutiny hadn't weakened his grip on power. Yevgeny Popov is a pro-Kremlin TV host and MP in Putin's United Russia Party.
Most people observing it felt that President Putin was shocked, was shaken, and was in trouble at this point.
You know, nobody in Russia think that Putin was shocked or Putin became weaker. It's a myth. Don't live in a world of myths.
For nearly a decade, Putin had denied any links to Wagner. Now he admitted the Kremlin had been funding them all along, to the tune of billions of pounds.
На денежное содержание и стимулирующие выплаты государство заплатило компании Вагнер 86 миллиардов 262 миллиона рублей.
Then the campaign to discredit Prigozhin began. Photos appeared online of him in various disguises. There were raids on his lavish offices and apartment, revealing gold bars, cash and guns. Yevgeny Popov broadcast it all on his state TV program.
Мы действительно вот прямо сейчас получаем эти кадры эксклюзивные, которые никто еще не видел.
Some people said it was propaganda against Prigozhin at this point.
You know, he became a traitor not after we saw his apartment. He became a traitor when he tried to make a coup or mutiny.
Far from keeping a low profile, Prigozhin put on a show in Belarus with his fighters. Prigozhin took his private jet to Moscow and St. Petersburg. He also went to Africa, where he was trying to protect his business interests.
Шелковагер проводит РПД, делает Россию еще более великой на всех континентах, а Африку еще более свободной.
Of course, he understood that in Russia, if you lose, well, you have people coming after your assets. So he needed to deal with all his assets one by one, and he didn't have a lot of time. That's why he got traveling like crazy all these months.
And when you say you didn't have very much time, what do you mean?
Well, it's a brutal game.
Putin met African leaders in St. Petersburg. His message? The state would take over Wagner's contracts there. But Prigozhin wouldn't accept the net was closing in.
Для обсуждающих, жив я или нет, как у меня дела, сейчас выходные, вторая половина августа 23 года, поэтому любители обсуждения моей ликвидации, собственно говоря, все в порядке.
2 months to the day after the mutiny.
Ты посмотри, падает.
A plane fell from the sky north of Moscow. Yevgeny Prigozhin, 5 Wagner commanders, a bodyguard, and 3 crew were on board. There were no survivors.
В принципе, логично было. It was inevitable that Prigozhin would be eliminated, and he knew it himself. But why so savagely? It looks more like a murder by a mobster, not the president of the country. It was clear Putin would take revenge. But I thought he would do it differently.
When the plane crashed, Putin was awarding medals to Russian soldiers back from the war in Ukraine. Shrines to Prigozhin quickly sprang up.
May he rest in peace. For us, he was a leader who resolved our issues. Most of us saw him positively, like a father.
Human rights activist Osechkin also regrets Prigozhin's death, but for different reasons.
We've lost the opportunity to see Prigozhin put on trial and for justice to be done. Putin killed him to avoid taking responsibility for the war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Prigozhin and Wagner.
The public and the press were kept away from Prigozhin's funeral in St. Petersburg. President Putin offered condolences to the family.
Пригожина я знал очень давно, с начала 90-х годов. Это был человек сложной судьбы, и ошибки у него были серьезные в жизни, и добивался он результатов нужных и для себя, и тогда, когда я его просил об этом для общего дела, как вот в эти последние месяцы.
There was suspicion that the Kremlin, perhaps even the president himself, was behind this. What do you say to that?
We don't need to demolish or destroy plane with Wagner Group head. It's so theatrical. I don't know who killed him, but I'm sure that we will find the killer or killers.
The Kremlin has officially denied any involvement. Earlier this month, Putin said a grenade went off on board, hinting at a drunken row between the Wagner men.
He showed there's no mercy for traitors. A traitor must be punished. Otherwise, authority cannot be restored.
Putin showed that there's no Russian state.
only a mafia gang that he leads. And for now, he can still kill his allies who are disloyal.
What sort of message was sent by that plane crash?
Своим олигархам он посылает месседж о том, что
To his oligarchs, he sends a message that if anything happens, you will die.
вы умрете.
The message he sends to us, and to you, by the way, is, I am still strong enough.
Что я еще достаточно силен.
Putin has now brought all private military companies like Wagner under the control of the Russian army. Pavel's no longer a mercenary. He's disillusioned, his future uncertain.
I'm sharing all this to honor the memory of those who served in Wagner and lost their lives. An entire generation has been brought up on misguided patriotism. Putin showed his weak side with Prigozhin. Putin doesn't come across as a hero.
It's difficult to know what ordinary Russians make of the extraordinary standoff between Putin and his once trusted fixer. But Vladimir Putin is expected to stand again in the election due next year.
Where does all this leave President Putin? Is he stronger? Is he weaker?
He has a huge support among Russians. Huge. And he can't be weaker after one guy tried to make a mutiny. And he is still in charge. And I've seen him 2 days ago. He's good, believe me.
The war in Ukraine is heading towards its third year. Prigozhin's mutiny exposed and could deepen rifts in Putin's regime. A number of key generals appear to have been sidelined already.
Мы должны быть готовыми.
We must be ready to exploit these kinds of splits in Putin's inner circle.
Такой раскол внутри путинского окружения.
Unfortunately, the only way to stop him is by force.
President Putin seems secure for now.
За Россию, за наши доблестные вооруженные силы, за победу! Ура!
But the march on Moscow that shook his grip on power means he'll need to keep watching his back. Next week, I'll be in Israel, reporting on the aftermath of the Hamas attacks and the Israeli response in Gaza.
More than 400 years of history.
What's at stake here? A single parliament of Great Britain.
Represents the consolidation of British nationalism.
Well, so this disgrifio hyn fel Cymro.
Our people are still divided.
The struggles, the achievements.
We come together at difficult times.
The story of the United Kingdom.
Union with David Onsuga. Press red to watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer. The BBC and the Open University. I want to open your eyes. A unique partnership with limitless opportunities.
No one knew how different my world was.
This is Wild Ireland. To have the King commission a portrait of me.
This is actually realising you still completely disagree. You're not going to kill each other.
In the system, we get bad results, we get good results.
It's amazing when you've got fire in your belly what you can do. The BBC and the Open University. Bringing learning to life.
This is the most physically demanding and emotionally draining game on television.
God knows what's ahead.
Welcome to Survivor!
To get further into this game, we need a strong tribe.
Do you think there is anyone I should be wary of?
I fell asleep. I can't believe it. I fell asleep, for fuck's sake. Oh.
Welcome to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you called is not available. Please leave your message after the tone. After you've finished your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options, please press 1.
Okay, it's Gordy. I was watching EastEnders and then I fell asleep. I couldn't believe it. I think I woke up about 8:30. And my door's been open. But if you want to come over, yeah, that'd be great. I'll see you in a bit. It's 20-9. I can't believe I missed his EastEnders. Oh my God, that's crazy. Oh no. I was watching it and then I went to sleep. I must have done. I did. I'm sure I did. Oh.
Sleepless nights when you didn't come to bed. Every sleepless night when you out with her instead. All the hurt that you caused and you did just because. Was it real, was it not? Well, I'm doing better now. See, I realize now, ever since the night you left, stress is now gone, life is easier, it's my last song. Now I'm leaving my stress is now gone, life is easier, 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 easier. Life is easier, and I look back now, reading all the texts. That freaks me out, how I do whatever you said. Yeah. Now my head's straightened up, the person I lost is back where she was before you came around. And I realize now, yeah, and I realize now, life is easier, it's all that song. Now I'm leaving my stress, it's now gone. Life is easier, 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 easier. Life is easier, turns out I don't need your love. Now I see all my friends and they know that they got me. Your love is what I don't need. Now I'm living my stress.
Stay down and single.
This is Radio
And I don't know if they realise it or not, but they now join a very privileged list alongside Aretha Franklin, R.E.S.P.C.T., Justice, D.A.N.T.E., and of course Nora the Whale and Lifegoeson. Songs that spell. Say Now and single on Radio 1's Future Artist. Jackson is here running through the best brand new music on the planet, Monday to Wednesday, 8 until 10 o'clock, and it's a different playlist of new music every single night. Fresh, new, exciting stuff that you never even knew existed on this planet. It gets dropped out here on Radio 1 during those times. An opportunity for you to dive in and discover something fresh and exciting to add to your playlist. How's Amy logged in from Northern Ireland say, what's good? Rob in Portsmouth, I see ya. Just on 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. and just finished an hour of football, now home for a shower and dinner. Rob, you animal. Welcome to the Future Fan Club, mate. Well done. Work hard, play hard and all that. Helga from Germany. Hey, what's up? Welcome. Helga and Husky, Kaya, locks into the show tonight. We've also got Nick from Bucharest, Romania. Also out walking the dog right now. Welcome to the Future Fan Club out here on Radio 1.
I'm still looking through these memories that I couldn't say. I'm still looking through these pictures that I never gave. So you always saw another way. Told me hold on another day. Now I hold on to what you said. When the sun peaks and the stars gather. Take me to a place where it just don't matter. Take me to a place where it just don't matter. Cause these nights keep going on, and I'm working the same old thing. Guess I'm just drowned out In these places I should be, but these walls keep staring at the deepest parts of me. They don't just come down. I can't see love. Been waiting all night long. I've been waiting all night long. For the time and the reasons I have been waiting for. I've been waiting all night long. Maybe this is where I sign out. I've been taking time out, putting faith in a bigger plan, trying to figure who I am, where I need to be, and what on earth it is that they need from me. Let these thoughts pass, even though they never do. Is it worth telling if I'm not telling you? I've been stumbling, finding my way here. Not a day where these clouds seem to stay clear. I've been waiting all night long.
Must Be John and Waiting from his new EP Losing Balance that is out now, an immersive electronic experience. That EP that skips between breakbeat, drum bass, jungle, house and garage. This flow finds a really nice pace, somewhere between Loyal Kana and Mike Skinner of the Streets. It's a record full of atmosphere and emotion and will be the perfect sidekick for when you're feeling a little harder in life. Must Be John and Waiting, taken from that new EP, Losing Balance. Jack Saunders here on Future Artists, and let's just get out the feels for a second, shall we? Relive the weekend, bring Saturday back. Effie will do that, no problem. Called upon for a brand new one here and delivering. This is Pitch on Future Artists. Future Artists.
This is Radio 1.
really nice drum selection on this as well. The rave anthem for a Monday night, why not? New one called Pitch.
Sometimes we all need
to just switch off.
shut out the world and take a breath.
Radio 1, relax. Unwind the mind with the Power Down playlist. And Radio 1's Killer Show with Sean and Larry.
Or let the mind wander with Radio 1's Deep Sleepscapes.
Or press play on Radio 1's decompression session. Your place to escape the noise of the world with tools to manage your mindset.
Radio 1, relax.
Stream now
on BBC Sounds.
An angel.
On BBC Radio 1.
Whenever I get asked, Jack, what is your favourite band, artist, DJ, producer, whatever at the moment, I always include Blue Dad. I think they're a serious outfit. An exciting band to have on the spectrum of alternative music for sure. That is a former tune of the week for me out here on this show. It is called Angel. You are rocking with the best brand new music on the planet, and our guest, CMAT, is not far away from hanging out with us tonight. We are going under the influence around the release of their brand new album, Crazy Mad for Me. And look, CMAT, bags of energy, bags of character running through that record, and no doubt some brilliant stories to go alongside it. We'll be diving into exactly what made her tick to make that thing just after 9 o'clock tonight when we go under the influence around it. First though, Blue the Tiger back with a brand new piece of music. It's been a while for Blue out here on this show. This is a nice collaboration, teaming up with Mallrat. This is Cut Me Down.
I know you get off It's sad, but it's funny. You keep on trying, you keep on trying. Wait up. So strong I can't even see you. If we fall, I will defeat you. Still you think that I need you. Still you think that I need you. Let's get it out in the open. You're holding on to emotions. I'm not the one who was broken. You're not the one. I saw the sun in your dark eyes. Thought we were one of a new kind. But you project your own life online and act like it's alright. Let's get it out in the open. You're holding on to emotions. I'm not the one who was broken. You're not the one. It's sad, but it's funny. You keep on trying, you keep on trying. Every time you call me back, there's just something wrong. There's you call me on twice a day. I beg you to me. You keep on trying, you keep on trying. Yeah, I wonder who you think you are. All around the superstar. Yeah, I know I'm shining bright. Didn't know you liked it dark. Went to one in this universe. You're freaking out when I'm out with friends. Wrote the best song in the world. You tear it up, it's just start again. I don't know what I've got to do. To receive some love from you. I got it so self-surprised. Kind of love the system, alright. Try to make me small cause that's how you feel. Cut me down when I'm wearing heels. I'm laughing at it with all my friends. I'm tired. Every time you cut me down, I know you get old. Yes, you got me on like right now. It's sad, but it's funny. You keep on trying, you keep on trying. Every time you cut me down, I just have to laugh. Yes, you got me on like some kind.
It's a really interesting link up this from Blue the Tiger and Morat. Blue the Tiger always playing with a spring in her step. It's like that bass guitar that she loves to play and carries around with her. It's like a Jedi with a lightsaber. It never leaves her side. And it's always infectious because the bounce of that track brings out a new lease of life in what Morat usually does. More often than not, Morat in a more programmed shoegazy style within their music. That's a slightly different flavour from them and brings out a really exciting new style to be potentially explored alongside Blue the Tiger. That is Cut Me Down on Radio 1's Future Artists tonight. We are about to have Seema hanging out on the show this evening after this from Glock. For my next wave artist, this is Splat on Radio 1.
What do you think you can let me go to let me in this getting me take it on the chin? Rushed into breaking it. Are you forgetting that? I still remember when you ran away, you ran away, you ran away. You left. You didn't need to tell me you left me. I sometimes see you as you, but this isn't about you. I still remember when you ran away, you ran away, you ran away. You never get together. Leave your keys on the dresser.
For the next wave artist here, Glum. with splat, plenty of twang and chug in equal measure, if that's your kind of thing. Big Glum really powering up on that track. Feels far more purposeful in the sonics and lyrics than perhaps we've ever heard before. Really like the production specifically on the vocals, where I think it matches the subtle fuzz of the guitars, a blossoming of sorts. An impact track that you have to listen to more than once to really appreciate all its little...
Jimmy Savile died.
He surrounded himself, no matter where he went in the country, with people that would have confidence in him that he did no wrong. And he did that all over the country, in mass. And these were not children. These were not the vulnerable people. These were people ahead of society. These were people that ran institutions. They weren't silly people. These were supposed to be educated people. And he groomed them quite easily, seemingly.
I personally think that the charity work he was doing was totally a cover for everything he was doing. To give this image of this wonderful man that was raising all these funds for charity. And I don't think it had anything to do with his religion at all. Because you can't commit a sin on one hand and pray forgiveness on the other, because it doesn't make the sin go away.
I feel very angry towards anybody who enabled Jimmy Savile to behave in the way he did. Monstrous. I feel that the people who were aware of his behaviour have to hang their heads in shame.
There was no way anyone was going to believe me. Obviously, being a child, you don't have no dealings with the authorities. You don't understand, obviously, how you understand it as an adult. But nobody was going to believe me.
Last time we met, you said something about making a promise to the Duchess.
Yeah, to honour her memory.
And you seemed to suggest that you'd sat with her dead body.
I did. A very happy time.
And then it wasn't quite clear when I played the recording.
Don't worry, I've got a memory like an elephant.
But it sounded like you'd said you'd never do that shit again. What could you have meant?
No idea, because I never said it. The machine wants fettling. round. I did, didn't I? So, here we are. Right, well, I'm busy at the moment, but, come in for a minute. Thought it was next week. Right. Nice. Good heavens.
What a pigsty.
Well, he's not even that much.
Is this how you leave all the places you stay? Not that we ever know where you do stay, but to turn your mother's home into a squat.
Quite right, Beryl. The Duchess might be gone, but I know she's still up there, looking down, and she would expect the same standard of behaviour as when she was alive.
I should think so.
So why did you want us round? I get letters every day, people asking for help, brain scanners, hostels for the homeless, day centres for the mentally handicapped, and it's all work I want to do, but I need help. What kind of help? Well, admin, accounts, all the stuff you're good at and I'm not. If you good people help me organise my life, then I can spend more time playing the Good Samaritan, which I know is what the Duchess would want.
Well, if it's for charity, I suppose we can hardly say no.
A second.
You know specs, Mr. Saville and Susan. You rang them to ask for them to be brought to your house?
Yes, I did.
Especially, the manager said.
Indeed, I did. So entranced was I by your charms when you were in that room and saw that little torture to my eyes.
It's called an ophthalmoscope, Mr. Saville.
Ophthalmoscope, right. Got a little shiver down my spine just hearing you say that. I call me Jim, Susan. Anyway, I'm all out of milk, and could you nip to the corner shops down the road on the right, and then come back and get the goggles?
Oh, of course.
Good girl. I'll see you in a bit. Autograph Hunter. You don't have to start straight away.
That's good, because we can't.
You'll be my little guardian angels.
I won't go that far.
But if we can help you help others, Sam, then we will. Right. Great, that's it. Okay. All right. Well, not quite enough for a tin bath was motivating, but they'll do for a brew. Enter Jimmy Savile HQ. Don't mind the mess, the cleaners will let me down. Kitchen's best, just through there.
After your mother's death, apart from stopping, the rumours grew.
We're back on rumours again.
About your behaviour with girls.
What are you doing? Stop!
Just go on, let me do what you're going to do. It's what I call SOS. Same old shit. Hey, we'll find the door's locked. The door's locked.
Let me out!
Yeah.
I'll tell the police!
No!
Sit down!
Gossip. Balloons full of hot air. Prick 'em and there's an out there. Which is why I was always able to make them disappear. Now, that didn't happen. Whatever you may have thought just happened. Didn't happen. Have you heard of Savile's Travels?
Of course I have.
Right, well, as it happens, I'm doing a recording of one from Leeds today. And I'd like you to do a little interview with me, and then you can go.
But the rumours didn't go away, did they?
Only in the minds of a few naysayers and killjoys. I was on an upward trajectory.
Yeah, becoming an increasingly powerful figure in broadcasting,
Not powerful,
which...
not powerful, trusted and respected. Nobody who mattered believed them rumours. Otherwise, why would the BBC have offered me the show I did next?
Here I am in the city of my birth, talking to the lovely Susan. Susan, tell me, what do you do for a job?
Training optometrist.
Really? Brains as well as beauty.
I think I am.
And so what kind of hobbies outside work do? What do you enjoy doing?
Well, I like baking cakes.
Oh, one day you'll make a lovely wife for some lucky young man.
What's so brilliant is you can hear the girl's nervous, but with that avuncular manner, you soon win her trust.
No one doubts Jimmy's got away with young people.
Which brings us to the purpose of this meeting. Roger and I have been developing a new show. Where Top of the Pops was aimed at teens, kids will be the key to this. Simple premise. Basically, we ask the public to write in, asking us to make a wish come true for either themselves or someone they know.
Might be a boy wanting to fly a helicopter or a girl wanting to sing a duet with a favourite pop star.
Paraplegic wanting to scale Ben Nevis in a wheelchair.
Exactly. You've got it. So our idea would be to have the presenter sat there in a special chair.
Wave the magic wand. That's it. So, when do I start?
Well, job's not necessarily yours, Jimmy.
Do you mind me asking who else is in the running?
Monty Modlin.
No. Oh, dear old Monty.
He's very interested in the job, and he's already suggested a super title. Monty'll fix it.
Perfect. If it was being presented by Field Marshal Viscount Montgomery of Alamein.
Jimmy'll fix it does have quite a ring too.
Still wrong.
What would you suggest?
Jim will fix it. One syllable shorter, much catchier.
Jim will fix it. You're right. Jim sounds like your favourite uncle.
You don't have kids, do you?
I don't, because where there are kids, there's usually a wife, and where there's a wife, there's strife.
You do like children.
Love them. We can give them a squeeze and hand them back. Don't forget, though, in my various voluntary roles, I brought a great deal of sunshine into the lives of children.
Indeed. Give us a minute, will you, Roger? Look, I've no doubt you're the best man for the job, Jimmy.
I have no doubt either, Kimberly, given that my success is the reason you're sitting in that chair. Why wouldn't you put me in the fix-it chair?
There's a matter I need to raise first.
I'll save your brushes by doing it for you. The matter with the young lady committed suicide.
Of course. There was an investigation.
And very impressed I was by the diligence with which my learned friend carried it out, even though I knew I would be exonerated.
I do need an absolute assurance from you. You have no skeletons hiding in the closet.
I swear on my mother's grave.
Come in.
Anna, I just wanted to let you know.
I've heard. You've given it to Savile.
Look, I know you don't like him.
He's a rude, arrogant man.
There are women in this building who make sure they are never alone with him.
None of them have told me that.
Come on. You must have heard the rumours.
About what?
His behaviour with teenage girls.
I haven't heard any rumours.
Douglas Muggeridge has heard them. And if Radio 1 has heard them, why haven't you?
Did Douglas investigate these rumours?
Yes. Literally nothing conclusive was found.
There you are.
But what about the girl who committed suicide?
All investigated by the lawyer.
And you consider that to be the end of the matter?
He found no evidence to justify the allegations. The investigation looked right across the BBC, and he did say that such is the labyrinthine nature of TV Centre and the dressing room area that it was inevitable some immoral behaviour would occur.
And that's supposed to be an excuse. That immoral behaviour is ultimately your responsibility, Bill.
Which is why I've taken steps to deal with it. Admission to TV Centre is now strictly ticket only. There's now much greater vigilance to keep out under 16s.
Does that include girls who climb over walls to get into the back of the building? And the girls in the BBC club plied with drinks by pop stars and staff who we employ?
Entrance to the BBC club has been tightened up. Anna, I'm doing my best, but I can't work miracles. And anyway, this show's going to be centered on kids, not teens. They'll be working as a team, making sure they're properly looked after.
You can't possibly believe this man has any real empathy with children.
All I know is Jimmy Savile is a brilliant talent, and we have to look after the talent.
And all I know is a man like that has no place working at the BBC.
That's my decision, Anna, not yours.
Stop. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Good evening, one and all, and welcome to the very first edition of Jim will Fix It, a brand new show where yours truly makes dreams come true. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Tonight we have a young boy who wants to swim with dolphins, and last but not least, 3 teenage gals who are desperate to meet the husband. Suddenly, it all made sense. Everything I've done before had been preparing me for sitting in that throne and seeing kiddies' faces light up as I made the dreams come true.
It wasn't my impression when I attended a recording aged 9, seeing all the production crew urging kids to grin when they went up to see people.
They didn't need any urging.
And when you went on camera, it just seemed sort of distant and cold.
It's called professionalism.
I just felt like I was seeing another side to you.
You've not been listening, have you? There's only one side to me, and he's talking to you now. And he's thinking to himself, I hope I didn't misjudge Dr. Willismith. I hope he's not like some of his fellow scribes, always wanting to lift the toilet lid to see what's lurking in the pan. Because without the case, I might tell him to swim his
I just want this book to paint a rounded portrait.
Then let's have no more talk of kiddies being urged to grin. I brought joy into innocent lives. That's all.
Oh, minibus. Jeez. Hang on, come back. They're not going to go without you, are they? Can't be a scruff if you're going on the telly to meet Jimmy Savile. Right. Perfect. Go on. Oh, Kevin, hang on. The tie. Right, remember. Make sure you give this to a grown-up to give to Jimmy. Bye. Bye. Have fun.
Now, all you made is for me to give you lovely boys your Jim will Fix It badge, but there's quite a few of you, so I can't give you all one each. Instead, I've had a ginormous one made for all of you. So if you all stand up here now, and then you just steady that, young men, and pass that ribbon down that way. Pass it round your shoulder. That's a good lad. Same, is it round your shoulders? Come for all your young one there. There we go. That's the one. There it is. So that's all for tonight. Don't forget to tune in to Jim will Fix It, same time next week. We make more dreams come true.
Well, right, well, great. Here's the biscuits there. Come on, do that yourself.
Now then, young man, I believe this came from you.
Yeah.
Well, what a splendid surprise. I've got a surprise for you. I never gave a Jim will Fix It badge to the whole pack. But what if I give you your very own?
Oh yeah. Yeah, please.
Yeah. Well, you follow me.
Oh.
Excited? Well, if you want that badge, I want you to do just one more thing. Remember, it's our little secret. You don't think anyone more upset, is it?
There he is. I've been looking for you, you little rascal. Kevin, you haven't been for a minute.
All I wandered off. Got lost in the woods. Luckily, Uncle Jim found it before the big bad wolf.
Hey, how'd it go? Great. Well, come on, sit down. Tell me about it. Did he like the tie? Of course he liked the tie. Look at that. That's amazing.
Bless me, Father. It is 6 months since my last confession.
And what sins do you want to confess?
Selfishness.
What was this selfish act?
There's a caff in Oakley called the Tradesman's.
Oh.
And the owner wouldn't let me pay. And I didn't try to. Even though double egg and chips is only £1, and I knew he was skint.
So, why do you think you did it?
Childhood. Parents struggled to put food on the table.
So this fella giving away free egg and chips, do you think he got pleasure out of it?
No question, Father.
And you didn't like to take away that pleasure?
I know myself how much pleasure I get from doing things for other people.
This is
Oh,
great sin.
Whoa.
Anything else?
Not for myself, Father, but I have a pal who struggles with the sins of the flesh, and he wanted some advice.
Is this friend a Catholic?
He is. But he just wanted to get things straight in his mind.
What things exactly?
He's a single man, but he sometimes gets tempted.
Oh, so St. Paul. Temptation isn't of itself necessarily a sin.
Or if he gives in to it.
How?
Forcing himself upon someone, a young person, a child even.
That would be a mortal sin.
Posing, he did lots of good things to try and make up for it. But there'll still be a chance he could go to heaven.
The Catechism is clear. Any sin can be forgiven. If you made a confession. But you must urge him, if he has done anything like you have described, to give himself up to the authorities.
Make sure he understands that, Father.
Only priceless, eh, Sam? Dream maker to the nation. King Jimmy.
I'd settle for Sir.
Well, they wouldn't be able to touch you then, would they? I mean, I know you've got other ways of killing stories, but who'd put a knight in the realm in?
It's not the only reason I want it.
Power and the glory too, eh?
Never thought I'd get this far. So, why not see if I can get all the way to the fucking top?
Why not?
And you. There must be something that you always want to do. The one thing that you always wanted to. Now you've done it. Jimmy speaks before you. And you.
Good heavens, Jimmy Savile.
Mom, at your service. I heard the Tories were in town. I came to pay my humble respects. May I?
Indeed you may.
Oh, goodness. I do believe I may have kissed the hand of a future Prime Minister.
Well, we hope so. I didn't know you lived in Scarborough, Jimmy.
I have many homes, none closer to my heart. Sea, sand, and ice cream par excellence as served by my very good friend the Mayor.
You must try one.
Well, I shall. But can I just say how much I love General Fixes? And Dennis and I are huge fans.
Last week, madam, will get you everywhere.
And I told you to do an awful lot for charity.
A call for help, I'm there.
Well, I wish you well in your work.
And I in yours. But may I make a cheeky request?
Oh, I'd like a cheeky request.
I sometimes get requests from kiddies wanting me to fix it for them to meet the Prime Minister. Do you think that might be possible?
Of course. But you must first fix it for me to be a PM.
Then I shall work my magic powers.
Well, it's lovely to meet you.
The wind ripped the roof off. The rain did the rest.
Biblical.
Just coming into Downing Street now, here comes the Prime Ministerial rover, bearing now Mrs. Thatcher.
I would just like to remember some words of St. Francis of Assisi, which I think are really just particularly apt at the moment. Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope.
We're all ready for you, Mrs. Savile.
Splendid, Jeeves. Lead on.
The Duke of Monmouth, secretary to Charles II, and made a Knight of the Garter.
Well deserved, I'm sure. They had proper hairstyles in them days.
Yes, you've never been fond of a short back and sides.
Well, this gets me ears wall.
Welcome to Chequers. Oh, and thank you for fixing it for me to become Prime Minister.
As promised.
Normally I do such a meeting at number 10, but I thought this would be convenient since Stoke Mandeville is only down the road.
Well, this whole area like a second home to me. And of course, very handy for Broadmoor.
Well, you're involved there as well.
Official entertainment officer.
It's marvellous. So, the spinal injuries unit.
Yes, it's in ruins.
Yes, I'm aware.
They've asked me to head up a campaign to have it completely rebuilt.
Jolly good for you.
The architects have come up with an estimate of 10 million. I was hoping the government might chip in.
You do realise the Labour government left this country's finances in a terrible state.
I warned Mr. Callaghan that the pot would be empty the way he was carrying on.
He let himself be bullied by the unions, ran up a mountain of debt, strikes, rubbish on the streets.
A terrible mess, no question.
And I'm afraid some of the blame rests with Mr. Heath when he capitulated to the miners.
Well, now, if you show a minor weakness, he will have you for breakfast. And I should know I was one.
Really?
Hearts of lions, but give him an inch, they'll take a yard.
I rather think you and I are cut from the same cloth, Jimmy.
Well, humble origins, and we know money doesn't grow on trees.
So I hope you'll understand why my government can't help financially. And I do think it's vital people learn to help themselves.
Which is why I'm determined to raise this money by hook or by crook.
Then I'll strike a bargain with you, Jimmy. If you did somehow raise the funds for the building, I'll try and find the money to run it.
In that case, Ma'am, we have another deal.
Hello. How did you raise it?
But mainly a 24-hour sponsor.
Morning, sweetheart. Tell you what, I'll see if I can get hold of one of these t-shirts for you. How about that? Bit hardy, that one.
In and out of here all the time. Grandad got a bit over familiar with
Three of my favourite ladies. Jill, come on, do this rolling then. Bingo. How are we doing, my hearties?
Exhausted as ever, but it's wonderful. People just walk in, they give what they can, and they all say, please thank Jimmy for it.
Uncle from me and make sure they get t-shirts. Man.
We pray for peace in the world, that men, women, and children may live together in peace and harmony that God our Father intends. Lord, hear us. We pray for all in special need, the sick in mind or body and their carers, the lonely and those with financial, work, or family worries. Lord, hear us. We pray for those who have died and all who are bereaved, that the love of God may transform the darkness of death into the bright promise of immortality. Lord, hear us.
Father asked me to do the collection plate.
Through your goodness, we have this bread to offer, which earth hath given and human hands have made. It will become for us the bread of life. By the mystery of this water and wine, may we come to share in the divinity of Christ, who humbled himself to share in our humanity. Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation. Through your goodness, we have this wine to offer, fruit of the vine and work of human hands. It will become our spiritual bread.
Blessed be God forever.
want to ask you about the knighthood.
Never courted, never sought.
Well, I find that hard to believe.
I take it you're not a religious man, Dr. Wordsmith. Well, I think that's why we've probably got this ulterior motive problem. Jesus said, it's more blessed to give than to receive. That's all I did.
Oh, come on, Jimmy. I've been reading about this, been thinking about it. I mean, St. Matthew said, give to the poor and you will have treasure in heaven. Now, doesn't that imply that charity is never purely selfless, but the giver will always get something out of it?
And you want that something to be sinister.
Surely you can see why I'm pressing the point. That
As I said to my good friend, Pope John Paul II,
yeah,
those who bring sunshine into the lives of others can't keep it from their own. And he said, spot on, Jimmy. The more happy I made other people, the happier I was.
Sam, are you all right? What's all this? Your periods haven't started, have they? No. And why? Sam, why? To try and stop him getting in. Oh. Poor thing. Look, whatever was happening to you at home, it can't happen here, can it? You're safe with us in hospital, aren't you? You couldn't be safer. Sam, what is it? Is there something else? Come on, cheer up. Give me those. Why don't you go to the day room and see what's on the telly? Can't. Got chapel. Priest expects me. Well, you go to chapel then. Stop worrying.
Lord, we pray for those who are hungry, and for all those charities who work to alleviate hunger and poverty, both here at home and across the world. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
We pray for children and young people everywhere, especially those who are in care or otherwise vulnerable.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Lord, help us to be understanding and forgiving of all those we encounter. Lord, hear us.
Lord, graciously hear us.
Merry Christmas, Jimmy.
Same to you, James. Pop those under the tree, if you so kind.
You'll find her in the kitchen.
Merry Christmas, one and all.
Jimmy, welcome. Merry Christmas. Now, I know you don't touch alcohol, so this is orange juice.
Good health, ma'am.
Please don't mind me, Jimmy. I'm not royalty.
Well, you are to me, and I'm more than happy to provide some fun at the court of Queen Maggie.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
Oh, do you know what? I think that every Maggie needs a Jimmy.
Quite right. This is Robert Armstrong, my cabinet secretary. He's the man in my life who makes everything possible.
Or impossible. I think she's doing her own thing.
Oh, season's greetings, good sir.
How's you?
Robert's only popped in for a sherry.
Heading off to see my family shortly.
Dennis has taken the other guests for a stroke.
May I ask who they are?
My speechwriter, Ronnie Miller, and 3 others, all bachelors like yourself, Jimmy. I hate to think of you poor chaps spending Christmas in there.
Beat the touch.
Anyway, it gives us a chance to catch up. It's been such a busy year. What with the Pope's visit,
Oh, yes, well, I acted as his native guide in Yorkshire,
it was a great morale booster.
as was the Falklands.
It wasn't a decision I took lightly, but it had to be done.
No question. And when people say to me, what about those 300 men who died when we sat the dog round them? I say, Maggie had no choice.
Thank you. But tell me about Stoke Mandeville. I'm hearing amazing things about the appeal.
Amazing indeed. Another 500,000 and we're there. Building work is already underway.
Extraordinary. Well, I'm going to find that 500,000 for you.
Oh, my word.
And as promised, the money to run it.
Well, what a Christmas present.
And by the way, I'm sure your astonishing personal contribution will be recognized.
No, I don't do it for the glory.
But it's exactly that selfless public service that our honor system is for. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to find this man.
Well, you've got an OBE, haven't you?
I'm proud of it. Okay, guys, I'm sitting down here like this. Oh.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Prime Minister Carl is approaching.
With all our fingers crossed, the British public is coming in.
Jim speaks for you, and you. There must be something that you always want to do. The one thing that you always want to do. Now you've done it. Jim speaks for you.
Tonight, we cost £10 million. How on earth do you raise £10 million in 2 years?
You're late, Dr. Wordsmith. I ordered tea and crumpet, but I've eaten it all now.
Sorry, it was a domestic issue.
Trouble with air indoors.
Rather not talk about it.
Yeah, I'll bet. You're not to have visited this august establishment before.
No.
Yeah. You don't let any Tom, Dick or Harry in here, you know. See that? And the Pope, Knight of St. Columbus. That's how I got him. Previous members include Darwin, Dickens, Disraeli, Duke of Wellington, who parked his arse in this very spot. I sometimes like to think of the Duchess up there, looking down on me.
Thinking, what an extraordinary journey my little boy made.
Indeed.
You were talking last time about not seeking the knighthood, which was perhaps just as well, because there was a time when the possibility was slipping by, wasn't it?
Please elaborate.
Well, you'd rebuilt Stoke Mandeville, found extraordinary national acclaim, but by the late 80s there was still no letter from the Honours Committee. And your career was on the slide.
News to me, that's a word, Smith. Please elaborate.
I was hoping you'd do that.
I can't. Because it wasn't.
Tonight, I'm joined by a showbiz legend, the man who's been spinning records for over 25 years, Jimmy Savile.
Jimmy, you have to take on the swing of rupture. How would you react as a Roman Catholic
Yeah?
if one of your partners became pregnant?
Well, I'd say, who was it? You're a Christian. Yeah. Don't you believe you put God in some sort of dilemma? Yes. There's Jimmy Savile, the good man that gives money to charity, that helps young children. There's Jimmy Savile, who flies in the face of everything that's written in the New Testament about sexual promiscuity.
Twats.
I didn't realise that. You admitted it. Stand up anybody who was so good that they would walk straight through the golden gate. Me, when I stand in front of the table and St. Peter's there, he says, you are not coming in. And I'll say, well, why not? I say, because you're a villain. And then he'll show me the debit side. I'll say, hang about. And I'll show him the credit side. And they, does that mean anything? And if he says, that means nothing, then I'll have to break his finger. I don't know anybody who is.
Fuckers.
Even with your charity work, you come across as a bit of an egotist? As if it's all about you, not people you're helping.
I don't care how I come across, right? All I care about is helping those in need and putting smiles on people's faces.
What about your personal standards? In one of your tabloid articles, you describe having sex in your passion wagon. How do you reconcile that with your Roman Catholic faith?
Well, I thought it was going to be a bit of fun with them.
Well, actually, the sex seems strange. Sex is dirty.
And for you, swear. 20 years ago, I would have knocked some about. What have you got for me?
It's him, Robert Armstrong, Thatcher's cabinet secretary. It seems she's put you up for a knighthood 3 times. He's blocked it each time.
He's a cunt. I knew he didn't like me, but he got a knighthood. I can't have one.
No reason, but he's got Maggie's ear. Wants to save her embarrassment.
About what?
Seems to be to do with stuff you've said and written over the years.
What stuff?
About encounters with young women, of which you've claimed to have many. You once spoke of being feared in every girls' school in Britain.
That was a fucking joke.
Well, Armstrong didn't find it funny.
I've just published this. Advice for young people on how to avoid perverts. I help children. I want that nicer.
Well, Thatcher's the only way to that, Sal. You got anything for me? Wouldn't mind a bacon roll as it happens.
And the rest of that. They put an extra rasher on, just for me. Come in.
Jim, didn't know you were here.
Only arrived last night.
Well, thank goodness, I've been trying to find you. And so has someone else.
Greetings, ma'am.
Jimmy, dear, how are you?
Fighting fit, man.
Good, because I'm calling to ask for help.
Anything at all, I'm at your service.
Miss Broadmoor, the place is in chaos. Management have lost control. I'm told the prison officers' union are practically running the place. And the patients think that every day is April Fool's Day.
None of this is news to me. I've seen many things as entertainment officer that concern me.
Well, that makes me even more sure that we're doing the right thing.
And what's that?
The management and board have been suspended. The Department of Health is setting up a task force, and they feel sure that with that can-do attitude and Yorkshire common sense, you can help turn the place round.
It will be an honour and a privilege.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. I won't forget this. Robert,
My advice remains the same, Prime Minister. Questions and rumours about the man persist.
But you never explain what those questions and rumours are. Surely, if there was anything in them, the BBC, Stoke Mandeville, and others would have taken action.
It's like us, they have more pressing things to deal with.
I'm getting sick and tired of this, Robert.
Earlier today, Health Secretary Edwina Currie arrived at 10 Downing Street to discuss the situation at Broadmoor with Cabinet colleagues.
If anybody was so basically unhappy here that they didn't like it, then they should hand their notice in and leave. The gloves are coming off.
What do you mean?
I didn't get sent here by the Prime Minister just to fuck about.
That's all you've done before, again.
What do you mean?
Inviting press in to photograph you with Ripper and Ronnie Cray.
That's to show the public the work we do here at Broadmoor.
Not because you're addicted to publicity and love nothing more than blowing smoke up your own ass.
You see, that's the sort of attitude that's got to change.
How are you going to do that, Jimmy?
Dr. Savile to you.
You're not a proper doctor.
I've completed an initial assessment and I've come to the conclusion, you lot, I've been filling your expenses, letting relatives use accommodation designated for staff only, and generally taking the piss.
Bollocks. This place has been underfunded and understaffed for years. And now they put a lunatic in charge. But for reasons only known to himself, seems to spend most of his time hanging around women's block.
You are an arsehole, pal. But what you'll find is, I'm an even bigger one. I was regularly in touch with Maggie, with progress reports. She was delighted.
Well, maybe she wasn't paying proper attention then. Jim fixes it for 60 psychos to go free. News of the world.
Not true, and I sued him.
You once gave a press conference where you said you wanted male and female patients to mix. So, and I quote, they can fall in love. Isn't that a pretty eccentric approach to mental illness?
Pure common sense, Dr. Wordsmith.
You have some other interesting views. You once said of psychopaths, there's no point asking them what they did on that dark night because it wasn't them that did it. It was someone using their body. What on earth do you mean by that?
I sense the toilet lid being lifted. Perhaps it's time I looked under yours, Dr. Wordsmith.
What do you mean?
You're having trouble with Mrs. Wordsmith, aren't you?
If you must know, I have split up with my girlfriend. Yes. Now can we please move on?
I'm looking at a man in turmoil, whereas you are looking at a man who's always been at ease with himself.
All I did was put a hand on some spotty youth's arse. The little twat goes home, tells his dad I'd propositioned him. Dad takes the lad to the police. The next thing I know, the police are at the door. I don't know what else might come out. If the cops are coming after me, they know we're close. They might come after you.
You won't say out about me, will you?
No, I wouldn't, Sam, I swear. But you always say you got friends in the police. Could you put in a word?
I can't, Peter. I can't. It'll only make things worse. You best be on your way, mate. Hi, Molly.
Oh, hello, Jimmy.
Right, guys and girls, carry on. No, behind me. Yeah. I saw you walking past the gaff earlier. What are you doing here?
Best cod and chips in town, you and stores. We're about to order it.
Yeah, no, I mean, what are you doing in Scarborough?
We're house hunting.
Here, why?
Tell him, Charles.
Well, we've news for yourself. I'm retiring.
What do you mean?
He's retiring. After years of hard graft, he deserves a rest, and we've always fancied living in Scarborough.
You know.
Hey, Longridge.
Can't have you here. Who's going to look after stuff for me in Leeds?
You can still manage your life. Organise your fundraising in North.
Don't want you in Scarborough.
Why not?
Because come here to relax.
I don't know what you get up to here, or in any of the other places you spend your time, not to mention where you park that van up. Why are you so concerned to keep everything separate? No, it needs saying. Why all the secrecy? Anyway, like it or not, we're moving here. We've just put an offering in a lovely little place.
You see now, Charles, why I never got married. Let me guess. You're knocking on the door of middle age, you're split up with Mrs. Wordsmith, and you're living out of cardboard boxes.
This is really boring. I've told you I'm going through a tough time, and that's all you need to know.
But you want to know everything about my life.
If that's what we agree.
We agree, nothing, pal. We said we'll see how it goes. When it's over, you can sling your hook.
What do you mean?
To paraphrase what the Tories said to Maggie when her time was up, you can fuck off. Now.
Run from me, Jimmy. Won't be able to hide forever.
A few moments ago, Mrs. Thatcher's government won an overwhelming vote of confidence in the Commons. But for the Prime Minister of the last 11 years, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Tonight, the key to 10 Downing Street lies in the hands of her party. She led them to victory 3 times, then they turned on her.
Leaving Downing Street for the last time after 11.5 years. And we're really happy to relieve the United Kingdom in a very, very much better state than when we came here 11.5 years ago.
But then the Iron Lady's proposed enormous breakthrough, which reflects that she reaches her goal.
If you've been affected by child or adult sexual abuse, details of support are available online at the Action Line pages of the BBC website, or you can call for free to hear recorded information on 0800 077 077. You'll also find details of support online if you're having feelings of despair.
More than 400 years of history.
What's at stake here? A single Parliament of Great Britain.
It represents the consolidation of British nationalism.
Well, I think this discovery here in Cymru.
Our people are still divided.
The struggles, the achievements.
We come together at difficult times.
The story of the United Kingdom.
Union with David Onsuga. Press red to watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Now the BBC News at 10 with Rita Chakrabarti in the studio and Clive Myrie in Jerusalem.
At 10, we're in Jerusalem as diplomatic efforts fail to ease the plight of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians trying to escape Gaza. Queues build at the crossing into Egypt, which remains shut to those escaping Israeli airstrikes in the north of the territory.
All the strikes are happening without warning.
Even if we do go there, where are we going to get food or water from?
2 British teenage sisters are among those missing after last weekend's Hamas attack on southern Israel.
America's Secretary of State has been back here, but despite his shuttle diplomacy, there's still no humanitarian route into Gaza.
Also on the programme tonight, 2 people are shot dead in Brussels in what's being described as a terror attack. The gunman is still at large. And the Prime Minister tells MPs that all the tools of British diplomacy will be used in the Middle East conflict and more humanitarian aid provided to the Palestinian people.
Here in the south, falling through the gap, the veteran who can't get the Alzheimer's care he needs, and shocked students, the university U-turn after their free bus passes are cancelled.
Good evening to you. We're live in Jerusalem as a major American diplomatic effort seems to have failed to ease the lives of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians trying to escape from Gaza. As Israel continues its bombardment of the territory, those hoping to flee via a major crossing are still unable to escape because Egypt won't open the border. Israel says the airstrikes are targeting members of Hamas, a group designated as a terror organization by many Western governments, including the UK, and responsible for last week's attack, which killed around at least 1,400 people in southern Israel. Palestinian officials in Gaza say around 2,750 people have been killed in Israeli bombing, while around 9,000 have been injured. Now, the United Nations is warning that Israel's total siege of Gaza, cutting off fuel, food, and electricity supplies, is causing a deepening humanitarian crisis, with hospitals close to complete collapse, threatening thousands of lives. Well, now tonight, that crossing at Rafah into Egypt appears to have been attacked in a large explosion, complicating further whether or not it could open soon. We'll be hearing about conditions inside Gaza from Rushdie Abu Alouf as Palestinians continue to try to flee from the north of the territory. But first, let's hear from Jeremy Bowen, who's in southern Israel.
Another war of words has started over who's responsible for the suffering of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Israel is dropping the bombs. It says blame Hamas for killing and kidnapping, and, says Israel, hiding behind civilians. Gazans crowded into UN schools after Israel told them to move south towards the Egyptian border. They're supposed to be protected by the laws of war. America has felt it necessary to deliver repeated reminders of that to Israel, along with military aid. This grandmother blames Israel, then speaks of tragedy, hunger, death, fear, horror, and destruction. In Rafah, at the closed border with Egypt, Palestinians with foreign passports are hoping to get out, to escape the pressure Israel has imposed on civilians, amid reports of another airstrike in the area tonight.
You cannot ask people to move out of harm's way without assisting them to do it, to go to places of their choice, where they want to be safe, and with the humanitarian aid that they need to make that journey safely. And right now, the movement that has happened has not had those provisions.
Antony Blinken, US Secretary of State, returned to Israel after a rapid tour of America's Arab allies. The US is giving Israel all the military aid it wants, but it's trying to stop the war spreading. As for Benjamin Netanyahu, in parliament today, he's under great pressure. Some of his many political enemies say he was so preoccupied with staying prime minister that he neglected Israel's security.
Two guys, they're the
Ehud Olmert, Prime Minister when Israel went to war in Lebanon in 2006, was scathing about Mr. Netanyahu's performance.
And he did it. Therefore, he holds the ultimate responsibility for the weakening of our resolve in dealing with Hamas. Then there was a military failure, no doubt about it, and an intelligence failure of the highest order, no question about it.
In Tel Aviv, tech companies are working with intelligence agencies to try to locate the hostages in Gaza. Some who've served in the Israeli military's cyber units don't want to be identified. They built an algorithm that searches postings from Gaza for faces and places.
We upload photos of the missing persons that we get from mostly the families, but other sources as well. And we work also with collaboration with army units and huge lists of people that we have identified. And we try to understand from day one what happened to them. Are they killed, injured, kidnapped to Gaza? Just trying to get answers for the family.
We can see here, this is the same people in a different position, okay? And we try to find more and more data, okay, and to understand if he's alive or, as I mentioned, death.
They believe the hostage in that image is alive. Their information goes to families and to the army. In Israel, there's unity about fighting Hamas. The argument is about why Hamas could break through Israel's defenses and how to deliver Israelis and Palestinians from another generation of bloodshed. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Southern Israel.
Well, the number of Palestinian dead since the war began continues to rise as the UN is warning that aid must be allowed into the territory. Hospitals are on the brink of running out of fuel within a day, endangering the lives of thousands of sick and wounded people. Meanwhile, Israel's military has updated the number of people it believes are being held hostage in Gaza from 155 to 199. Our former Gaza correspondent, John Donison, has more.
Much of the north of Gaza looks unlivable.
Ya Allah.
This is Jabalia, once one of the world's most densely populated neighborhoods, and where those who've survived are clinging on. Not far away, Abu Jalil is one of them, trying to squeeze the last drops out of Gaza City's water system, cut off for days. We will not leave, he says. We can't. Even if they destroy our homes, where will we go with a family of 5 or 6? Multiple families are now packed into apartments after their homes were destroyed, but they say it's not safe to move south. The bombing is happening without warning, says Wael El-Ashi. And if I leave with 50 members of my family, where are we going to get food and water? And this is where people are being told to go. Amid the destruction in southern Gaza, the homeless and the hungry who fled the north in their hundreds of thousands are trying to survive. We have nothing that we need to live, says this man who fled south. We're living in a dump, and if we move, we'll die. Amid the detritus and with too few toilets, many are fearful about the spread of disease. There's food, but not enough. All this will feed less than 2,000 people, says Amir. Just a fraction of those in need. There are long queues to get bread, but it's being rationed. We've been waiting here since 6 in the morning, he tells us, just to get food to feed the kids. We will run out of flour, the baker says, in 2 days maximum. Clean water is also in short supply. And all the while, the hospitals in the south, like in the rest of Gaza, are overwhelmed with patients, from the old to the very young.
10 days, 4 days.
Born amid the chaos less than a week ago. What kind of life lies ahead of her? John Donison, BBC News.
the worsening conditions in the territory there. Well, our reporter Rushdie Abu Alouf is in southern Gaza, in the city of Khan Yunis. Rushdie, we know that that border point at Rafah came under some kind of fire or explosion. What more do you know? And does that make it much more difficult for that border to be open to those people trying to escape the north of Gaza?
Yeah, indeed. It's the place has been bombed for the third time, according to local authority here. They show me a footage from the crossing itself, CC camera. The damage is in the external hall, and also, most important, the road that lead between the Palestinian side of the crossing into the Egyptian side of the crossing. I was shown a footage that there is like 4 holes in the road, and the road itself is damaged, so it's not easy to move people from this side to the Egyptian side. Well, the scale of damage I saw is not a great damage, and the local authority here, they said they can repair it fairly quickly, but they are waiting for the Egypt to reopen the crossing. I understand from different sources in Doha, in Egypt, and in other places that this negotiation is still fruitless, and no progress has been made to allow the humanitarian aid which Gaza need the most. I'm in Khan Yunis here, in the city where hundreds of thousands of people live here. The city is overwhelmed by the number of people who are displaced here, which the city is already suffering from a blockade and a lack of fuel, electricity, and water. They have to treat and accommodate 1.2 million people.
All right. Rushdie, thank you for that. Rushdie Abu Alouf reporting live there from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Well, at least 1,400 people were killed in last week's attack by Hamas in southern Israel. And as we've been hearing, 6 were British. Among the missing are 2 British teenage sisters, as Lucy Manning reports.
Noya, 16, on the left. Yael, 13, on the right. Now missing after the Hamas attack on Israel. In between them, their mum Leanne, murdered by Hamas. All are British. Leanne's family said she led a beautiful life and enriched the lives of all those lucky enough to have known and loved her. She was a beloved daughter, sister, mother, and aunt. The girl's dad, Eli, is also missing. This is what happened to an entire family in Israel. They lived on Kibbutz Be'eri, where the murderous gunman slaughtered so many.
Noya is 16 years old. She was happiness, and she liked to. Her hobbies is she likes to cook. Yes, she was a funny girl. She was all the time. She liked to hear music and singing for us, dancing.
Nathaniel Young, also British, also murdered by Hamas. His brother Elliot remembers a 20-year-old who was a Londoner, a music lover, a proud Jew.
Nathaniel, he just loved life. He had a lot of respect for my parents. He wanted to keep his people safe and defend his country. We're all just broken. We're still coming to terms with the news.
What will you miss about Nathaniel?
The last time I saw him was exactly a week before he was killed by the Hamas terrorists. And I think if I look back at that day, it's his infectious smile.
At the funeral on Monday, the mourning interrupted. Air raid sirens pierced the grieving as mourners were forced onto the cemetery ground to shield from incoming Hamas missiles.
It was terrifying, and the thing obviously that went through my head is the fact that even while I'm trying to say goodbye to my brother, they're trying to kill me. It was very scary, especially considering what we've been through, and that my parents, who live in London, had just arrived in Israel to bury their son.
Natanel just one of 1,400 murdered by Hamas in one day. Lucy Manning, BBC News.
This is a dreadful time for the families of those missing or who've been taken hostage. And one family in North London have now been informed 2 of their missing family members have been killed. Frankie McCamley has that story.
Streamed live online as militants take this family hostage. They're on Dilka's phone using her Facebook account. Her family can only watch online, helpless. One comment says, "Mum, I love you."
So here they say if they help us, we're not going to kill them.
In North London, their cousin Nia talks me through what happens next as they lead 17-year-old Toma away.
They're walking the boy out to knock on the neighbor's door, so trying to get them out to, I don't know, capture them, kill them, or whatever it is.
For over a week, Nia has been trying to piece together his family's movements after the video stopped. But today, the news he had been dreading. Israeli forces found both Dilka and Toma's bodies. Within hours, their funerals were held side by side, inside, with fewer people allowed because of ongoing airstrikes. It's still unclear what's happened to Noam. This photo appears to show him being led by militants down a dusty road. As for 8-year-old Ella and 15-year-old Daphne, the family believe these photos show they are alive, being held captive in Gaza. Stay strong, their mother says. Look out for one another. Look out for Daddy. Daddy will look out for you and take care of you. We're doing everything to bring you back. We're very strong here. We will bring you back, she says. Back to dancing, singing and laughing. Frankie McCamley, BBC News.
Now, what of the possibility of the Israel-Gaza conflict spreading? Well, the Israeli army says it's evacuating 28,000 villages within about a mile of its northern border with Lebanon because of threats of rocket fire from Hezbollah, which, like Hamas, has been designated as a terror group by the UK government. Now, Israel's military spokesman has accused Iran, which backs Hezbollah, of
We have people for that.
Is to get the 199 hostages back. But
if you will, brothers and sisters, let's give him his due. The producer and director of the Halloween Cultural Festival of 1969, Tony Lawrence. Tony Lawrence, let's get to him.
We're gonna get ready to do a little thing. All you do is, all right? So we gotta get something for you. Okay? We're gonna go this way. Come on. Take the music down a little bit, baby. Take it down just a little bit. I know you feel good.
I was introduced to Tony Lawrence when the Parks Department was tasked with supporting this guy, Tony Lawrence's initiative to hold something called the Harlem Cultural Festival. And I was Tony's assistant. He was an ebullient guy. He had this phenomenal smile. I remember Tony being physically always on the move, being very positive, never getting angry about things, but never sitting still. He was a lounge singer, and he was a promoter.
Yeah, make it back. How we doing over there, all right? And now, ladies and gentlemen, right here in the Harlem Soul Time.
Tony was a hustler in the best sense. He could make a promise about delivering something, and then leverage that to be able to get other people to want to participate. It's all premised on past commitments that are dependent on another, and it all ultimately, if you're persistent, you pull it all together.
He knew how to schmooze with politicians, and he knew how to talk to entertainers and musicians.
Tony talked a big game, and he delivered. The '69 festival was huge.
The challenges of staging something like that are enormous. To build a big stage, to have a decent sound system that can cover 30 or 40,000 people in the park. You've got 6 consecutive weekends with major artists. But in that era, artists, and particularly artist managers and booking agents, none of them were the least bit interested in these kinds of events. They were risky because they were afraid they wouldn't get paid, because who's Tony Lawrence? I would think the biggest challenge was convincing them that this is A, legit, B, it's secure, you'll get paid. Yes, the city's really doing it. Yes, there'll be security, you'll be safe.
It was our understanding that the police was not going to be security for the Harlem Culture Festival. So the Black Panthers were there on point to be doing security. My job was to make sure that the backstage was good. We had some members dressed in regular clothing and some members in uniform. But eventually the police were there, but we wasn't going to take any chances.
Really, the biggest challenge was just having enough cash to do it right. But not only did Tony get the city behind it, Maxwell House put up a bunch of money.
The Harlem Cultural Festival is being brought to you by Maxwell House Soul Coffee.
Man found it first in the humid highlands of Kenya and in the misty plateaus of Abyssinia. Little brown bean. And at the heart of Instant Maxwell House is the little brown bean from the rich, moist soil on the misty slopes of Africa.
General Fields called me up to do a television special. We knew we cannot let this enormous array of talent be taped. We must record it. There was no budget, no money, no lights. So the stage had to face west because it had to use the
This was a high visibility undertaking and would be an embarrassment if it didn't work. Yeah, so Tony had to have had somebody to vouch for him.
At this time, we would like to introduce a young man who is leading one of the greatest heights in the world for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, our blue-eyed soul brother, the mayor of New York City, Mayor John B. Lindsay.
That somebody was John Lindsay.
John Lindsay was the Republican mayor in New York, but a liberal Republican. Tall, lanky, charismatic. He was popular among blacks. He seemed to not be in any way uncomfortable around black people.
If you take the train with me uptown
Lindsay would go to the black community frequently and advocate anti-poverty programs.
He made it possible for us 16-year-olds to get our first jobs. He just was so chill.
Lindsay was a qualified man. When we had the riots when they killed King, he was there in it, right on the street.
The community of Harlem wants to be safe. You want to give a walk told down the street.
In '69, Lindsay ran for re-election.
You're a bumbling thing! I'll say damn fix! He energized the blacks, the Puerto Ricans, and some of the Jews. I simply want to express my appreciation to the Harlem community for this glorious festival. This great concert could not possibly be and would not be without the inspiration and the support and the energy of this great community of our city of New York.
The mayor was going to say he's got the whole world in his hands with me. Next week, I think him and I are going to knock on wood together. All right, we're going to truly make him a soul brother, okay?
Channel 4 film, sponsored by Hyundai.
Get up in a tight spot with Park Assist Pro. The new Volkswagen Touareg. Whether you're relaxing after a long day or prepping for that all-important meeting, rest easy at over 800 locations. Only available at premierin.com.
At NFU Mutual, our quality car insurance can be relied on. You can claim with confidence as we pay out on 99% of claims with no quibble. And you don't lose your low discount if you're hit by an uninsured driver. You're covered if you break down, plus we reward loyalty by giving a saving on your renewal. We do all this so you can enjoy the more important things. For quality car insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
Your humble postcode could do something extraordinary. In November's draws, your postcode could bring you and your neighbours a share of £3.2 million. So that adventure of a lifetime you thought may never happen could become the experience you remember forever. Sign up before midnight this Thursday and see what extraordinary things your postcode can do.
Aldi's Super 6 for just 49p. Save a wedge on your fresh fruit and veg. In store now.
They can keep their eye on money. Our club's got something money. I've read the news. Been bought by an oil baron. Who's rich? Lots of money. Oil money. Oil money. Transfer money. You cannot ever be the title.
Well, those things there, too. And here's one for you. If one leg of your boat builder lets you down, get a free bet. Honey Power. Adventure with a capital A. Avengers Campus at Disneyland Paris. Enjoy a family break for £122 per person per night. Book now at DisneylandParis.com.
Domino's price list. Small pizzas now £8, medium now £10, and large now £12. A great deal whichever way you slice it.
Hello, darlings. I'm Taylor. Futuristic scooters, old school website. Relax, web upgrades, I own you. Better design, e-commerce, and smart AI. Now you're fit for the future. I scoot off now. Your digital partner, Ionos.
Spread some happiness at breakfast. Tasty on toast. Perfect on pancakes. Nutella goes with waffles. And surprises. It's made with quality ingredients, like roasted hazelnuts and cocoa. So whatever you have for breakfast, it'll be a happy one.
I'm their gladiator. I was quitting, not until I tried everything. Everything. It's done.
You don't tell me what to do in the Oval Office.
Sorry.
starring Kerry Washington.
You're being stupid about this.
I have many things stupid is not one of them.
The award-winning drama Scandal on Channel 4. Stream all episodes free now. Channel 4 Film. Sponsored by Hyundai.
I was a little kid. I remember being with my family, walking around the park, and as far as I could see, it was just Black people. This was the first time I'd ever seen so many of us. It was incredible. Families, fathers, mothers, kids running around. I was one of those kids. Beautiful, beautiful women, beautiful men. It was like seeing royalty. Around the park, people were selling food. Mom was cooking. She had her grill, chicken, mac and cheese, babies and greens, lemonade, Kool-Aid, selling beer, selling headbands, sweatbands, and balloons. I remember that distinctly. It smelled like apple sheen and chicken. Growing up in Harlem, if you went to places like that, you went to movies. Mom fried some chicken, she put it in the foil, and you took it with you. We brought everything to the park. You know, the Black kids, the Vaseline for the knees. It was the ultimate Black barbecue. And then you start to hear music. There's someone speaking. And you knew it was something bigger. I remember watching The Fifth Dimension. Their outfits were orange, but it was orange like, you know, remember the creamsicles? I thought they were a little extreme. I remember looking at she was so beautiful that I was just like, of course she's more beautiful than I was. Yeah, she's not I guess.
We were so excited about performing in Harlem.
It's the first time. When we first hit, we came out of the box right into the pop joint. We were a group that just came together as friends from St. Louis, Missouri.
We wanted to sing R&B, pop, we wanted to have jazz influence in there.
But everybody thought we were a white act. Until they saw pictures of the group, and then they saw these Black folks in this balloon. They said, wait a minute, that's not what we expected, you know. But yet and still, here we come, you know. Back then, music was secondary. Pop groups wasn't playing Black music, Black groups wasn't playing pop music. And so we were caught in the middle.
And you can tell
Yes, that. Not £33.60, just £5.50. £5.50. I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh my God, that's great. I have 4 of those, and that's what I got.
Gentleman gets in, I had advised my wallet, calls me at the hotel. I went over to get it, offered him some money. He didn't want no money. So I said, okay, I'll invite you over to the Americana to see our show. After the show, we went backstage and he said, since you were so nice, I'd like to invite you to see our show. I said, what show have you got? You know, he said, he was one of the producers of Hell. Can you believe that? And we got in that day. And we heard blew us out of our chairs.
During the intermission, we got together and said, we have to record that song. It's a hit. It's a hit. So we called Bones Howell, our producer, and he said, I've got an idea. We'll take Aquarius and we'll put it together with Let the Sun Shine In.
That was the biggest record of 1969.
Billy made all those wonderful gospel licks in his ad-libs. Our producer said, okay, Billy, take it to church. And Billy knew exactly what to do because Billy sang gospel in his teen years.
You know, the 50 Mission, we travel all over the world. And our main purpose for traveling is just to bring and spread a little love. Ain't nothing wrong with that, is it?
We were constantly being attacked because we weren't quote-unquote black enough. Sometimes we were called the black group with the white sound, and we didn't like that. We happened to be artists who are black, and our voices sound the way they sound. And how do you color? That used to be one of our questions. How do you color a sound? That was one of the reasons why performing in Harlem was so important to us. Because we wanted our people to know what we were about. And we were hoping that they would receive us. We were so happy to be there.
Yeah. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave her. Let's just be clear. After the show, these kids came backstage, and it was so unexpected. It was my cousins. It was Ruth, Cheryl, and Maurice. And I'm saying to them, what are you guys doing here? And they said, well, we're singing with the Edwin Hawkins singers, which was on the festival that year. And Edwin Hawkins was hot, you know.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Yes.
Everybody was singing that.
When Jesus when Jesus you must go my sin. Oh, that's a good God. Oh, yes. You read about yourself. Does the light shine on you? The way our friends are talking, your heart that hit a word. You were the first person here, and the last man on the earth. Does the light shine on you? Who are you to ask for anything else? The thing you should be asking is for help. You like a light shine on you. Let it shine on you. Person here, and the last man on the earth. Radio 1's Power Down playlist with Sean and Larry.
Hello, mate. One for a little chat. How you doing? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I'm doing alright. It was a strange year, wasn't it? But seems like things are getting better now. You know, I'd be lying if I say I didn't have a few rough days where I just didn't feel like myself. And this feeling of, don't know when this is gonna end, but you just get through it, don't you? You just get through it. And things do change. I mean, look where we are. It finally feels like things are getting better now. It finally feels like things are getting better now. I mean, look where we are. It finally feels like things are getting better now.
Irish producer Embers delivering beautiful electronica with Left You a voice note, plus Tom Ashbrook too, a tune I've enjoyed playing on The Chiller Show called Nocturne 3. Now you can always grab today's tracklist on BBC Sounds or take me with you wherever you are on the app. And I leave you for now with producer Catching Flies. This is Halo.
Um, um,
It's Monday night. It's 11 p.m. It's time for rock, metal, hardcore, and everything in between. This is the Radio 1 Rock Show with Daniel P. Carter. Everything that I see, that girl, pretty reflection, lose my games. That gets me dead. Waiting around to lose sometimes. Trying to make one leave your mind. What are you gonna do? Come here, do you wanna come get with me? Girlfriend, you know you have to take those hips like a devil's house. You hate it all night, 'cause now I want you. Ain't got a chance, here we go. I got you. It's the Radio 1 Rock Show. This show may contain swears and heavy content. You have been warned.
How's it going? You're listening to the Radio 1 Rock Show. Me, Daniel P. Carter. Just then, Bring 182, Dance With Me from the album One More Time, which comes out Friday. Found it currently out on tour around the UK, playing in Manchester tonight. I got to see a couple of the London shows last week. It's incredible to see the band back together. On tonight's show, over the next 2 hours, I got Tune of the Week from Spiritual Cramp, start to finish with Creeper. Got a world exclusive from Alkaline Trio, and then tracks from Paramore, Yule, Pixies. This is Bring Me the Horizon, Dark Side.
Sinking under, think my angels falling. Secrets pondered, busters keep the dozen. Intentional calls for beating, bring on the nights back to weekend. Say you're gonna do some pleasing. Your heart starts beating. My dark side wants to be. My heart keeps breaking. It's over. Hey, let me out your side. Can't trust myself tonight. My heart keeps breaking. Can't stop me. Can't trust myself tonight. Can't trust myself tonight. Can't trust myself. Can you tell me off again?
Brand new Bring Me the Horizon, track is Dark Side, follows on from Lost and Amen. Previously Next Gen singles Die For You and Strangers. No further news on the forthcoming album. The band are about to embark on a massive tour around Asia, playing Next Fest, which is a festival that they've created themselves. Baby Metal, Youngblood, I Prevail, etc. Dates in April around Australia with Sleep Token, Omega, Suffer and Dane. But before that, touring the UK and Ireland in January. Kicking things off in Cardiff on the 9th, finishing up on the 23rd in Dublin. This is Mike Shinoda, Already Over.
right just to know what you did. Maybe it's just survival, optimistic, but blind. Maybe it's just denial. I decided to lie, but it's already over, and I don't even know. Looking for a window that I already closed. No matter how much I want it, how bad I'm trying, nothing's there on the other side. It's already over. In between places, somewhere the signal won't work. Hoping you could be nameless, washed off to the edge of the earth. Maybe just entitled, unaware of your crime. Maybe it's just denial, out of sight and of mind. But it's already over, and I don't even know. Looking for a window that I already closed. No matter how much I want it, how bad I'm trying, nothing's there on the other side. It's already over. Maybe it's just denial, out of sight, out of mind. It's already over, and I don't even know. Looking for a window that I already closed. No matter how much I want it, how bad I'm trying, nothing's there on the other side. Over, and I don't even know. Looking for a window that I already closed. No matter how much I want it, how bad I'm trying, nothing's there on the other side. Much I want it, how bad I'm trying, nothing's there on the other side. It's already over. Song is so good. Radio 1's rock show.
Actually, it was my voice.
Killing my time in the dark inside. It's a race to death for me. Trying to unwind while I lose my mind. I got no place to be. Sunshine that would finally show. I might die if I stay in this cold. And I finally admit it, I gotta be committed to let this story unfold. I hear angels calling my name and I better listen before I implode. I don't care for a minute, if no one's gonna get it, let's just sell it our soul.
That was Beartooth, Sunshine. New album, The Surface, came out on Friday. This is the Beartooth era focusing on optimism and honesty. Frontman Caleb says Sunshine's about a lot of things, the most obvious being seasonal depression. This song's about moving on from the dark place I was in during 2020, 2021. And at the end of the day, life should be enjoyed, and a Beartooth song doesn't always have to be miserable. Always. Apparently going to be touring US, North America from January, back in Europe, not until October though. Record is a banger. Speaking of bangers, Paramore dropped the remix album last Friday. No, it was Friday before, wasn't it? 11 remixes, also a demo. Artists such as Folds, Wet Legs, Zane Lowe, Linda Linders have all reworked tunes. Alex played the Linda Linders remix of The News last week on the show when she filled in for me. I was away in the US at Aftershock Festival, seeing many bands. So good. Big ups. The art for the album, Marie, This Is Why, was inspired by a piece by artist Marlene Muss. They originally wanted to use it for the, I think the proper version of This Is Why, but only managed to get permission recently. This track that I'm going to play has been reworked by Juliet Baker, Tennessee-based songwriter and musician, also a member of Boy Genius, with Lucy Dacus and Phoebe Bridges, who we've played on the show previously. I think they just put out a new EP as well, which is ace. Paramore, Julian Baker, Big Skull. Next 3 songs. Just wait.
I am a magnet for broken pieces. I am attracted to broken people. I pick them up and all my fingers bleeding, and it looks like it looks like I'm caught red-handed. Rotting in your bed when was the last time you were fed enough love, but instead you pretend like you are dead. Now how many cycles we see? Like death of royalty, lighting up the flash of your eye, of your own. Daddy, cry like a baby. Angel cries and cries and cries. Angel cries and cries and cries. Oh, sweetness, gentle, kinder, mental, black heart, black sky. Angel cries and cries
Stop. That was Yule with Daisies from their latest album Soft Scars, which came out late last month. Before that, Paramore, reworked by Julian Baker. Track is Thick Skull. Both of which I feel are distantly related to this 1988 classic from Pixies, Where's My Mind?
Where is my mind? Where is my mind?
That's Pixies, Where's My Mind? Banger. Still to come on tonight's show, start to finish, Will and Ian from Creeper talking about the new album Sanguivore. And in a couple of tracks' time, this week's tune of the week from Spiritual Crown. Title track of the EP, Natural Causes.
Radio 1's rock show, punching calm and reasonable in the neck.
Previous tune of the week on the show, Bad Nerves USA. Finally going to be supporting the darkness around the UK in December. That was Bad Nerves USA. Previous tune of the week on the show. Love that band. This week's tune of the week. San Francisco punk band Spiritual Cramp. I feel somewhat distant cousins yet again. Things are all tying up together nicely on tonight's show. Definitely in the same kind of mindset as Bad Nerves. The band's self-titled debut album's out just over a couple of weeks on the 3rd of November. This December, the band are going to be touring the UK and Ireland with Military Gun. Starts on the 3rd in Bristol, ends up on the 10th in Dublin. Military Gun and Spiritual Cramp together is going to be quite the tour. This week's tune of the week. Better Off This Way.
Tune of the week! Tune of the week!
Spiritual cranberry off this way. Last week's tune of the week. Oh no, a week before last. My bad. Alex was in last week. Up and away, innit? Huge fan of Chelsea Wolfe. Been supporting her on the show for a minute. First track to make its way out. Presumably more new music coming. This is Dusk. Chelsea Wolfe.
Seas confined through the shadows still awaits cracked and fractured held in new and broken and
Chelsea Wolfe, Dusk, a previous Rockets record, track of the week, tune of the week. Oh my goodness, what am I saying? We're going to now have start to finish with Ian and Will from Creeper, and then after that, world exclusive from Alkaline Trio. Brand new tune from them. But Creeper have just put out their brand new album, and they came in the studio to talk about it the other day. Check it out.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Please introduce yourselves for the microphones.
My name is Will. My name is Ian.
And we are Creeper. Thank you. And we're here today to talk
Gathered here today.
Yeah. So we've got a feature called Start to Finish, where we delve into a new record from an artist, where we talk about the opening track and the closing track, and also some of the middle. So here's essentially what we're going to be doing.
I like it.
And I feel that of all the records we could do that to, your new record, Sanguivore, would fit this particularly well because, without getting too much into what we're about to discuss, the way the record is bookended is so dramatic and epic.
I was going to point out that Dan is the first person I've spoken to this week. I've done a lot of interviews this week who can pronounce in one go.
Let's talk about the concept first, because every time we do an interview about one of your new records, this is one of the things we get into. But one of the things that I admire about you as artists is that you really, really go the distance as far as each thing has such an overarching massive narrative that takes in and is expressed through the aesthetics of what the record is, right? And this one is there's no difference here. You've continued that trend, and I think it's massive. So let's start with the overarching narrative.
Okay, so this time around, we had the idea of this particular story and this particular album theme for a long time. The third record was always going to be a vampire concept record. It was always going to be this darker record, because the last one obviously was very bright in its hue and in terms of its influence as well. Even though it was born out of quite a dark time, the narrative itself is around a group of vampires called the Ghost Brigade. The Ghost Brigade are represented by the Pax Solar jacket. This is the emblem. Yours is on the other side, I believe. It is. So the Ghost Brigade exists in their own realm, and in amongst that group sits Spook and Mercy. So Spook and Mercy, although they seem across the record like they're in love, I've been asked about that quite a lot. That's not their relationship at all. Mercy is is a teenage-looking vampire who's actually a lot older than the rest of them. She is the most vicious vampire of the group and rules the group, and is the mentor for a lot of the group as well. Spook is kind of a person in his late 20s, another vampire who she's turned, and even though he looks older than her, he's actually lots younger than her.
Yeah.
So the course of the record kind of shows them using Love's Led Astray, for example, is about her teaching him how to attract potential partners in to kill them and eat them and make them into food. Across the entirety of the record is about the atrocities that Mercy commits. Obviously, the Ballad of Spook and Mercy just shows just how violent Mercy as a character That's is. like the highlight reel of her violence, isn't it? Yeah, and it's kind of expressing exactly that. And over the course of it is Spook kind of repenting and realizing the horrors that they've become, and trying to persuade Mercy to walk into the light and to try and remember what it is to be a human being and to be human. And then Black Heaven, along the end, shows them having a complete dialogue by the end of that song, leading into More Than Death, when they both agree to kind of be strapped together. And you'll see in this new video we're making at the moment, to a cross, and then as the sun comes up and they hit themselves, they die in a very brutal, violent death for the great good.
It's strangely romantic.
Yes, exactly. Only you would say that as well. So to come to the King of Darkness here at Pieces Radio 1.
Yeah.
The very first song explores Spook in Further Than Forever. It explores Spook's sexuality in its very infancy, and then him becoming, her taking him in the very, very first song.
It's the Radio 1 Rock Show.
Further than forever, deeper than a dream. I was the night, you the terrifying light, and our kiss could end your life.
Divine intervention won't save us from life.
Under a Miami getting go, couldn't go well with one look. She'll drink the blood and drag you from the light. Miami getting go, couldn't go well with one look. She'll drink the blood and drag you from the light.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh what the fuck.
Let's talk about the making of the record a bit as well, because there's a bunch of things that I really wanted to talk about. One of which is the fact that you have seemed to like it, and this is, please don't take this as any kind of backhanded thing where as if in the past you weren't this, but you've kind of stepped into this role as this fully fledged like lead guitarist, in the sense that there's these moments where now it's just because the music is so triumphant and epic. There's certain points where you get to a part of the song and you're like, surely now, and then you step forward and it happens. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think the core principle with Creeper when it comes to songwriting is always right for the song. Like what's suitable for the song, whether it's a big soaring like vocal melody, or like this area's the part where the harmony is the strongest point, or this is where the guitar comes in. But it's just up until this point we haven't really been like a riff band, you know. So we've come to this point where we've decided what music we want to lean into on this record.
Yeah.
And it just so happens that I love guitar riffs and I love guitar solos.
Yeah.
And I was brought up on Metallica, and
you can hear that there's one particular moment which let's talk about it now while we're here. So as we were going to go through certain songs, there's one in particular that I wanted to talk about, which is actually the Ballad of Spook and Mercy, because for me it's like it's Nothing Else Matters. If Nothing Else Matters was on Murder Ballads.
That's on the that right? Is, and I love that. That needs to be quoted everywhere.
There's this moment where you just like, it's the song.
Oh, thanks, dude.
The harpsichord.
The harpsichord. It's really funny. I mentioned this earlier on. Is that solo in the middle section of that song? I was actually writing ages ago for another project that I wanted to do like a Metallica-esque band, and that was
Steel Tiger.
Yeah. It was like apart from the middle of one of those songs, and I think I started streaming for a little bit online. Sorry, my mind is going like this.
That's okay.
And I wrote a bunch of like music for the back of my stream, just like background music. And I think some people might even recognize part of that from my stream music.
Yeah.
But when Spook and Mercy came together, it just slotted right on in there. It was perfect.
That's because these things are literally waiting to find their home.
But yeah, it's just perfect. I feel like we've really hit this perfect moment of like molding of music and ideology, and everything's just come together.
It's so cool seeing you step into that world too. I think, like, you know, we spoke about a bunch of, even off air, like we spoke a bunch about the way the universe works sometimes and how things can fall into place. And I think with this one, it's really interesting because it kind of feels like people are working at its optimum rate, and all these parts you've had in the past that perhaps didn't seem to make much sense, all found a place to land and out of nowhere. So us going, for me and Ian listening to Danzig 2 over and over and over again, and going, God, we've never written anything like this before. And then Ian going, I could probably do something like that, you know. And I've been like, oh great, let's see where it goes, or whatever. And then Ian come to me for the first time. Normally we'd sit down together and I'd write with him, and my top line would inform where the chords led.
Yeah.
But a song like Teenage Sacrifice or something like that, Ian just came with a riff, and it's the first time I've been like, I don't know what to do to this, you know, because I've never written like that.
Yeah.
So it forces us into uncomfortable territory. Ian already had a lot of material from the past, and because we'd never done any of the stuff, we never did a riffy bad stuff, even though Ian was always loved it. Ian had this backload of stuff, all this really brilliant gold in his arsenal that he's been working on for a long time. So it was the perfect time. So it seems like it was easy, I guess. Like at times to me, I was like, oh, he's just coming up with this out of the air. But it was almost like,
no, I've got years and years and years of this, and he's been waiting to find it out.
That's right. Yeah.
Literally, since I was a teenager, sitting and listening to Metallica, and I always thought in my head the best way to learn is to try and recreate it.
Yeah.
You know, like when you're younger and you're recording a radio station on your little like cassette.
It's all about that, isn't it?
So there's just a whole back catalogue there.
And at 10 o'clock, the young girl will wake up, and she might come hunting for you. Sleep well, my darling, if you sleep alone. The dark days are coming.
Oh my God. Oh, let's see. Oh, fuck it. Oh, man. It's Tuesday. I've got 7 days before I get paid. Fucking 7 days, for fuck's sake. Oh my god. I'm pulling the ring today. £3 grams. Fucking 89 quid, we're joking, yeah? That's a joke. Waste of time looking at fucking gold. That's pretty cool. $6.99 for a big dude. Dressing gown. 5XL. Yeah. Ended in 5 days. 5 days. Fucking hell. That's crazy. I'm already watching it, yeah. Oh man. I'll back down for 5 minutes, okay. I should go to bed. really.
Trying to tell that little woman to believe in me. I'm not gonna keep the faith, baby. You know I went to a house on a Sunday afternoon. I took one look at that woman's face. I told her everything was blue. She said she had a call. So what you do? They told her bad things about me. Things I knew just couldn't be true. I told her to
Y'all be cool for me. Hey. Fellas. Silence.
Stevie, I mean, there ain't on my clothes to stand up, but you got your hands on my clothes to do. Hey, man, take your hands off my clothes. Man, take your hands off.
What you mean your clothes? I bought them.
Transform your world.
There's a toppage.
Pampers, an army proof or your money back. The simple truth is, when you find a cleanser that works, you keep coming back to it.
60.
What's the reason? Because I don't know anything about you.
You don't need to sit here. Shut the fuck up. Don't speak to my shit. Tell I was actually the reason. So don't say because I'm taking them out. Tell the reason you fucking take them out. Shut the fuck up. Speak to my shit. I'm sick of it. You're not fucking.
A lot of the time, they'll accuse you of talking down to them or patronising them. That's not me. I don't do that. I will always try and treat people that come in as human beings. And actually, in the long run, you potentially can get more out of them.
I know it's not an excuse. I'm trying the hardest to keep calm.
While Vicky tries to defuse the situation, Jason begins to work out why the woman has been arrested.
Anyway, how are you, Brett? I'm not bad, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Your birthday today? 50.
Never.
It's your birthday as well.
It's her birthday. Is that what she... Oh, we're kindred spirits. Okay, time of arrest.
1934.
And the offence?
18 assault.
Police responded to a 999 call from the woman's address.
Emergency.
We've got a stuffing for you.
Is the person who's strapped still there?
Unfortunately, we don't know at the moment.
The injured man has left the scene, leaving the woman as a potential suspect. Unconvinced by her story and threatened by her behaviour, the police decided to arrest her.
When the police told me I was getting arrested, I was not scared as well as freaked out.
You've got anxiety's gone through up here, hasn't it? Yeah. So if we get your cuffs off, mood swings are a constant thing in here. People come in volatile, aggressive, shouting, bawling, kicking off, and then 2 minutes later they're so calm. But it can go the other way as well. That went well. I will always try and empathise with people. Just makes it a little bit more difficult to empathise with them when they're shouting at you.
While she's left alone to calm down, Detention Officer Sarah tries to lighten the mood on Jason's birthday.
Detention Officer Angry Dog.
I thought it was Sue.
I like the job. She's going to hate you.
No 2 days are the same.
She's my stress ball.
It has its ups and downs as well. It has its bad sides to it. And then she turns into that. Look.
Now it's definitely Angry Dory. Look.
You get to know everybody on such a personal level because you spend more time with your colleagues than what you do with your own family.
I think you've got an extra member of staff. It's probably more useful than a lot of the other ones. Keep your gob shut, Sarah. The fun you can have with a rubber glove. I need to crack it in, don't I?
Hi guys, it's Paul, please.
The man has returned from hospital after a bag of drugs was removed from inside his body.
It was found out that it was a Subutex, which is a substance that's given for heroin withdrawal. It's a Class C drug. He was arrested and charged with various offences, including possession of that drug.
The custody team needs to make sure that the man hasn't taken anything from the hospital that could be used as a weapon.
We can't guarantee that you've not got anything else there. The handcuffs are going to stay on, but they'll go to the front.
Maybe he thought he was going to get away without a strip search, and his demeanour's just changed. So that instantly arouses your suspicion.
Just 3 weeks and we'll be in England.
What if England don't like me?
It's too far to swim back now.
Wouldn't know decent accommodation if the car like you left no sport.
Mum and Dad used to say that my British passport was a golden ticket. Some mother country.
You belong there as much as we do.
New drama, Three Little Birds, starts Sunday at 8 on ITV1 and ITVX.
We have reason to believe the attack on your husband may have been premeditated.
What? He didn't ever mention the deal he was doing for a client.
Not really.
Your husband was overseeing a transfer from
Nancy O was a possible suspect. He has motive for her husband's murder.
Miles got straight.
We're assessing a potential threat to life, so they mustn't make a move.
How did I get my money? You don't say no to me.
New drama Payback continues Wednesday at 9 on ITV1 or stream the full box set now on ITVX.
It's been a birthday to forget for Custody Sergeant Jason.
We haven't had the chance for a couple of days.
It's even better to have some nice cakes to go with it, wouldn't it?
Well, I may be able to help.
And now, a repeat offender is testing Jason's patience by resisting a body search.
I still want 2 of you out, 3 of you stay.
You do have to get hands on quite a lot. Best of all, boys. So if anyone's thinking of joining the police, you are going to be rolling around on the floor and you are going to be fighting with people.
The man finally calms down, and after a quick search, the team are confident he's clean.
He was like an angry animal. And now that everything's been sorted, he's friendly.
Yeah, shoot like that. I lost my job in the factory. It's a shit job, but I'm going to go back to jail now. I don't want to go back. Didn't intend to go back. Can't seem to break away from it.
I think it's quite sad that people are in that vicious spiral. It sounds like Grimsby is quite poor. There is a lot of unemployment, there's a lot of drug taking, there's a lot of alcohol abuse. But you've got to have an element of responsibility in your life. And clearly for me, that guy spent his life committing criminal offences, getting convicted, going to prison.
Please face forward.
We want to try and rehabilitate people. But there's only so many times you can sympathise. And when someone's committing 50, 100 offences, where do we draw the line?
In the morning, the man will be charged with assault and drug possession before being returned to prison.
Just emptying all the cells out. Getting them all nice and clean, ready for the next shift coming on. I definitely wouldn't want to stay here for the night. I would count the tiles, just something to pass the time. There you go, catch up on your sleep.
I'm experienced.
You're doing all right though, aren't you?
I'm perfectly fine.
Good. Sometimes it is like having a load of kids around you and they're at you all the time.
Have you got any questions about your detention? No? Okay. The hot chocolate was good. Okay, I shall pass it on to the chef.
The woman came into custody with a car full of belongings. It's now Sarah's job to search through it for evidence.
It's going to take forever, isn't it? It looks like they've been kicked out of where they live and all of the belongings have been shoved outside. So they're about to come here. I think it's everything that they own. 2-pack. Canvas, full of it. Bag full. Little scales.
As Sarah finishes checking the bags, the woman's assault charge is dropped, as the man at her birthday celebration has admitted to causing the injury to himself.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'll tell you what, you actually seemed like a very nice young lady last night. Whew. Yeah.
Yeah. Always I was a bit unsettled. I know I didn't do it, but I was scared, of course. A little wild scared, just miles all over. There was so many emotions.
It's all right. These things happen. We don't take it personally.
Sometimes people will come into custody and they haven't committed any offences.
I know obviously you had a drink last night. If you do struggle with alcohol and stuff like that, there are agencies out there that can help you. Okay. Yeah. Well, I was here for my birthday. So.
However, we don't know that you're innocent. So shouting and protesting isn't necessarily going to help you.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
This is the day I fly 202.
Brilliant.
As the woman's bags are prepared for her departure,
You make a great Inspector Beardy.
The custody team can finally turn their attention to Sergeant Jason's special day.
Should we have one of these? Watermelon salted lager. Oh, lovely. Oh, the little glasses as well. Sorry, I'm welling up here. My wonderful custody team have bought me some of my favourite beers and some chocolates. I can't believe you bought me this. Kaz, can we give us a kiss, big man? Thank you very much.
Working a big
Oh,
birthday isn't much fun. Working any day isn't much fun. But we spend so much time with each other, it'd be a horrible place to be if you didn't get on with the people that you work with.
Is this what we always do in custody? Buy each other presents on birthdays?
No, it's just
Because it's... Oh, brilliant. Oh, thank you.
The most important thing is having people around you that you can rely on. And I know that there's a lot of people out there that haven't got half of that. So yeah, I suppose it makes me more appreciative. Has it been a good custody birthday today?
No, it's not. It's been fucking shite so far, let's be honest. But I've got something to drink at the weekend. But really, thank you, Vic. Having been in the military and been away for most of my birthdays anyway, it's never really been a massive thing to me. But the team really made it feel special. There you go. From my custody family. Can't be bad, can it? Back to reality.
And if you or anyone you know has been affected by the issues raised in this programme, then please visit itv.com/advice for further information.
Mom,
Dad, Gran.
we need to talk about our mental health. Have you seen the news lately? What's on our mind can be the hardest subject, so ask us what's on ours.
A proper chat can help ease our stress and reduce our anxiety.
So what are you waiting for? I'm on written! It's talking.
Now, with extreme moves which should never be copied, aggressive scenes, strong language, and flashing images, it's All Elite Wrestling Dynamite.
This is without a doubt the biggest AEW Dynamite ever, Title Tuesday. And how fitting is it the first thing that you see is the biggest star in this company, the TNT champion, Christian Cage. Now, speaking of my title, there's some serious implications for it tonight. Starting off with Bryan Danielson versus Swerve Strickland for the right to be the #1 contender to face me this Saturday on Collision. Now, Swerve, if you happen to walk out victorious, that's fine by me, because you've left a bad taste in my mouth when you cost our team the match at Wembley versus Sting and Darby Allin. And Bryan Danielson, a little birdie told me that you still fancy yourself the best wrestler in the world. Well, my title says otherwise. And in the main event, my right hand of destruction, the most complete big man in the business today, Luchasaurus, is going to end the run of Adam Copeland, the rated R superstar, before it even gets started. Before that match, I might just have to walk out there in front of a live audience and elaborate on the 3 words that I left you hanging with last week.
Yes, I'm Excalibur, joined by Tony Schiavone, the human suplex machine, Charles, and we are kicking things off hot here tonight in KC.
Your opening contest is set for one fall with a 30-minute time limit. Approaching the ring from Aberdeen, Washington, weighing 197 pounds, the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
We are kicking things off tonight, Dynamite Title Tuesday, a #1 contenders match for the TNT Championship. 9 nights ago, Wrestle Dream Taz, Seattle, Washington, Bryan Danielson proved perhaps that he is the finest technical wrestler to ever walk the earth.
No doubt about it, victorious over very capable and world-renowned Zack Sabre Jr. For sure, I'm telling you right now, Danielson and then catch the victory over Kyle Fletcher in a spectacular matchup. Giovanni, he's got momentum right now as the American Dragon. Yeah, he's got people on his side too, because he thinks of it. You can see he was jumped by the Gates of Agony.
Gates of Agony, Park Mobile Embassy, alongside Swerve Strickland.
And his opponent, being accompanied by Prince Nana from Tacoma, Washington, weighing 220 pounds. Swerve Strickland.
Tony, 9 nights ago, Wrestle Dream. Bryan Danielson, Zack Sabre Jr. put on a technical masterpiece, but it was a grudge match. It was bad blood between Swerve Strickland and Hangman Adam Page at Wrestle Dream.
It was one of the best matches at Wrestle Dream. It really was. Fans that watched it would have to agree with me. And I think Swerve Strickland was really at his top of his game. And that what he had to be to get the win this Calvin.
Most certainly. I mean, Swerve Strickland, he survived the buckshot lariat, albeit with some help from Prince Nana. But at the end of the night, Taz, Swerve Strickland defeated a former AEW World Champion, Hangman Adam Page.
Yeah, that's not a small feat for sure. I mean, Hangman Adam Page, as credible can be. Strickland was on fire, and these two men had a spectacular outing for sure. What a match it was. Swerve able to capture the victory.
And now, the winner of this match will go on to Collision this Saturday. Special start, 7 p.m. start time this Saturday for Collision, where they will challenge Christian Cage for the TNT Championship. The bell has rung. We are off to the races here tonight, Dynamite Title Tuesday. And remember, the first 30 minutes plus of our broadcast will be presented to you commercial-free, courtesy of the TNT champion, Christian Cage.
Well, thanks, Christian, for that. And as you can see, we have a phenomenal match here tonight for Title Tuesday. They are ready for this matchup, ready for what we've got. Top to bottom of this 2-hour live broadcast on the doorstep of Kansas City.
2-hour plus. Remember, we got the overrun as well.
That's right.
And still to come tonight, Powerhouse Hobbs, the newest member of the Don Callis family, takes on the Ocho. Chris Jericho spilling out of what we saw happen last week on Dynamite. Ray Fenix takes on former champion, puts the AEW International Championship on the line against former champ Orange Cassidy. Jon Moxley not cleared to compete tonight. Timeless. Tony Storm is ready for her close-up tonight on Dynamite Title Tuesday. Swerve gets that shoulder up off the mat. Danielson looking for a pin here. Wardlow takes on the high-flying Matt Sydal. We saw Wardlow return to action. Just a dominant performance last week on Dynamite. Can he continue the trend tonight on Title Tuesday? Hangman Adam Page takes on the man who is in possession of MJF's AEW World Championship title belt. I'm talking about Switchblade Jay White. Plus, we will hear from the AEW World Champion MJF tonight on Dynamite Title Tuesday. Much as it's being exchanged. And stalemate here to start things off. Soraya, with AEW Women's World Championship on the line against two-time former champion Hikaru Shida. And our main event, the debut of the rated R superstar, Adam Copeland, taking on Luchasaurus here tonight. So I'm still a bit fuzzy, but I can't believe Adam Copeland here in AEW.
There's a ton of energy in this arena. There's a ton of energy in that ring right now. As you see the knee bar attempt by the American Dragon on Strickland. Strickland shoots a half Nelson and a half waist to get control of prevent the knee bar, and he successfully escapes. You notice the face that time Bryan Danielson on the break. He had a smile on his face. He loves this competition. He thrives on it. I know all the wrestlers really do, even more than most Bryan Danielson. Well, he knows, and you're right, Shivani, on that, but because it's a confidence thing. It's a confidence thing when you feel you could take someone
as far as grappling, mat control, and I feel he thinks he can do that with Strickland, and he might be able to. We'll see. But Swerve is no slouch in the technical category as well. No, the agility definitely an advantage for Swerve as he trips Danielson, and now got the arm hook crucifix pin attempt. Danielson able to kick out, and now inside cradle. Swerve tilts his weight. Danielson tilts his. Neither man with the advantage there.
And that's the key word, too, because that's what that is. When you shift your weight, you can get a 2-fall, hopefully 3-fall to win the match. Neither man could do it. Both guys evenly matched so far. Both men in the same area of Washington State, I believe. If I'm not correct on that, I think I am correct. If I'm correct, I believe I'm correct.
Brian Danielson from Aberdeen, Washington, which is a couple hours east of Seattle. Swerve from Tacoma. So you are a couple minutes south of Seattle, but then
Hold on, that south was the power break.
I'm sorry. I feel like Long Island shot stop. Danielson.
Very emotional.
Pretty soon. We got 2+ hours still to come. Danielson almost dropped their back, Swerve's neck on that top rope.
Oh, shit.
Falls over the top and Danielson boot into the joint to the.
Mr. Jones, how do you know I convinced them to let you go? You're going to go to the prison for your boyfriend? You, Mr. Jones.
How much is Stalin paying you? What's keeping you here, lying for them?
You wouldn't know the first thing about how difficult it is to report from Moscow today, would you? Wasn't it? Just a child. It is not the job of a journalist to say, "How dare you, sir?" You actually thought you could interview Stalin and make some kind of difference, didn't you?
A souvenir from my trip. Tree bark. It's all the people have left to eat. You can steal pizza.
My dear Mr. Jones, there comes a time in every man's life when he must choose a cause greater than himself, than all his miserable little ambitions put together. Perhaps someday you will. It's a shame. You would have made a fine journalist.
Oh, I guess now the sensors are going to be really busy. Just need to wait a few days.
Ada?
There he is. Jones. You look great. Good to see you. I want you to meet my newest published author. What do I call you? Claire. Gareth Jones. You won't find Claire on the bookshelf. Oh, no. You have to look for Orwell, George Orwell, after the river.
Mr. Jones needs a drink.
Well, he doesn't drink.
No, I think you're my only client who doesn't. Think I might actually get some work done. One of us must. Not a charity, man. No. Nonsense. Down and out in Paris and London would be a sensation. Never tells me you're working on a book about the Soviet Union.
So, I've been using that line for some time, I'm afraid. I do have a story. If I tell it, 6 innocent men will die.
What men? British engineers. Oh.
But if I write the story, millions of lives may be saved. I think speak the truth, regardless of the consequences.
Your duty, and it is our right to hear you. That's just common sense, isn't it?
The 6 British citizens whom I believe are innocent are being held as bargaining chips by Moscow. If we in the West fold to this blackmail, we are potentially allowing unprecedented catastrophe. The Soviet Union is not the workers' paradise. It is not the great experiment that you read about in the press. Stalin has no stunning new achievements, unless you consider killing millions of innocent people an achievement. Make no mistake. If we let him get away with this man-made famine, there will be others like him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Quite a story. Maybe the Soviets doing the best they can. Making the best decisions they can. Given the circumstances. What about the free schools? The free hospitals?
Yes, that is what it is.
More egalitarian exist. This is not perfect. We can't expect experiments take language.
An egalitarian society. It's the same system of exploitation that exists here. Only it's worse. Unimaginable. I know that's all.
Of course you do, but one has to put it in the proper context.
Listen to me. Stalin's not the man who is a kid.
Are you saying there's no hope?
Consider the source. Lloyd George's aide comes out with this now in the middle of all this business with the British engineers. It's all overblown. It's hysteria. It's like the reaction of a war.
Just at that moment, as though at a signal, the sheep burst out in tremendous bleating, 4 legs good, 2 legs better. Went on for 5 minutes without stopping. By the time the sheep had quieted down, the silence to utter any protest had passed, for the pigs had marched back into the farmhouse.
Mr. Grant is waiting for me.
Brilliant.
Gotcha. Bienvenido.
Neat. Here you go. I got some You know, if you ever decide to leave, they won't let you take more. They'll hold them here. As ransom. Along with whatever else the Queen has on you.
I thought you wanted to raise.
What will you do in the others?
But I'm going to the others. We can't make it on the breaking the 2 ends. What's being done here will transform mankind. I'll bring that chair. Aren't you the least bit concerned what they'll do to Mr. Jones? They start believing him. It's that chair there. Bring it right over here. Put it right down here. A bit closer. In all my time in Moscow, I've never heard a tale as preposterous as that of Mr. Jones. Certainly conditions are not ideal in the Soviet Union. There are still great challenges. Stalin continues his march towards modernity. March towards modernity.
Hold on, wake up.
Exaggerations of the now notorious Gareth Jones do not portray the real modern Russia where Stalin is admired and loved. And Ada Brooks. Yeah. Your passage to the future. It's an old man. It's American. The only monsters they have. You have a choice, Ada. Paul.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm strong.
Received an urgent phone call this morning from Mr. Litvinov, Commissar for Foreign Affairs. He told me some disturbing things about your unauthorized trip. I assured Mr. Litvinov that you will retract your statements to the press and clear up this matter immediately.
Or they will shoot our engineers.
That matter doesn't concern you.
They are holding us, blackmailing us to speak.
You broke serious laws in a
He wants to know the truth as much as I did.
You were released weeks ago from my employ. You no longer work for me or His Majesty's government. If you had any sense, you would do as I
I've listened so many wars that the murder of innocent people means nothing to you. How can I retract the empty villages? The orphaned children plagued by hunger. We can still do something, sir. We can still help.
Mr. Joe.
We cannot let Stalin get away with it.
What do you expect me to do exactly? Break off all ties when our economy is already on its knees? You betrayed my trust. You betrayed your country. You will retract your statements publicly without delay. You've gone too far.
I will not be silent.
They're saying you lied. They're all saying
Diplomatic crisis has erupted between the East and the West. The latest accusation comes from a young man by the name of Gareth Jones. It should be noted that Mr. Jones is a foreign advisor to David Lloyd George. The claim, Lloyd George's secretary, is that a famine relates to the Soviet Union. I spoke to various experts myself and can confirm that conditions remain difficult during the 5-year plan. But my readers will be reassured that the famine story is entirely false.
The New York Times. Your anti debunks idea, Mr. Jones. It's a shame he has to mention it was Lord George's secretary.
Lotala.
Evet.
Eva. Bana dedi.
Niçin?
You're cleverer than all of us. It's the last place I thought you would be Prime Minister right now.
Like Prime Minister of this century. Must be greedy.
I am happy to have you here. I am. Look, I promised the publisher to keep you away from foreign affairs and politics, but that does leave things like culture. Bring Gareth Jones, remember him? He's back. The legend returned.
Hold on, culture.
Yes, anything to help people forget the terrible state we're in, Maury. Now, I've got you in with me. Hope that's okay. And we should be as snug as toast. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
This just in from Moscow. The Soviet Union will release the remaining...
Should we go away, Lucifer?
No. Will be able to return home as early as next week. Kremlin officials in Washington today have much to celebrate after a series of negotiations with the White House. The United States has officially recognized the Soviet Union. American business leaders have long welcomed this move as a way to expand trade. The man credited for convincing President Roosevelt is Walter Duranty, better known to his readers as our man in Moscow.
Creatures outside look from pig to man, and from man to pig, and from pig to man again. But already it was impossible to say which was which.
You don't like me, mate. You don't like my Steve, right? But when am I out on my bus? I realize,
No rush. You planning on submitting your articles from? Yeah. Blimey. Who's here? First. William Randolph Hearst? His son was away in St. Arts. You've been away a long time. Of course. Mr. Watson. Pretty good guy. I've got to talk to him. That's a word. Dad? Dad, wait! Dad! Dad, wait! Every summer we try getting to do the person, every summer we're denied. Not this summer. I'm the assistant editor now. I have to play my cards carefully, understand? Fine. I'll interview him. You mad? Have you going to see that? You've done with your career. You're not done with Can I help you? I work for the Western Mail. As you can see, we're rather busy. I just returned from Moscow. I have a story that will run on the front of Mr. Hearst's newspapers. I suggest you talk to his newspapers. Didn't you say you write for the Western Mail? Why would you give your story to Mr. Hearst? Mr. Hearst's papers have more lawyers. I'm afraid you're present, sir. So I must ask you to leave. If you'll just give me 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you. I have my bike.
It's gone.
I left myself in through the kitchen. Mr. Hearst, believe me, I have something we want to hear. Peter! I have a story of Pulitzer making a terrible mistake. Mr. Hearst, let him be. You have 30 seconds. I just returned from Moscow. I took a train south and saw empty village after empty village.
The family story.
I saw it with my own eyes. The world is just lost among its best reporters, a man who know he tried to hide.
You think they killed him?
You thought so too.
Why did they want Paul dead?
Same reason they're discrediting me.
You're certain it was the famine story got him killed?
A journalist who worked with him confirmed.
Well, if I commission an article from you, it will be your word against the accusations. Eistedd anghofio hwn. Diolch.
Take care. I am home in Berlin. Things fall apart. I'm writing for Berliner Tageblatt again at the moment, till they shut us down. I read your article. You were right. There is only one truth. Congratulations, Gareth. Paul would be so proud. Wherever you're at, make sure to pack the bag.
His wife about 25 km away.
For days at a time, the animals had nothing to eat but chaff and mangles. Starvation seemed to stare them in the face. It was likely necessary to conceal this fact from the outside world. Emboldened by the collapse of the windmill, the human beings were inventing fleshlights, blood and fire.
A lot has changed. Let me show you why I came so far. It's him.
No good can come of this.
Do you believe in this?
I believe what I experienced.
I
There'll be people saying this cannot have happened.
I can understand why people would say that.
This is a step of team believer. It's absolutely wild. A team skeptic. It would just be that simpler to say it's a ghost. I'm Danny Robbins, and this is Uncanny. Continues Friday live on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Starting tonight's Sign Zone, now on BBC Two, with a sound we don't usually expect in the countryside.
The sound of massed pipe bands, a riot of colour, and feats of sporting prowess. The Highland Games are the biggest day of the year in towns and cities across Scotland.
Oh,
Here at the
oh God, that word.
of
The
the morning,
woman.
the Braemar gathering on Royal Deeside. Join
Oh,
me to
God.
experience the ultimate celebration in Caledonian culture.
Oh.
In the heart of the Cairngorm Mountains lies the village of Braemar. Nestled beneath the peaks where the Clwyd water meets the River Dee, this place is transformed every September. As visitors arrive from around the world for the annual Braemar Gathering, held at the Princess Royal Duke of Fife Memorial Park. Ever since I moved to Scotland, I've been fascinated by the history and the culture. For many people, coming to the Games is a rite of passage and a chance to reconnect with their roots. For locals, it's a place to indulge in traditions and time to celebrate their community, all alongside some very famous competitions. I love the Highland Games, and visiting Braemar today fulfills a long-standing ambition. Today, I'll be taking a Scottish history lesson via the medium of dance.
The history of the sword dance dates back almost 1,000 years.
Okay.
Well, some say that it dates back to King Malcolm Canmore when he defeated one of Macbeth's chiefs in battle, and he took the sword and danced over it as a victorious dance.
I'll be finding out about the origins of the gathering and its enduring royal connections.
One of my duties as secretary was always the major trophies.
Yes.
I took them up to Her Majesty.
Yes.
She presented them to the competitors who won.
And I'll be meeting the military teams slugging it out in the tug of war. The coach is giving last little pep talks, and you can see their faces. They're all focused, ready to go. Let's go! Plus, we'll be taking a Highland fling across the Countryfile archives, including when Charlotte learned to toss the cable. Wibble, 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 wibble.
Oh, that's the worst one. Don't look.
In its modern form, the Braemar Gathering has been held here for almost 200 years, proudly organised within the local community. Hello, Willie. How you doing? Very well. Willie Meston is a former secretary of the Braemar Royal Highland Society, who's attended every gathering since 1963. Now honorary vice president, he's immersed in the event's history. Willie, what a fantastic day.
It's a marvellous gathering day. You know, we always hope for a nice day. You've got the whole year's preparation, and that's what you hope for.
Is it always like this?
No. The first 13 years I was actually secretary of the gathering, it rained at some point every gathering day.
How long have you been involved with the game?
My first role was selling seat tickets, and I did that for 3 years, and then I was actually the gathering secretary for 37 years. Retired in 2015 and became honorary vice president. I would have been maybe 17 when I got to the first gathering. I haven't missed one since then, but, you know, yeah.
Fantastic. Correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone who competes here wants to compete at the Great Mark Gathering.
Marks the end of the European Games league season.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about.
What we're about to do over by the heavies area. Very much a culmination of the whole season. It's the last games in the Grampian Games circuit.
Right.
The trophies for the best heavyweights, dancers, pipers, runners, everything is presented today. And they accumulate points during the season, and the winners get their points today.
So if you lose in a particular game, it's not the end all of it all. You can still win it here.
That's correct.
Local historians believe there has been a gathering of one sort or another at Braemar since the days of King Malcolm III, over 900 years ago. In 1848, Queen Victoria attended the gathering on her first ever holiday at Balmoral, beginning a long-lasting
Nescafe.
of royal patronage.
Their Majesties the King and Queen, on the 100th anniversary of the occasion when Queen Victoria first brought royal patronage to the game.
Now you've got a picture here that you brought to show me. Who have we got here?
All I've got is pies. Chicken and pies. This is it. I mean, I've got my little bits of bread and have a little sandwich. I think it's got to be a pie.
To the family commemorating 100 years of the royal involvement with the event.
It's an important thing that the royals get involved, isn't it?
Very much so. It's very good for the whole area.
What else have you got? Who's this? Who's this
unfortunately, that's
strapping, handsome man next to her?
It's one of me in days of yore. One of my duties as secretary was always the major trophies.
Yes.
I took them up to Her Majesty.
Yes.
She presented them to the competitors who won the events.
What was the late Queen like when you met her?
Absolutely tremendous. She was very much, she tried to put you at ease. I mean, I was very nervous, but she certainly tried to make you relax as much as possible.
Absolutely. I hear she was very knowledgeable about the games.
Very knowledgeable about the games and anything in the immediate area.
Yeah.
She had a great knowledge of the local people and a great interest in the local people.
Absolutely. That's wonderful.
The royal connection endures to this day. Later, the games will be welcoming King Charles and Queen Camilla.
In over 50 years of coming to the gatherings, what's the most favourite thing you look forward to seeing?
I look forward to the mass bands.
Really?
When they come into the arena, I think makes your hair stand in the back of your neck. You know, it's something really special. Makes you very proud to be a Scot.
From Highland dancing to athletics, the games are a serious competition, but perhaps the most anticipated of them all are the heavies.
With a new ground and Scottish record of 52 feet 1.5 inches, Jeff Bates.
8 throwing challenges involving feats of strength, including the hammer throw and tossing the cable. Retired QC Jack Davidson is a historian of these famous Scottish field sports.
One of my favourite events in the Highland Games is the heavies, but I don't know much about it. Where does it all originate from?
Well, I think there are different schools of thought, but certainly one possible source is that in the years gone by, when the clan system existed in Scotland, they were always warring against each other. So the clan chief used to organise gatherings. The outcome of these sports would determine which clan member, as a result of being the fastest runner, got to become a messenger, for example, and maybe the strongest man at throwing the weight or the caber would become the bodyguard, and so on and so forth. And it was a celebration of that culture as well.
Now, I must admit, one of my favourite things to watch in any games is tossing the caber. But where does that come from?
Well, nobody knows the answer. It's the short answer to that. There are different theories.
To a mere Englishman, tossing the caber sounds the wildest and most fascinating of Scottish sports. This is the caber, a tree trunk, some 20 feet long. It has to be picked up and tossed right over to win.
One of the theories is that back in the day when people were working in the woods and felling trees in order to float them down the River Dee. That's one theory. Another theory is that apparently in Gaelic, the word for a rafter in a roof is cabba. Cabba. So that's another theory, that in the course of construction of cottages, when rafters were being put in, the workmen would amuse themselves in their off moments by throwing these cabbers. But the short answer is nobody really knows for sure, which is very interesting.
And now this is how it should be done.
It's a difficult thing to balance correctly, especially there's a bit of a breeze.
Yeah.
So, and you've got to combine that with running appropriately and turning it at the right time. So it's a skill as well as a strength exercise.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
That's all.
No Highland Games would be complete without the caber toss. But how do you create the perfect caber? Back in 2018, Charlotte found out on a visit to the Perthshire town of Crieff.
There's long been a link between the land and traditional sports here in Scotland. I've come to the Drummond estate in search of the perfect tree. Now, there are a lot of trees on this estate, but only one is worthy of becoming the new caber to be tossed at this year's Highland Games.
To find the raw materials for this year's new caber, I'm heading beyond the castle gardens and into the forest with Ian Stewart, the chairman of the Crieff Highland Gathering.
Ian, tell me about the games. Because a lot of the things that happen in Highland Games are actually to do with the land, aren't they? It all comes from nature.
Exactly. It's all about this. As far as the cable's concerned, it's all about a tree. We tend to use a Scots pine, and every year it's always a Scots pine.
And that brings us to why we're here, because you're in need of a new caber.
We are. We've always been at the forefront at Crieff of new ideas for the game circuit. But we developed back in 1994 what we term a challenge caber, longer, heavier. And of course, it carried with it the biggest caber prize in the world of £1,000.
But only the top 3 heavyweight champions are allowed to try their luck with it.
That prize remained unclaimed until last year when our Scottish heavyweight champion, Scott Ryder, managed the perfect throw. And of course, that's why we're here today, is that we feel a new tree,
I'm actually waking up. I can't believe it.
and heavier still will be the challenge.
That pie helped. It woke me up.
The more challenging challenge caber is forester Norman O'Neill. David Taylor's the joiner who will turn it from trunk to caber. They're also both directors of the Crieff Gathering, so they know what they're looking for.
So Norman, why this one? What makes this tree cabery?
The old challenge cable is 22 feet and 8 inches. So what we're looking for here is to start off with trying to identify one that's 22 feet long.
The last one was a challenge. This is going to be a bigger challenge. No question.
And that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
Dave, you're going to turn the tree into a caber.
We're going to take probably a good 1.5 off this, so it'll come down to about 8.5 inches at the heavy end, and it'll be tapered up to 3.5 inches at the light end, which is the end of what the guys have in their hands.
So all we've got to do now is spell it.
That's it. Yeah.
Let's go stand somewhere else.
Oh, I mean, that cheap tobacco's going to be all right. You know what I mean? Tobacco is £33 a packet. Like, fucking hell.
A caber is nothing in comparison with tossing it.
I'm going to be in trouble. I'm going to be like smoking in a packet, and I'm like, I've got to get another packet. It's like £33 a packet. Oh, fuck's sake. So I've got some yesterday off someone.
My eyes drawn to this little tiddly one here. What's that?
£5.50. So I got 4 packets. I'm like, yeah, do me. But I just hope I can smoke it. But right, I'm sure it'll be right.
Fantastic, that's one of the most technique, skill, and timing.
I mean, if I'm trying to smoke, I mean.
Run on a straight line again. Flick it end over end.
Well, I'm smoking all the time, so the problem is, I mean, if I bought this stuff that's cheap and it's not so easy to smoke, maybe that's probably a good thing, really.
Surprisingly, not bad for a first attempt.
So miraculously, that's landed pointing that way. Does that matter?
That's perfect, yeah. What you do is toss it in an imaginary clock face. So perfect. Full clock is straight away from you, and that's perfect. But what you do is you push it aside a little bit, you'll judge it, and when it's past, or 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Yep. Comfortable. You run forward. Wibble, 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 wibble. Spot on. Perfect. Oh.
That's the word. Don't look.
Despite that one,
No.
I'm feeling brave or foolish enough to challenge David.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first inaugural Countryfile Caber Tossing Championship.
Dressed in their judging finery, Ian
I was
David,
Golden
and
Virginia.
are back.
I wanted down belief.
I really am under.
Oh, that'd be right.
Who's in the lead currently?
Currently, you're leading at 5 past 12. David was at 7 past 12.
Yep, that's a perfect throw. Absolutely spot on.
So is that it? Game over?
No, you can still draw.
Oh.
Shit, it's only 25 past 1. I thought it was like 4 in the morning, but it's not. Oh, man.
With one perfect throw each, it's a tie.
I am ridiculously chuffed, actually.
I'm in Braemar on its biggest day of the year. Skill and power are on display all around in celebration of the Caledonian traditions. And one of the most keenly anticipated events is the Highland Dancing.
Not to be confused with Cayley's or Scottish country dancing, Highland dancing is a competitive style, normally performed to bagpipes with a vibrant scene of followers.
Competing today is 13-year-old Ailey Smith. Ailey is the third generation of her family to compete in Highland Games. Now in the final preparations with her mum, Sarah Ann, and her aunt, Laura, who's also her coach.
Good morning, everyone.
Hi.
How you all doing?
Good, thanks.
Excited?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
Good. You look beautiful. Are you nervous?
Yeah,
How come?
because it's a big competition and the king's going to be here.
But don't you do this all the time?
Not in front of the king.
Yeah, that's a good point. How long have you been competing?
Ever since I could walk.
Really? How long have you been dancing yourself?
I've been dancing my whole life. So my big sister danced and my mum. So yeah, I started competing when I was 3 years old. This is my first year where I've not competed.
Really?
I'm going to miss it this year, but I'm still here for Ailey and I'll be here to help coach with her mum. So.
What does Highland dancing mean to you? Because I absolutely love dancing.
I mean, Highland dancing is really special to us as a family. My mum was a dancer, and my auntie,
I used to dance.
and they're both teachers.
Yeah.
And I just think
And
having
sing.
this tradition that's been around for almost 1,000 years in Scotland is really special. Because if we didn't pass this on to our youngsters, then it would just die out. So
Absolutely.
it's really special to me. And just the style of dancing, there's only a set number of dances.
Right.
And once you learn those, you just have your whole life to perfect them.
Now, Highland dancing is synonymous all over Scotland, but Braemar
Yeah, they're like
is
this.
the biggest one that everyone.
What the
knows,
hell? I mean,
right?
So for our
why do that? I
first
mean,
season, we started
why not go
out
like
in
this?
UK, and we followed
You know what I mean? I mean-
through Scotland. And this year, Bailey actually travelled to Canada and competed at Island Games there.
Wow.
And Braemar is the ultimate finale for our Games League. So all the points throughout the season are accumulated and the winners are announced at the end of the day. So it's quite exciting.
Oh, fantastic.
As last year's overall and under champion, Hayley is hoping to repeat her success this year in the under 16s. The competition is a mix of 5 solo and group dances.
I know exactly how she's feeling because when I was on Strictly, I'd get the last minute pep talks from Yvita, my dance partner. And this is exactly what's happening here at the moment. How do you think she'd be feeling now that she's up on stage?
I think she'll be quite excited because she likes this dance.
She likes this dance. Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a nice one. I think she'll do good in it.
It looks like they're all doing exactly the same thing.
The judges are keeping an eye on timing. On certain beats of the music, the dancers must land on specific positions. Any deviation from the synchronized movements can cost points.
I can't tell apart who's doing well and who's not. How is she faring out there?
I think she's doing really well. Her technique's really good in this dance and it's her favourite, so she looks like she's enjoying it too.
Good.
That's where she's shaking off her shoes, the trousers.
Okay.
Shaking off.
That's the name of the dance?
shoes, yeah.
The Sheen Shrews.
Yeah.
So what's the meaning behind shaking off of the trousers?
So it goes back to the Jacobite rebellion.
Yes.
And the wearing of the kilts was actually banned. And so in Scotland there was nobody allowed to wear kilts or tartan or bagpipes. And when it was reintroduced, this dance was made up to signify that they could shake off those trousers that they didn't like wearing. And then it comes to a quick time when they clap and they're just so joyful that they can wear their kilts again.
As you're describing this dance, you're beaming with a smile.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I just love this dance. It's my favourite. I love performing it on stage. It's such an elegant, graceful dance, but you have to be so strong and hold your body so strong. And I really feel like I enjoy this dance so much.
It's probably freezing outside, I reckon. Normally, when I'm awake at early hours of the morning, I like to go outside and sit down for 5 minutes.
History alive with each new generation of performers. The Sheen Shrews is often
But I reckon I'm
associated
gonna freeze.
period of British history.
No, I'm gonna go outside. I'm like, oh my god!
Some 300 years ago, the Battle of Killiecrankie was fought just south of here, on the edge of the Cairngorm Range. And back in 2015, John visited the area and learned what happened and how it influenced the culture we see today at the gathering.
Historian Tony Pollard is fascinated by what came to pass around the wooded gorge of Killiecrankie.
In the summer of 1689, the Jacobite clans were...
I want to monetize my live broadcasts and my videos, and I want to monetize it. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I'm sure years ago I used to be able to click a button and it would go monetizing.
Their loyal general...
I think I'm not sure. I don't know if I've actually done that. I don't know, but the option was there. But now I don't know what to do. I'm like, oh my god.
And marching through here, the pass to Killiecrankie. And what they don't know at this point is that the other end of this pass is the Jacobite army.
60 years of clashes known as the Jacobite Rising, a series of violent rebellions in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, were about to begin with the Battle of
Say you, say me, say it together naturally. Yeah, come on.
July 1689. Not like a cold day in January. No, quite a contrast. And obviously the place has changed since the 89. But what happens is Mackay's army is just over the other side of the road behind those trees.
So they're on the low ground and the Highlanders are up here.
Yeah, the Jacobite army, which is mostly Highland clansmen, but also several hundred Irishmen, is on this ridge just above us.
How many of them?
And we're looking at about 2,500 Jacobites and about 4,000 government troops.
So the Highlanders are outnumbered, but they have the advantage of the high ground.
I've got two coats coming. One's an American, and one's a Jack Jones. I've got coats already. I mean, I'll just keep buying stuff. It's crazy.
They don't just crash into the government troops. What they do is, when they get within range, which is probably just this side of the road, a lot of them have muskets, and they fire a shot with their musket, throw the musket down, draw their sword, and then they go in for the kill.
And tell me if this is true, Taker, because I've heard that the Highlanders took off their kilts before the battle. Why was that?
They did indeed. What they're wearing at the time are full plaids, which are like large blankets that they wrap around themselves. And they're very good for bad weather, but not so good to be fighting in. So before they charge down the hill, they strip off to their undershirts. They also, it's said, take off their shoes so that they've got good grip on the hillside.
And who won?
The Jacobites win, but the problem for the Jacobites is it's very much a Pyrrhic victory, because their leader, Dundee, leads a cavalry charge down the hill, and he's shot dead within the first few minutes of the battle. And with his absence, the Jacobite cause really becomes a little bit listless.
I'm trying to be Stevie Wonder, but I can't remember his songs.
Jacobites victorious, but then came a series.
I just can't remember his songs at all. It's crazy. Stevie Wonder.
At the famous Battle of Culloden
Yeah.
in 1746. The Jacobite cause was over. So after 60 years, the rebellion is finally crushed. So what were the consequences?
For the Highlands, very dramatic and tragic. There is a total clampdown, really, on traditional Highland life. At various times, tartan is banned, bagpipes are banned because they're seen as a weapon of war, carrying weapons is banned, and the whole lifestyle changes.
You've got the clearances.
Exactly, and there is a big argument as to whether the clearances are a direct result of the Jacobite rebellions or whether they are part of a process of social and industrial change.
So what had started so gloriously for the Highlands as the battle with Cranky finally ended in disaster.
It does. It ends up on the moor of Culloden, blood-stained in 1746, and then this dreadful aftermath.
Today, the battlefield of Killiecrankie is a farmer's field. There's no trace left of the day that had such far-reaching consequences right across the Highlands.
Back in Braemar, the competition still continues for Aileen. Next up is a dance which reaches still back further into the history and traditions of the clans.
After the field event comes the short dance. Here being executed with great dash and skill. To the outsider at least, this is among the most colourful parts of any gallery.
Watching her every step is her coach, Aunt Laura.
The history of the sword dance dates back almost 1,000 years. Well, some say that it dates back to King Malcolm Canmore when he defeated one of Macbeth's chiefs in battle. He took the sword and danced over it as a victorious dance.
Yeah.
And then following on from that, they would the men would lay down the swords and dance the sword dance prior to battle. And if they touched the sword, this was a bad omen for what was to come.
Has it always been women that take part?
No, so traditionally it was always men that took part, usually men who were in battle.
There were sword dances too, the nimble, vigorous dances which only a true-born Scot can really understand and master.
And then, probably from the 1900s onwards, women gradually started taking part, and it wasn't until quite recently that women were allowed to compete at the Braemar gathering.
How does it feel when you watch her competing on there?
It's quite nerve-wracking. I think I'm more nervous than I am when I'm dancing, actually.
When I was dancing on Strictly, I was super nervous. I didn't eat the whole day because I know my nerves would be jangling. How did you deal with it?
I'm a little bit the same. When I'm dancing, I don't like to eat either, but I know you have to fuel your body to be able to perform. But
Yeah.
as soon as you get on that stage, everything just goes from your mind and you're just in the moment. And
Yeah.
it's a great feeling.
Yeah, I know the feeling very well. Yeah. How did that feel?
Tiring.
Yeah. You looked amazing out there.
Thank
Did you touch your sword at all? Now I hear if you touch
I'll
your
go
sword,
get a sword. I'm so hot, I
you
can't
get
breathe
no
that
points.
much. Fucking hell.
Is that right? Yeah. How do you think she did?
I think she did amazing.
Yeah?
She did dance her best. And she gave it her all, so
Oh,
that's all she can do.
After a tense wait, the scores are in for Amy and the Highland dancers.
And the winner of the Junior League for the Walker Shortbread Trophy for Highland Dancing with 1,177 points was Ailey Smith from Huntley. Once again, for all the dancers, everyone, give them your applause. Well done. They're looking great there, and many congratulations to them all. They've had a great season of Highland dancing and a very special day at Braemar Gathering.
How was it? Really well done.
How does that feel?
Great.
Yeah?
Very happy.
Yeah? All the hard work's paid off?
Yeah.
Do you think so?
I'm just so honoured and yeah, I feel so proud of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's done amazing this year.
From Highland Games to county shows and village fetes, every summer people across Britain come together to celebrate their local community. South of the border, Helen grew up watching the competitions and other side sports. In 2016, she returned home to sample the traditions.
For me, Lakeland sports show off this part of the world at its best. You get a whole host of dedicated, talented people taking each other on in a manner of different sports. The film runners blow my mind. I used to sit on probably this very rock as a kid and watch them go to the top. You see them trot along the horizon and you come thundering down at lightning speed. I don't even know how they stay on their feet. And that's just one of the things that goes on. Cumberland wrestling, I mean, that's something else. Men have been wrestling here for centuries. It's a rough and ready sport, which some believe came over with the Vikings.
Both all wrestle.
But now the girls are really getting stuck in. The first ever Women's World Championship for Cumberland and Westmoreland Wrestling is being held this year. 20-year-old Connie Hodgson is going to show me the ropes. Now there are many Cumbrian fights in the world, but it's certainly one of them. Two sisters wrestling in Scotland Field. Connie, let me put you away for a second. I'll let you have a bit of a break, Hannah. How did you get into all this in the first place?
Well, my dad's got since he was a young lad, so we just started going to academy with him and learn how to do it.
I'm pretty sure I've watched your dad wrestle over the years at Almaside or Grass here. I don't want to interrupt your training too much, but come on, you've got to show me some moves. I've seen a lot of this over the years, but I've never done it. Where do you start?
Well, you start by shaking hands, right? And then your left arm goes over, and your left hand, right hand under, and then you hold like that. And then once you get hold, you know how to let go. Right, okay? So your hands need to be about, there, and then your chin needs to be on the shoulder like that. Quite intimate, isn't it? The first move, it's called the back heel. You pull it
I'm going to try this.
put your hand behind there, so it's yeah, right. That's it. What's the hardest move? It's quite hard. Full putter. Yeah. What does that involve? So you get hold and then you go inside the opponent like that and you get them right behind you. Yeah. You pull them right. Put your leg across and pull them. I don't really know what happened there. Come on, be honest, how did I do? You did really well, you picked it up so well. Right, well, I really enjoyed that, but I think I'm done. I'll just pick myself off the floor. Do you know what? Women's wrestling might be in its infancy here, but there is one sport that's been challenging the monsters for a lot longer. I'm reversing out the ring.
It's called the Guides Race. Mark Addison is the current champion and has been running since he was 8 years old. Here he is. Our mountain goat. Good to see you,
Nice
Mark.
to meet you.
Right, talk me through your connection to the guide race then.
Well, so as I was younger, I used to come here and watch my dad running this race. He was my hero, really. Like most sons with their fathers, I always just thought I wanted to do what Dad did. So
This isn't a sport that you can only do in your 30s and 40s, is it?
no, it's you get people still competing 60s, 70s, even 80s. It's pretty incredible, obviously. With the Felroners, obviously, people say we're a tough breed, so you get the older people coming through as well. It's for all ages, really.
Right.
Right, off we go.
Up here. The guides race is thought to have started back in Victorian times, when tourists seeking to take exercise used the knowledge and skills of local feldsmen to guide them over the mountainous landscape. The guides were hugely competitive, and the race was won. Quite steep, that, isn't it? Let's be honest.
That's the worst bit out of the way, though. So that's the steepest bit. But this is about the halfway point now.
Where are we going?
So that rocky outcrop just up there, that's the top. That's where we're running up to turn to come back down.
How long is this race?
It's just under 2 miles, about 1.8 miles.
So how typical is that for a fell race?
Guides race are very typically short, steep, fast, and intense.
I imagine this, or have I seen people up here, like cheering you on? Do you get a crowd there?
Yeah, you do. There's nothing better than when you come out of the ferns, you're sort of puffing and blowing a bit, and then they just give you a really big cheer, like, come on.
That's either really motivational or really annoying, I imagine.
I always find it motivational for me. You're doing really well.
I'm going to lead the way. So
Right, okay, doke.
I can set the pace. This is climbing, not running.
You're doing really well.
I think I've got my hands and knees.
You leave the top now.
Oh my word!
There we have it.
This makes it all worth it.
Right, well, admire it, take it in. Because as they say in fell running, what goes up must come down.
Looking forward to this bit, I think. Is there a laugh? You're just showing off now. I thought it was quite cool. Now I feel like grandma. How do you still your feet?
No, no.
You don't. Well, Mark did say what goes up must come down. Having been a spectator of the Lakeland Games for years, I didn't appreciate just how tough they are until now. Finish line this time. I can't keep control of my legs or my laughter. I don't know how you do that.
You're right with that, Helen. That was a proper good fell running fall. That good to see you bounce straight back up anyway.
I'm going to let you crack on without me. I think I've been a hindrance, Mark. Massive privilege. Thank you so
My
much.
pleasure.
Good luck.
Catch you later.
I'll tell you what, but that really hurt.
On Royal Deeside, the annual Braemar Gathering are in full swing, and the sporting events are reaching their crucial final rounds. One of the most anticipated is the Tug of War, presented by teams from Britain's armed forces. 2 teams of 8 put on opposing ends of the rope. The goal is to pull the other team 4 meters. The event is overseen by head judge John Gracie, who's prepared a special rope for the final.
Tartan's ribbons are on the 4 metre points, which is the length of the pool. The red side is Royal Stewart's for the Royal Highland Games, and the blue side is Hume Tartan, which was the tartan worn by 40th Regiment Royal Artillery. So the heather is used as a centre mark, and is local heather picked from the hills around, with some berries from some local trees. And then in the centre is the society badge, which has some tartan ribbons hanging off it as well, just to add to the event.
Captain John Perks is competing today with his team from the 13th Signal Regiment.
So if I'm not mistaken, you guys are the reigning champions, aren't you?
We are, yeah. We came last year with a fairly experienced team, and we had a good competition. And the guys been beat into second place last year. Have been training very hard this year.
Yeah.
We're hoping to meet them in the finals.
What's the training regimen for you guys like?
So training, there are a few different ways. Obviously, general fitness. There's a lot of nutrition and weight management that goes into it because the event is weight categorised. So the team has to weigh no more than 640 kilos.
Yeah.
But in terms of actual training outside of that, the tug of war specific stuff, we have what we call a gantry, which is basically a big weight on a pulley attaches to a rope.
Yes.
We pull it out, we put it down, we pull it out, we put it down.
Now the Braemar Games is what you guys have been aiming for all year, right?
To be honest, Braemar Games is what everyone wants to do. I've been lucky enough to pull various competitions, including World Championships, but the stadium, the crowd, and the atmosphere here surpasses all of them. This is where everyone wants to come. It is the best possible arena you could hope for in a world competition.
Fantastic. Have you got good hopes for today?
Yeah, we have. We're hoping to at least make it to the final, but we'd like to go on and retain our championship, obviously.
Opposing John's regiment in the group stages is an old rival, Flight Lieutenant Gareth Davis.
John, I have a little bit of history. John's in the army. I'm in the Royal Air Force, and I've been in teams with a number of years in different capacities, and still we've never got on the same team together.
Gareth is the captain of the only team that have travelled to the games from an overseas base, representing NATO's Joint Forces Command Naples, based in Italy.
Now I hear you've got family who are watching back home at the moment. How does that make you feel?
It's Ellis. I've got this straight. They do a live stream here as well.
Yeah.
And our families are watching back in Naples right now. And so's my mum. She's Welsh.
Oh, fantastic. What does Braemar Games mean to you?
Oh gosh, the whole process of the games was for the king to get the king's men. It was all about finding out the strongest men for him to have his army, etc. So for us to have the opportunity to be seen as the king's men once again in front of the new king, it's just wonderful.
As spectators watch on, it's time for Gareth's first showdown.
The coach is giving last little pep talks, putting the resin on their hands, and you can see their faces. They're all focused, ready to go.
In a tough opening pool, the NATO team are facing last year's runners-up, 19th Regiment Royal Artillery. The 19th Regiment Royal Artillery have been training hard all year, and it shows as they emerge victorious. The NATO men need to make amends in their next few matches.
Tough going at the moment, but they've still got a chance.
All the teams put against each other in the group stage. The matches come thick and fast. And John's 13th Signal Regiment have made a positive start, defeating RAF Marham for their third win.
What's that last poll like?
That was our third of the day, so we've had a chance to get any sort of discrepancies out of the way and started to fine-tune our technique a little bit. That was quite a good pull. Technically and physically, we seemed a little bit stronger than the other team, so we did manage to obviously win 2 ends on that one.
How many more pulls have you got for the rest of the day?
I think there's another 4 teams we've got to pull in the group, and then it progresses. So the top 4 teams will go through to semi-finals, and the remaining 4 teams will pull off what we call the plate.
We'll catch up with the tug of war later to see whether John's team or Gareth's NATO team can make it to the final. Today's games may have been blessed with sunshine, but later in the year, as the mercury plummets, the folks at the Cairngorms turn their attention to winter sports. Across the frozen peaks 20 miles west of here, the icy weather will be a cause for celebration for one intrepid athlete. What you're about to see took place after an assessment of the thickness of the lake's ice. The following activities should only ever be done under expert supervision.
These are extreme conditions. It can be quite dangerous. You just feel like every millimetre of you is completely alive and on fire. My name is Alice Goodridge, and I'm a cold water swimmer. Try and break this up. Ah, brilliant. I seem to have acquired the nickname Alice the Hammer. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but I do very often carry a sledgehammer around in my car for the entire winter, just in case I need it to break the ice. This winter's been exceptional. Woo! Certainly wild today. We've had temperatures down to -20, and we've also had ice the whole way across the loch for weeks and weeks now. It's about 6 inches or so thick. And if it gets too thick, we just go and swim in the rivers. But this year, the rivers are frozen over as well. I can smash the edges of that, but it's very difficult to make a new hole or a channel with just the sledgehammer. It just bounces off. So today, I brought Al along with me. It's very useful because he's got an axe. And I always have to have someone else here with me. I would never do it on my own. So whether that's another swimmer or Al, my husband, then you need to be safe. I am a qualified open water coach and swimming teacher and a beach lifeguard as well. You can see at this end it's pretty shallow. That's intentional. It's easier for me to get in and out. Just going to see what the water temperature's like. Got little icicles on it. -0.1. So time to have a swim. I don't think it's ever easy getting into the cold water. I'm always excited about going, but once I get here and I'm in my swimming costume and I'm ready to go, I always have to give myself a little bit of a talking to. And just really think about that amazing feeling that I'll have once I'm in the water. The first thing that happens is that you get this cold shock response. So your tendency is to start to really breathe in and almost start to hyperventilate. Your blood pressure increases and your heart rate increases, and you have to be really careful to control your breathing and be calm in that moment. And gradually, as you do submerge into the water and control your breathing, this passes and you're able to be more relaxed. Breaking through that pain barrier releases endorphins, and this is known as a swimmer's high, which is really addictive. You just feel completely tingly all over, and it's actually quite a mindful experience because as you get in, you have to really focus 100% of your mind and just letting go of that air. And as you do, you start to relax into it and you just breathe. I started swimming outside about 10 years ago. I signed myself up for a 5-kilometre open water swim, and I really, really enjoyed it. So I signed up for another challenge. In 2012, I did a solo swim of the English Channel. Since then, I've done quite a few other long-distance swims, including the length of Loch Lomond. I swam an ice mile. The water temperature was about 4 degrees. I was in the water for just over half an hour. At that point, I kind of decided that swimming had become so much part of my life that I would retrain, and I became an open water swimming coach. I just love doing it every day, particularly during lockdown. It's a complete reset button for the mind. Despite everything else that's going on in the world, whether you suffer from some sort of pain or whatever it is, quite often it takes so many other things away. When you get out, your body continues to cool down. So it's really important you get to somewhere sheltered and get lots of layers on really quickly. Once you've done this, you can start moving. A little bit of jogging on the spot, just going for a walk. Start to generate a bit of heat again. Oh, how to describe wild swimming in 3 words? Incredible, life-changing, and fun.
From the icy waters of Speyside to the warm welcome of Royal Deeside. As King Charles arrives at the gathering for the first time as Sovereign and Commander-in-Chief. At the gathering, the competition continues. Back in the arena, NATO's Joint Forces Command Naples have put their early defeat behind them, going on a winning streak.
Well done, well done, take goal, let's go.
What was that like? There's a bit of graft out there, but for us it was fantastic to finally get the win. But they didn't make it easier for us by any stroke of the imagination. Yeah, hence the horse voice, a little bit animated out there, as I'm sure you saw.
The 8 teams are whittled down to 2. John Pertz and his 13th Signal Regiment have made it through to the final, having vanquished Gareth's NATO's men in the semis. Facing the 13th Signal Regiment are last year's beaten finalists, the 19th Regiment Royal Artillery, who've been training all year for revenge. After a tough rematch, this year it's John's 13th Signal Regiment who find themselves on the wrong end of the rope.
Well, this is what it's all come down to, the award ceremony. And we've got John's team here. Commiserations to them. They didn't make it this year, but they're still next year. Runners up. Is it commiserations or?
Obviously, we would have liked to have won, but I know the other team. I know how hard they've been training. It's fully deserved. It's a good result for us. Second overall. You know, no one could be disappointed with that. Really.
Will you be back again next year?
100% we're back next year. It's always the aim to qualify and get an invite to Braemar. It's quite the honour, and it is the most fantastic competition in the tug of war calendar.
Good. Well, I look forward to seeing you next year. Maybe I can help you out being an anchor.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much.
With the trophies awarded and the crowds heading home, my time at the Braemar gathering is over for this year. It's been a wonderful day today. This may be my first visit, but I hope it won't be my last. Join us next week as Charlotte and Joe head to Norfolk to welcome in autumn.
Look at that. There's a bat.
Oh, hanging.
That's what we like to see. So they do actually hang.
Yeah.
Textbook batting. Well done.
So how many birds are you expecting?
The reserve record was 140,000 one morning.
Someone counted them.
Yes, our site manager, James, he has his work cut out for him, let me tell you.
It is such a special place, isn't it?
And if I see anybody else sometimes on here, I get upset. That's funny. I love being out here on my own. The wildness and being with nature.
Solitary and free.
Yeah, I'm happy, yeah. I hope you can join us then. In the meantime, from Bonnie, Scotland, goodbye.
I offer, for your journalistic pleasures, my life story. So, how long have you been dead? Let me introduce you to Lestat de Liancourt.
I can give you a dark gift. Are you hungry, Louis?
Embrace what you are! I'm a vampire.
Interview with a Vampire. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
All around the planet, animals are making incredible journeys. The most remarkable of these are the smallest. Follow 6 tiny animals through the biggest adventures where every step counts.
Big Little Journeys. Continue Sunday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Nobody likes their secrets revealed to the world. The Silent Zone concludes now on BBC Two with scenes of a sexual nature.
Some people call him Don Pablo. Some people would come and say Maestro. When I talk to him, I call him Papa. He was very down to earth. I've always looked at him both as my father and Picasso. But in the summer, we would go swimming. My father would actually pretend that he knew how to swim, but he didn't. He kept one foot on the sand and then pretended to swim. He's recognized as the greatest artist of the century, but he didn't want to show this weakness. I think that he was wanting to be the best at everything that he did. And that's what keeps you going, that you want to prove that you're better than the others.
Picasso. He did things no man had ever done before with brush and canvas.
Greatest artistic genius of the 20th century.
My grandfather, the day he was buried, when it started snowing, as if a mythical figure had suddenly passed away.
I hadn't seen my father for years. We thought maybe we could go into the house or see him, but we were not allowed. Because of that situation, my half brother committed suicide. It was very, very tragic.
There was a lot of confusion. Picasso was not a faithful man. He had wives, mistresses, lovers.
He was really afraid of death. And so he would have never made a will, and he didn't.
You can tell somebody's life through the pictures that they made. It really is a diary. His work. It'll be around until the planet blows up or whatever.
Picasso had a strong gaze, which is a southern Spanish idea that the eyes are where the soul is.
every time he paints. Emotional truth is always there, abhorrent at times or not. That's what gives his work such incredible power.
There's always that sense of underlying violence. And that violence, it's life.
The brutalization of women is part of the imagery.
It would be too easy to say that all those women were like victims. Everyone knew that it was not an ordinary world they were entering.
Picasso is a man of contradictions. He can be tender, he can be cruel.
You can't just say, he's a monster or he's a genius. He's just a man. My mother wrote a book about my father when I was a little girl. I met Pablo Picasso in May 1943, during the German occupation in France. I was 21. He was come to my studio and see some of my paintings. When? I asked him. Tomorrow. My mother was very young when she met my father. She was an artist already, and she was, I think, fascinated by the artist on one hand, but also fascinated by the man.
He is Picasso. He's ultra famous. In 1943, François Gillot is 21 years old, and Picasso is 61. They had a very interesting courtship. A few years ago, when François Gillot's memoir of her life with Picasso was republished in the United States, I wrote about it for the magazine. It gave me a totally new perspective on Picasso and what it meant to have shared a life with him. He has an interest in Françoise, it's evident, but he doesn't make a move right away. There's a bit of a seductive dance going on between the two of them.
First of all, he was trying to woo her. And then eventually, because she seemed very interested in his work, he had to also show her the works. My mother was from a very good family. She was studying to become a lawyer, but she was really not that interested. She really knew from the deepest part of her heart that she wanted to be an artist. He was very guarded speaking about his own work, but he was able to share things with her that he wouldn't share with other people.
In theory, we had nothing in common, Picasso and I. But in fact, we had a great deal in common. When I told him how much at ease I felt with him, he grabbed my arm and burst out excitedly. But that's exactly the way I feel. I never found anybody that seemed like me. I took refuge entirely in my painting. Gradually, I met people with whom I could exchange a little bit, and I had that same feeling with you of speaking the same language. From the very first moment I knew we could communicate.
I think what was irresistibly fascinating about Françoise was that she was always her own person. And right from the beginning, she was no pushover to Picasso.
Françoise is very aware. She's not coming into this naively thinking, oh, he's never had a past. I mean, if you know anything about his artwork at the time, you see the past in all the paintings that he's making. There's his wife, Olga, who he cannot get divorced from. So it was a very bitter relationship, but she is Madame Picasso, and she is still there, and she certainly wants to remind him of that. And then there's Marie-Thérèse Walter, who was Picasso's love and the mother of one of his children, who still very much depends on him emotionally, financially, and also their daughter is a part of his life sporadically. There is Dora Maar, his girlfriend. Dora is a major part of Picasso's life, and the arrival of Françoise means that her role is going to get marginalized and eventually cut altogether.
The past kept being present. All the exes are still around. My father never ended the relationship with the different women he was with. On one hand, he didn't want the drama of the other person being unhappy, but at the same time, there was one part of him who couldn't part with that part of his past.
Françoise explicitly thinks about Bluebeard when she thinks about Picasso. Bluebeard, who married a sequence of women and kept their heads in his attic. That's how Françoise thinks of Picasso with his previous lovers, except there's a difference. She says he never cuts their heads off completely. He leaves them hanging by a thread because he likes to hear them occasionally make little moans, like dolls, just so he can know that they're still there and that he's still a part of their lives. Wow. That's a very strong thing to say about anyone, let alone someone you are with at the time. Françoise is certainly aware of Picasso's habits of collecting women and then discarding them. So certainly there is an awareness of risk. He's playful, he's flirtatious, he can also be really mean.
He has this extraordinary charm, so playful, so charismatic. But then he'd turn and become this absolute beast, this cruel person who took pleasure in cruelty.
I told him I thought he was the devil. His eyes narrowed. He took the cigarette he was smoking and touched it to my right cheek and held it there. He must have expected me to pull away, but I was determined not to give him that satisfaction. After what seemed like a long time, he took it away. No, he said. That's not a very good idea. After all, I may still want to look at you.
It's a very scary story, and it demonstrates Picasso's controlling tendencies.
When Picasso and Françoise take up together, life, of course, was constrained in various ways. Paris is a town under occupation.
Life in Paris was nightmarish. The threat that maybe somebody that you were fond of, maybe that you had as a friend, was going to betray you because you'd done something to help the resistance or you'd sheltered a Jew. Picasso chose to be there. And in quite sort of ways, he helped the resistance. He gave them money. He sheltered people. He was clever about it. He was cunning.
He was very, very careful. There's no example of him attending a social event in which he knew the Nazis were going to be. Paris in these years was filled with collaborations. It was filled with parties. Cocteau spent his time, Coco Chanel, they were always at parties where there were Nazis there. Picasso was careful of what it would look like after the war. He came out squeaky clean.
Picasso saw few people and remained stuck in his studio, and he worked. The art he produced at the time is a skull or a nude, which was like another skeleton. He expressed the drama of what was going on.
Picasso is painting stark images of light and dark, for example, good and evil, freedom and restriction. I think he really did realize that, the freedom mattered. So it is becoming ideological.
Picasso did a sculpture called L'Homme au Mouton, Man Carrying a Lamb. This sculpture shows a humble man, an everyday man, a shepherd, if you want.
Picasso did have a huge sense of compassion. People often try and make him out to be ruthlessly self-centered. But I think the way the man is holding the sheep shows that sense of looking after people who are less fortunate. There's something very charming about the vulnerability of the sheep and the strength of the man. He's going to stand firm, whatever. I think we can look at that sculpture and say, yes, it's a message of hope.
Great Cathedral of Notre Dame as the French Armored Division moves to complete the liberation of Paris.
C'est si bon de partir n'importe où, bras dessus, bras dessous, en chantant des chansons.
After the war, my father goes back where he comes from and what is most important for him, and that's the Mediterranean.
Passant dans leur bras dessus, bras dessous.
For Picasso, it was the end of the war, the beginning of a new relationship with a 40 years younger woman, and a kind of renewal.
Picasso and Françoise, they end up buying a house together, La Gauloise, and suddenly color comes back into Picasso's painting.
Picasso really liked the fact that he was on the sea, because in fact he was a Mediterranean man. So there is a sense of happiness. You have all these paintings related to this mythological world and antique world. So you have the famous Joy of Life, for instance. The natural way of life that was possible here was very important for Picasso. The other artist that settled here was Matisse.
My mother, being a painter, was fascinated by the idea that she could meet Matisse. And then finally, one day, my father takes her to see him. The friendship with Matisse was a friendship where they each wanted to be the best. And Matisse is very taken by my mother and does a little paper cut of my mother. And my father is absolutely furious. You can see he's fuming. And finally, out of that comes the fact that he starts drawing her and painting her. For every woman, there's a different era in his work. You have to find a new woman because he had different ideas in his head.
The influence of Picasso on Gillot's art is also very apparent. She's quite young then, and she is looking for a master explicitly. She's looking for a teacher. She wants to be taught. She wants to have a style and a technique impressed upon her.
During that spring, I worked harder than ever at my painting. Sometimes I would take a drawing or painting to show Pablo. Even though he appeared not to be giving me any direct advice, whenever I applied those general principles of his, I would make progress.
One of the first works she makes when they're together is a painting called Adam Forcing Eve to Eat the Apple.
My mother did a portrait of my father with a kind of humor. And you can very well recognize Picasso being depicted there.
Picasso wanted to have children with Françoise, but he has a superstition about it. During her first pregnancy, he does not want her to see an obstetrician. He thinks, well, going to an obstetrician may mean that things won't turn out well. No, why don't you go get psychoanalyzed instead by Lacan?
It is quite extraordinary that Picasso recommended Lacan, the leading psychoanalyst at the time, the pupil of Freud, to be her doctor. It says a lot about Picasso's fear of illness, dislike of any kind of medical situation whatsoever. It also shows, frankly, his cavalier disregard for his wife and her well-being.
About a week before the baby was to be born, I was beginning to be quite excited, and I decided it was time to do something. Pablo called Dr. Lacan, who was astounded to learn that I hadn't been seeing an obstetrician. The baby, a boy, was born without difficulty on May 15th, 1947. Pablo wanted him to be named Pablo, but since his first son had been named Paul, I thought we should try something different, and so we named the baby Claude.
I think it was a kind of carefree time having one boy and then me coming along. They'd been through such hardship during the war that suddenly everything seemed easy and nice and positive. But it was always very present that there were, to me, two sides to him. You couldn't go out in the street. The minute we stopped in a restaurant or in a cafe, people would start gathering in front of us and start asking for autographs and all of that. So it was pretty much like having a rock star as a father.
Picasso is absolutely at the height of his powers, loved and known by everyone, the most famous artist in the world. For a man of his years, how could he remake himself again? Is working on these short films, the most well-known Visit à Picasso, in which he is painting on glass. And we are viewing both the process and the man as these works are being created. There is an exquisite beauty in the process as much as there is in the completed work. Many artists aren't keen to have people actually observing their processes, but Picasso, particularly in this period, was open to it. And then there's this documentary, The Mystery of Picasso, in which we are watching these things actually form as if by magic on white paper.
When my grandfather decided to work on the Mystère Picasso, it was a moment in life for my mother, Maya. She was the first daughter of Pablo and Marie-Thérèse Walter. It was exciting for her to go to the studio and to be his assistant. She was close to him, listening to his comment. My mother told me that it was stunning to see how a father was, at the age of 70 years old, reinventing something. So you are really seeing how an artist is moving from a fish to a bird to a person within minutes. Is not announcing what he's going to do. It's just his brain working a bit faster than himself. It was never seen before. For sure, an artist doesn't like to reveal his creation process, but for Pablo, it was also a way to control his image.
It shows a very canny, I think, form of self-marketing. He realized, I think, how powerful the media was. People now know about marketing themselves as artists, rock stars, but Picasso arguably was one of the first. I think that he is the first painter who becomes a star. It's not just a painter or an artist, he is a star. But things started getting difficult for my mother. Their relationship was very demanding.
She's running the household. She's dealing with money. She's buying the bullfighting tickets, which, let me tell you, is not a small responsibility in the world of Picasso.
Est-ce qu'on peut aller reconstituer une journée, enfin ce que c'était que vivre, que la vie quotidienne, simplement la vie quotidienne avec Picasso?
Lui, alors vers les midis, il s'éveillait, en général très pessimiste quand il se réveillait, n'est-ce pas? Il fallait lui donner des nouvelles raisons d'accepter une journée de plus.
Oui, mais triste que ça,
ah oui, toujours le matin en se réveillant, c'était terrible. Oui, il y avait des moments où j'avais quand même des moments absolument d'enthousiasme parce qu'au fond, cette vie était fascinante. Et puis par moments, j'étais assez désespérée.
There are a number of pressure points. There is the extreme conditions under which anyone who lives with Picasso has to live. You have to really go along with his pace of life and his decisions. There's a great amount of emotional cruelty, I think we can easily say, and controlling behaviors. He is leaning away from the family, he's leaning away from her, and he's doing things that are devastating and sort of openly insulting. And there are also affairs.
In the spring, he went from one bullfight to another, the intervals between sprinkled liberally with amorous intrigues.
Pour une femme, dès que tu regardais Picasso, tu étais obligé de baisser les yeux. Parce qu'il avait un regard d'une telle intensité. Je devinais bien que Picasso avait envie de me voir toute seule. Mais c'était pas possible. My connection with Picasso. I think he came down to Arles for the bullfight. My husband was there, Lucien Clergue, very famous photographer. Quant à avoir une liaison avec Picasso, je trouve que ça aurait été maladroit. Je ne voulais pas me trouver seule avec lui.
In 1954, there was a silhouette he used to see outside his studio. It belonged to a girl named Sylvette David, who had a blonde ponytail and very pictorial features.
Picasso saw me and then he must have asked somebody who was that girl because he knew my name. And he said, I want to paint Sylvette. I was 19. He said, I love the long hair and yeah. Well, he didn't say about my face, no. didn't. He just took about the ponytail. You can see it. It's very high up on top. Normally they had it lower down. And that's what Picasso liked, really. He was fascinated, and that's why he painted me. He was friendly, clean, good-looking, and beautiful eyes. I'll never forget his strong, dark eyes, but very direct he was. And I looked at him without fear. We sat together in that studio without a word, silence. And then he asked me, would you like me to pay you? And I said, no, I don't want to be paid because I'm happy to sit for you. Thinking, if he pays me, then I have to get undressed. But he never touched me, always very friendly and joyful. He was a kind man, really. I don't know why it didn't work with the women.
Undoubtedly, he wanted to make portraits of her, but I know he also hoped that I might think twice about leaving if I realized there was someone else so close at hand who could step into at least one pair of my shoes. But I encouraged him to go on and make more portraits of her, for I found her as charming as he did, and I made it a point to never be around while she was posing for him. One day he reproached me. You don't seem at all unhappy about it. You should refuse to admit another face into my painting. You are a monster of indifference.
The thing about Françoise Gillot is she has an enormous amount of dignity. She is the opposite of an abject woman, but she wants the relationship to work. She doesn't want it to end like this. It just becomes untenable. She becomes too unhappy.
I realized as I thought it over that Pablo had never been able to stand the company of a woman for any sustained period. He had insisted that I have children because I was not enough of a woman. And now that I had them, it began to be clear that he didn't care a bit for it. And I began to do something terribly feminine and, for me, most unusual. I cried a good part of the time. I remember sitting there and crying steadily with only an occasional let-up. Pablo found it very stimulating.
I think that when she decided she was going to leave him, it took her a while to make that decision. Obviously, she didn't take it, just in a day. And she decided she was going to move to Paris and take Claude and I and do work on her career as a painter. My father was very upset.
If you want to do me one last favor, he said, you can open the bullfight. You're going out of my life, but you deserve to leave with the honors of war. For me, the bull is the proudest symbol of all, and your symbol is the horse. I want our two symbols to face each other in that ritual way.
So my mother was a very good horse rider, and she knew how to train the horses to do special steps and all of that. And my father was rather fascinated by that.
It's a moment of glory. I mean, Picasso himself seems to admire it. He has her ride into a bullfight after the relationship is separated. He wants to symbolize this as well, and he is paying homage to her power.
It's quite wonderful, and she looks extremely beautiful, and it's a very special moment. She decided she would do this as a gesture to say goodbye in a grand way. She's leaving, but she's not leaving like a little mouse. She's leaving with grand style.
She was the only one that left Picasso. That is really significant. That's proof that she never gave up her own spirit.
It was a huge pain for Picasso. It was something really disastrous. And so he just focused on what he could do the best, and the best he could do is to continue working.
À l'âge de 16 ans, Pour la première fois, je rencontre Picasso à l'atelier Madura. J'ai participé à la création de ce millier de formes de plaques Picasso créées. Avec la poterie, une nouvelle dimension naissait pour Picasso.
The discovery of the ceramics was another proof of his curiosity. Making ceramics was a very innovative way to reinvent his passion for sculpture. He could transform a picture into something more seductive.
Pendant le travail, Picasso ne parlait pas. Nous étions près de lui sans avoir l'air d'être trop près de lui, pour pas le gêner dans son travail.
During the fall of 1952, a young woman named Jacqueline Rock came to work at the pottery studio. She was just over 5 feet tall with a rather little, cute head, high cheekbones and blue eyes.
Un jour, Jacqueline traverse l'atelier. Picasso est en train de travailler et il voit ce visage. Et il y a une étincelle qui s'établit avec cette rencontre qui était que du regard. Hein. Picasso semblait découvrir une femme qui sortait du tableau de Delacroix.
This is a sketchbook of Picasso from 1954. These are very beautiful ink drawings, and you can see the face of Jacqueline, and there it's trois quarts turning, and then just the profile that there's ink all over, and there's scratches, and you can see this very beautiful profile.
Elle, c'était une femme qui avait beaucoup d'allure, qui avait on dit vulgairement, une classe très discrète, avec des connaissances énormes. Elle parlait plusieurs langues. Ce fut un amour merveilleux. Elle était à son écoute, mais toujours dans l'ombre.
Jacqueline had turned up just at the right moment because he could turn her into a Spanish, elegant, aristocratic figure. She was a woman who had been by all accounts, charming, wonderful woman.
I was very close with Jacqueline. She was so affectionate with me. And when I had Anne and Olivia, my daughter, and she wanted to be the godmother, Picasso, the godfather, and Jacqueline. She bought a coat for Picasso and one for Olivia. The same. You know, it's difficult to explain. They were just happy to be there together.
In the 1950s, Picasso was approaching 75 years. His father died at the age of 75. And it was a moment in his life when he was taking stock. Now, is this extraordinary moment where New York takes over from Paris as the centre of modern art. The artists who are now being revered across the Atlantic. Jackson Pollock, Jack the Ripper, as it were, or Dripper, de Kooning as well, and Francis Bacon. Picasso is beginning to feel threatened that he's dated.
It was a time where Picasso felt challenged by the world around him, about his own sense of his relevancy, and he wanted to prove himself.
Picasso suddenly realizes that that generation needs to see that he can still kick ass. And perversely what he does is he goes back and puts himself against the great artists of the history of art. He still had the cojones, the balls, to take on some of the greatest works in the history of Spanish art.
He hasn't been back to Spain for a long time. There is Franco who was there. There is this frustration. It's a country that he completely loved. It's a way for him to reconnecting with his roots and to revive memories of when he discovered for the first time the works of Velázquez.
Velázquez's painting, Las Meninas, preoccupied any Spanish painter because it did what Picasso sought to do, which is startle the viewer, enter the imagination, enter the nervous system. The court painting, but it's using a mirror at a certain point to depict a figure. It also has the painter included in the painting, and it's large and it's ambitious. You cannot make a single meaning from it. And of course, visually, it would have fascinated Picasso.
Se trata de un dibujo que Picasso hizo el día antes de que empezara la serie de Las Meninas. Una serie que consiste en 58 telas, 44 de las cuales son directamente variaciones sobre el cuadro de Velázquez. Es una representación de su estudio en la segunda planta de la ciudad donde instaló su estudio para pintar Las Meninas.
Jacqueline tells friends that it's like the abominable snowman thumping around upstairs. It's about 2 months where he's doing 1 or 2 paintings a day, different versions. The first version is the most complex, black and white, landscape, scale, and not far off the size of the original. And then he just breaks it down. He deconstructs, cannibalizes, pulls them apart, sees how the form works, the color works, just basically shredding and rebuilding. And some of them with a cubist lens put on it. Then there'll be a kind of expressionist lens put on it. Then he works with the very, very jarring colors. Playing with the ideas of a previous age. One of the last images of the Las Meninas series is a portrait of Jacqueline, framed within a frame. A very brooding image. It's like the mirror.
She's so high.
Where we see the Spanish Queen, almost as if that's his homage to her as his queen.
Yes.
Jacqueline, in many ways, was the gatekeeper. Picasso was now so famous that if you went out in the streets, there was never going to be any privacy there.
The book came out this week. It's a book by
Yeah.
Picasso's mistress. It's called My Life with Picasso by François Gillot.
It was a bombshell.
Like something you don't have to touch.
It is an absolutely spectacular document.
Everybody had to choose a side, kind of bang overnight. It was considered to be an outrageous betrayal of the intimacy they'd had together.
Alors, pourquoi parler du livre de Françoise Gillot?
It is an unparalleled record of Picasso the man, because you're seeing him as no one else could see him from the perspective of domestic intimacy. And so you get the good, the bad, and the ugly.
For me, when I read the book, I was saying, so much noise for nothing.
He came up behind me and put his arms around me. He moved his hands up and lightly tapped them over my breasts. I didn't move. I want to see if your body corresponds to the mental image I have. I stood there and he undressed me. Does it help us at all to know more about Picasso? It's fine. Everybody wants to know what the great men are like in the flat.
She doesn't help
My mother
me.
wanted to write a book about my father while my father was alive. She thought it would not be fair to do it after he passed away. So since he was getting older,
She's so high, that's why. Oh my God.
By the time it was supposed to come out in France, then there was a big movement organized by Jacqueline to have all the artists in Europe make a petition against it. It's not a book against my father. It was read like this because Jacqueline decided that how it should be read. It's a very in-depth portrait that nobody else could have told. He was presented as a man, not as a god. So for people who kind of deified my father, then it was wrong. But actually, she didn't say anything that would make him less extraordinary.
Il a mal perçu ce livre et il était dans une colère épouvantable.
I don't think he ever read it, but I think that it's quite normal that if you use your life as your inspiration for your work, you don't want somebody else to come and say what the inspiration really was. It's like your little secrets. So nobody likes to have their secrets being told to the world.
I used to sing the Beatles when I was younger.
Crazy what he became now.
And
all the people
Dire Straits, I used to like Dire Straits. And
the position of Picasso, so it was a very tough time.
let's see now. John Lennon.
He didn't want this book out, and he did everything he could to fight its publication. He did not succeed.
What is love? Yeah, all that, you know.
Two children, Françoise, Claude, and Paloma, from his life utterly.
I was a better singer when I was younger.
We spent all our holidays with our father. It was very difficult not to see my father. I mean, he was so much part of my life. Jackie went around telling people that if they said good things about the book, then they would never be allowed into the house any longer. She felt threatened by us one way or another. And my father wanted to keep on being able to paint, and I think that he felt that he needed Jacqueline to take care of him, and that if Jacqueline didn't want us around, then he was not going to have us around. Lots of people in the art world would say, oh no, the children, they're so mean to their father. You see, they don't come down to see him any longer. I mean, completely reversing the story. So I made a point every year to go down to my father's house and ring the bell at least 3 or 4 times until he finally passed away.
In the 1960s, Picasso was totally obsessed about the fact that he was going to die and that he needed to use every minute on his work, and that everything else was not worth thinking about.
It's probably the most interesting moment in Picasso's life. For there is this urge to produce something meaningful. There is a series of prints. Reminds you that Picasso is one of the greatest printmakers of all time. As you get older, you can capture memories. The father who taught him how to paint, the mother whose name he took, the tragedy with his little sister who died early. He's going to the depths of his emotions and memories. That's what I think makes these years particularly powerful. And also the theme of eroticism is very present. When they were being shown that the
One daughter.
had to be more than
She's grown up. I've got 2 granddaughters. This is me.
The artist is confronted to this moment in life when there is a shift of your sexual drive. But nevertheless, he's able through these prints to represent the same energy that was there before.
And that idea of Picasso as an old man back with the female body, he's acting out not impotence, but a dream of potence.
When you're that old and you're painting, who's going to criticize you? Who's going to judge you? Death, basically. You're not making the paintings to sell them. You make the paintings to see them.
The late Picassos were also extremely controversial. And to be controversial when you're over 80, that's pretty good. My father didn't want to hear that he might die or be sick. I mean, that was something that he really ignored completely. He was really afraid of death. I think that he essentially wanted to keep on painting forever.
I've studied the late works of my grandfather, and especially at what we can call self-portraits. I spoke with people who were close to him in those last moments, and they say that Pablo was looking for something.
That's my daughter.
He did many self-portraits during
That's my daughter.
But at the end, the very last years, he was aware of the skull appearing more and more under the face. His last self-portrait was also giving a kind of a mirror to death.
It's extremely frightening. You have 2 big holes instead of eyes. And it's probably because he is realistic and he knows that sooner or later there will be no more future.
Je connaissais des intimes qui travaillaient dans la maison de Picasso. Et ils me disaient, tu sais, Picasso il va pas trop bien, il est fatigué. Et puis un matin, dans l'atelier, je crois que c'était vers 9h, on a appris la mort de Picasso.
Pablo Picasso est mort ce matin dans sa maison de Mougins. Il avait 91 ans. Il a succombé à un arrêt du cœur alors qu'il s'apprêtait à se lever. Aucun superlatif ne convient pour donner à cet événement la dimension qu'il mérite.
Émotion, consternation, tristesse, ce sont les mêmes mots que l'on trouve à la une des journaux du monde entier. Il est le plus grand peintre des temps modernes. La mort d'un citoyen.
We knew that we couldn't just go to the house because there would be an army of journalists in front of the house and wouldn't be helpful. But we did speak with Polo, who was inside, and I said, Jacqueline is in such a state, there's no way I can make you come. So
There's my little brother.
Quand on en a parlé avec Claude Picasso, Claude nous a dit, mais dis-toi bien qu'on n'est pas rentré, mais que personne n'est rentré. Jacqueline mettait tout le monde à la porte. Et là, elle a fait une erreur énorme d'empêcher les enfants de rentrer. Elle était devenue folle.
It happened also something very, very tragic with my half brother.
Just after the death of Pablo Picasso, one of my cousins, Alito, went to the gate in Mougins and he was declined.
He was very confused at that time. I've been told that he went back in a little village of Valois.
Sorry, I didn't want to scare you.
Saying, I'm the grandson of Pablo Picasso, and they denied me the right to see him, and after he killed himself.
My father was very silent about that part of his life. It's pretty tragic. Your father passed away and your son commit suicide because of that situation. You can't really recover of those events.
That's when they sectioned me. I was sectioned for 18 years.
Après la mort de Pablo, elle avait un comportement bizarre quand même. C'était plus la même.
En esa casa siempre hay flores, rosas, tiernas, un amor contable.
Souvent des larmes qui coulaient de ses yeux.
Okay, I ain't got any. Do you think I'm a fat bastard?
Je sentis qu'elle allait vers sa mort, pas d'une façon aussi brutale, par des balles dans la tête.
Terrible, it's bad, it's bad.
When you look across the whole trajectory of Picasso's life, there's a lot of tragedy.
Oh.
And in his relationships. So
There's my brother Lee.
Behavior.
He gave me a black eye.
Well, that's why people are questioning him now.
Yeah.
It's a difficult thing for me to reconcile because I admire him so much in terms of what he created.
It's difficult to say this, but I feel that in many ways we have to separate the work from the personality. I'm not saying that excuses some of the things that he may have done, but don't get the two overly mixed up.
There have been something like 4,000 different books about Pablo Picasso, hundreds of exhibitions. When I see people queuing in front of museums in Barcelona or in Malaga or in Paris, I'm always thinking, okay, another exhibition is going to be boring. But no, I see artworks I've never seen before.
He arrived wide-eyed and changed the world.
That's where he stands. the most famous and the most important artist.
When I think of my father, I think of him as both Pablo Picasso, the painter, and my father. You can't just say, he's a monster or he's a genius. He was a man. But he had the magic. He was definitely the greatest painter of the century.
He's inventive, fearless, very human, very passionate, sometimes dark, and probably thrilled by knowing that today we talk about him so much. I could tell she'd had it tough. If hunger didn't keep her up, the cold did. Anger, it's all she ever knew.
I've just bought this.
But that would be before I found Carly and outlet.
Human power.
With children need support, project workers like me help turn around BBC Children in Need. So they're here.
Yeah.
Do you believe in this? I believe what I experienced. There'll be people saying this cannot have happened.
I can understand why people would say that.
This is the stuff of horror movies. Are you team believer?
Yeah, it's absolutely wild.
Or team skeptic?
It would be so much simpler to say it's a ghost.
I'm Danny Robbins, and this is Uncanny.
Continues Friday at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try Feng Shui? What? You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibe.
This tobacco's all right.
It used to be a
It's Golden Virginia.
Oh, you joined the art class.
£5.50 a packet.
It's about society.
Normally in the shop it's £33.60.
I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I got it cheap.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my great British focus group.
Can I ask your David question? Go for it, go for it. Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself? I said to Mom, look, I don't think you work on Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working on Saturday and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd been taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time?
A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, Dave. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that.
But now the Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say? That over is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where like that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blue.
Don't stop me now.
What is this?
They were spinning themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
You have to start all over again. That's when the original.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Liberty Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can follow along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our mottos over. You might recognise this one. Tell me who this person is.
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about life and picking up on quotes, I really enjoyed it.
3, 2, 1, boom! You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke a sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie, all your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if it...
No, don't. Oh, don't do it. Don't worry. Don't.
Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do.
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
That's so precious going on. Yeah. It's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works.
I'm not doing the loft. So we've got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm not going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter.
But your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do
you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in that bed.
Of course,
Yeah, I'm back.
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child coming.
Are you not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out, They're super people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, I want from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A imprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there. You have to back of that door, isn't it?
It's like that scene where it's happened, so you're all kind of picturing, well, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. So you're kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is to look up Garrison.
Yeah.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. And my father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. That then leads into the next form of corruption.
I was okay before I got sectioned, and when I got sectioned, I got fat.
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ICU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled, you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than safe.
NHS think I'm severely disabled. Does that make sense or what? I mean, I think it's bullshit.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
That's all I was allowed to see.
Did you hear that? That's the NHS striking. All they want is money, 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 money all the time.
That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing?
When I was a piano man, right, I didn't care about money. I cared about happiness. Families happy playing the piano. That's the difference between me and the NHS. The NHS are greedy. Dominant, greedy, nasty, horrible people. Mental health, I don't know nothing about mental health. They're really terrible. Treat to defeat anxiety and upset. That's what I do.
We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Listen to me.
I'll never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
This man tries to get anything. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Now's the time when you hear on the TV, you hear someone say, "Are you a raver?" Because I'm the Roostone Raver, yeah, and I'm the family friend and the piano man.
Where does the war bit stop? And the arrest and restraint bit stop?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by "I need that bookieitis."
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness, and that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill, £60 to pay. Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Lirates. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will be in black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. Can you just imagine him coming over the hills down there with his black and white cat?
Just behind the tree.
Yep.
There's one there.
These are the black bears of Enderville.
Here, Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow.
Thanks, but I can taste the peat. I'll be honest, I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate, open it this way.
Don't be handy up!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches. One of his favourite spots for him.
I've heard this before.
At the end of the
I've heard it about 20 times, maybe 50 times.
With the land, and all the farm is like a person, and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting rolling down.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm delighted. If you're in a wee walk, she gets on with the dog with the cows, which thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf with the spreads.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives. That is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found a new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning with a volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins. I'm a whaling.
And I don't find one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. But the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can meet up, Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch fire, that is a man in tent.
Don't ruin it. Remember that foot picker who had a demon in his head? There wasn't a demon in his head. You interrogated it to rule it out.
She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
You've gone, foul creature!
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to it.
For the benefit of them all watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by critics. The actor's agent was hated. Even Kate was hated.
He's a Bobby. I play Bobby. Yeah. He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the big diamond?
Yes. Lower your voice.
You mean the big diamond?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
I wasn't flea bagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is opened up.
He is single-handedly, I mean, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Look what you're used to, Shepard. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself.
With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Where?
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here?
That's mind-blowing.
I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life with things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
You really understand what social care is?
Yeah. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carlet.
So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlet.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees. 20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast, and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui.
What?
You move all your furniture around, and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I do that, Kate. It used to be over there. It's very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask Lord David a question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything, or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time?
A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. You've got now these Rubik's Cubes, which are also Sudoku. Oh my God. So
Look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
what does he say? That's homework is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All of that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s. I've never seen this printed. The Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began. 4 years before, Beatles played here in Lindy Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one. Can you tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shape.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie? Or you like? It's just like consumed my entire soul. Oh, do you? I'm obsessed. Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I mean, if you
Don't do it.
Don't whine! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthew just said there. When he came in and looked at all the baked goods, and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why the cheese sings to you.
I'm not doing the lot. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'm sure about them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lucky if my family here just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd kick up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all. Do you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you have him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child coming.
Oh, you're not here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything? Everybody will help you out in eyes, you know. We're super people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, home from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor.
So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive
was the doctor. The person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot emotionally to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's run in there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little look up Garrison, isn't it?
Yeah.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah. When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ICU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled, you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. We're gonna end it up,
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table, and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we? Yes. No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't a little artsy, we would have split up years ago.
The two things we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together,
You know, the only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
Exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
This man tries to get at me. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and
mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookieitis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay, Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there. His black and white cat, just behind the tree.
Yeah.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the black bears of Ennerdale.
Here, Manchester, there is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow.
Folks, well, I can taste the peat. I'll be honest, I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open it this way. Don't put your hand there!
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting more than done.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm daunted.
Take her on a wee walk. She gets on in the middle with the cows, which thinks she's a cow, and she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
I think I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
But she is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least. I'll go cogs of justice.
Where did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins.
I'm a damn fine one, but what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt.
That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can be up there. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witchfinder, that is a man in a tent.
Don't ruin it.
Remember that thump picker who had a demon in his hedge?
There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You interrogated it to rule it out.
Oh look, she's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
Run, foul creature!
What are you touching?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
In
intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to.
For the benefit of them all watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the sets hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
Yeah, you're the Bobby.
I play Bobby, yeah.
He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamond?
Yes, lower your voice.
You mean the fake diamond?
I like taking your temperature. Stop you talking for a minute.
Uh-oh.
And I wasn't fleabagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years.
Oh.
It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years.
Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit is where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands. I feel like I can be fed by all of it. It's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. Mom, look what you're doing, Shutter. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. And I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their favour.
And that's my sister by the wall with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
Wow.
You gave yourself a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design. Anyone care about design?
What am I doing over here? That's mind-blowing. I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life with things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is.
No. And I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carly. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carly.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees. 20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at. That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui?
Wow.
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did it without dating. See, it used to be over there. It's very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good. Oh. It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. No, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask your David a question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything, or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Well, some of my other records on yours.
No, darling, what are your other records?
Oh, right.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. But now the Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku. Oh my God.
So, yeah, look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say that homeroom is correct?
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All of that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
It was setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. The Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played in Lundy Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one.
Can you
tell me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shape.
3, 2, 1, go!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie? Oh, you like?
Yes, I consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done it. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if you
No, don't do it.
Don't whine! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it.
It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
You nurture crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
Yeah, it's just nice what Matthew just said there. That when he came in and he looked at all the baked goods and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works? That's why your cheese sings to you.
I'm not feeling the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out something. Hello, babies. What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family, you know, just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd kick up a quarter.
Well, your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all. Do you want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in that bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you have him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child, Connie.
Oh, you know here yet?
Oh, fuck.
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out inside, you know. The super people. But no matter where you go, people say from high, home from high. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we then had a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
It'll be off the back of that door, isn't it?
You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're kind of picturing, well, you know, she's run in there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of been living a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little lookout garage number, isn't it?
Yeah.
I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah. Where's that? When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score. And that gives them an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled, you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up right.
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely worthless.
Rewind what you got! Rewind what you got! At school, I was allowed to sit and eat with the other kids. My chair wasn't compatible to the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me? Protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special.
Yes. No more charity. What we want instead is real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together,
The only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf.
You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man tries to get at me.
What, here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. It is wrong. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by "I need that bookie-itis."
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay. Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching Pip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently, this is the valley that inspired the setting of Postman Pat. You just imagine him coming over the hills down there with black and white cat, just behind the tree. There's one there.
These are the blackberries.
I'm not smoking.
In Manchester, there is a tap
Oh,
that can turn off your water supply.
Welcome to Sky. We'll give you an elbow. Thanks. Well, I can taste the peat. I'll be honest, I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that let me tell you something. That is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open the first swing. Don't put your hand here.
I have been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world, completely, to the farming world. And I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting more than done.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm done. Take her on a wee walk. She gets on with the dogs, the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever, though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
It's like I just saw a wood elf or a sprite.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives. That is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
What we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them intimately, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on the volunteer. Give you my note of hand.
Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich, but it will keep me occupied at least while the cogs of justice turn.
Why did you become a surgeon?
Because I wish to advance from my humble origins from a whaling.
And I don't find one, but what would be the point? The problem I have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not witch fire, that is a man in tent.
Ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. Are you interrogating to rule it out?
Oh, look. She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
You rotten Brown creature!
What are you touching?
I'm right, it's freezing.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this.
Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to it.
For the benefit of everyone watching on BBC Two,
The original script was hated by pretty much representation, sexism. Even Kate was hated.
He's a Bobby. I play Bobby. Yeah. He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the big diamond?
Yes. Lower your voice.
You mean the big diamond?
I like taking your tablet. Stop you talking for a minute.
And I wasn't a flea bagging, I was Miranding. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and show getting 22 years. Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands until I can be fed by all of it. There's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim with turtles. On the water. Look what we're going to Chateau. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend, we used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wild as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wild, getting rich in an age in which almost everything is stacked in their favour.
That's my sister's my wall with her beloved Quacky dog. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and we don't care about design.
What am I doing over here?
That's mind-blowing.
I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Do you understand what social care is?
No. I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
Some of my best childhood memories were here at Carlisle. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carlisle.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to? Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came up to the end of this island that we're looking at.
Incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast, and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you, me,
the last 25 years. We've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
I've got pizzazz, I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui.
What?
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I do with that, Kate. See, it used to be over there. It was very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask Lord Dave a question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think you should be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturdays.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you that. What now? These Rubik's Cubes, which are also Sudoku? Oh, my God. So,
Look at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
what did you say? That is homework is correct.
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became the sort of armour.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began.
4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this one.
Can you tell
me who this person is?
I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about light and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shirt.
3, 2, 1, boom!
You get a feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always fished, Charlie? All your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, do you?
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done that. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if
No, don't. Oh, don't do it.
No, why? Don't! I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it.
It's like a little bit of heaven for me.
you're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on?
It's just nice what Matthews just said there. That when he came in and looked at all the vehicles and he says there's something precious going on here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting, not about the rules. The only reason why I am clapping is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works. That's why your cheese sings to you.
I'm not still in the loft. She's only got 2 San Pellegrino and a Baby Bell in the mini fridge.
I'm now going to hand you over to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Are you going to come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them. Hello, babies. What's the female equivalent of a man cave?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family here just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines, 3 of them my own.
I'd take up a quarter. But your stomach was playing up. Aye, but battered food always settles me down. Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all. You want to try it?
No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by all that pine furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent as a child coming.
Oh, you know here yet?
Anybody do anything for you if you were struggling for anything. Anybody will help you out in Hyde, you know. They're superb people. But no matter where you go, people say from Hyde, oh, I'm from Hyde. Oh, well, that doctor was.
I give all my estate, money and house to my doctor. So we're in a situation where the last person to see this woman alive was the doctor. And the person who was going to benefit from this will that there were suspicions about was also the doctor.
So sometimes it's really quite a lot of emotions to deal with.
A fingerprint or a drop of blood, yes, it can tell you who it belongs to, but it can't tell you why it's there or when it got there.
And it'll be off the back of that door, isn't it? You're inside that scene where it's happened, so you're all kind of picturing, well, you know, she's running there, she's tried to lock herself in, she was fearful for her life, trying to get out the window. She kind of reliving it a little bit.
The public would have been absolutely shocked if they knew what was going on. Policemen, corrupt, I just don't believe it.
All you want is a little locked up garage number.
Yeah. I told my parents, and I said I didn't do it. My father went, well, why would a police officer lie?
As with all corruption, once you start, it's hard to stop. And that then leads into the next form of corruption, which is you start to license criminals and you start to take money.
How could I be guilty of something I didn't do?
Yeah.
When the nurses do their observations, they put them into the system and it generates a score, and that triggers an alert that this patient is potentially deteriorating. And we all have to make those decisions of which patient to escalate to ITU and when.
They're saying as a group, cardiac, thoracic and neurosurgery, we can only have 2 patients per day.
There's no doubt that harm's been caused on top of COVID by the decisions that have to be made to cope with COVID.
My dad made notes. We kept them all. His brain would work quickly. He'd write his thoughts down on a piece of paper.
Be honest. Be a dictator. But be a nice one.
Dozens of parents have complained to the BBC that a disabled television presenter is scaring their children.
There was this whole idea, if you were disabled in every way.
Fortunately, the feeble-minded are much more easily made happy than sane persons.
Everything I can ever think of was all to make me more perfect. But I've ended up
It's really obvious to me that had I been born in this time, I would have just been viewed as a defective. I would have been seen as absolutely
That's all I was My chair was compatible to the canteen table and they were fixed to the floor. That's what being disabled is all about.
Do you realise what you're doing to me?
protecting me by doing everything but let me live a life.
We can do something special here.
Can we?
Yes.
No more charity. Real rights, real choices.
If it wasn't for little Artie, we would have split up years ago.
The truth is, we just can't stand each other. So this lockdown, being in the same house together, me
You know,
and
the
him,
only thing that makes living with her even remotely bearable is knowing that I get to leave this house every day.
I feel exactly the same. We're all in this together, guys. We'll get through it.
Oh my god, I'm learning how to play the banjo. Look at me, I made a macrame scarf. You are horrible to me. Every day.
You're exactly the same to me.
I never despise you.
I'm here today to tell you all about the realities of war.
Look at this man tries to get at me. What? Here?
You're going to have to tell them things they really don't want to hear. And here's one of them. British soldiers get away with murder.
Our own government accuses you of these things. And I say so, what?
If you're fired up and you've been shot at and you're charging across a field and someone puts their hands up, where does the war bit stop and the arrest and restraint bit start?
The rage and anger that you see on and hate that you see on social media is not staying on social media.
We have no stake in this. It's nothing to us. It's just like a spectator sport. Social media, in many ways, is the revenge of the forgotten. But this is the place where the formerly bullied feel now justified to bully.
When people are angry, that they don't really want an apology.
You damage someone's mental well-being by threatening them with violence, even if you never carry it out.
Best behaviour, please, as we get between the covers.
I would look at this book, and I guess, and I mean, ironically, I would judge it by its cover.
Waxing of the lyrical kind, which could result in you being struck down by I need that bookie-itis.
I laughed as much as I cried. There's lots of humour.
Where there's great light, there's great darkness. And that is a mantra for me.
There's the bill. £60 to pay, Jimmy Lee, Slade, Red Durex. Isn't that lovely?
When they came to us, I couldn't believe my good fortune. I was thrilled. It is the highlight of my career as a print curator.
You'll be watching clip of the Jonathan Miller film, the wall running in black and white, and the table will all look black and white. And then the sequence of projection will be that it gets colorized.
Apparently this is the valley that inspired the setting for Postman Pat. You can just imagine him coming over the hills down there, his black and white cat. He's behind the tree.
Yep.
There's one there.
There is.
These are the blackbirds of Enderville.
Here you go, Manchester. There is a tap in there that can turn off your water supply.
Look at the scale, give you an elbow. Thanks, but I can taste the peat. I'll be honest, I don't know what peat tastes like, but it tastes like how an old house smells. And that, let me tell you something, that is what you want from a drink. Open that gate and open the foot swing. Don't put your hand here!
I've been hustling a bit. I am the former Sri Lankan Olympic champion.
So what would you normally do if this was a room? You would have a settee or a sofa. And that's what John has. He has his blue benches, one of his favourite spots where he used to come and sit at the end of the day and watch the sunset.
You get so familiar with the land and all, the farm is like a person and you get really to know it.
To your world completely, to the farming world, and I felt completely out my depth.
I think it's exciting more than daunting.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
I'm good. Take her on a wee walk. She gets on really well with the cows, which thinks she's a cow. And she loves the hens. There's actually a hen that sleeps in here with her at night.
Our mission, as ever though, is to also show you the very best of British wildlife in the autumn season.
I think I just saw a wood elf or the sprites.
Now, wildlife at this time of year is very reliant on any kind of resource that it can find.
There are plenty of creatures in there living their best little lives, and that is what I'm hoping to find. Appreciating wildlife isn't just about learning loads of facts about wildlife. Often it's just sitting, watching, listening, and immersing yourself in the experience.
We found our new crew member.
what we are trying to do is to learn more about them so we can actually protect them better.
Seeing the turtles on the beaches, and you've got this opportunity to study them infinitely, but then they get into the water and they are gone.
She is potentially showing us parts of the ocean that no one has seen before.
This turtle's going to put every underwater camera person out of a job.
Leaving in the morning on a volunteer. Give you my note of hand. Well, I'm not expecting the whaling will make me rich. But it will keep me occupied, at least, while the cogs of justice. Why did you become a surgeon? Because I wish to advance from my humble origins. I'm a whaling.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I accept the fall. Look, the fall was deserved. Perhaps at some level the fall was needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt. That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do.
You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can, Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt. Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch finder, that is a man in tent.
Well, don't ruin it.
Remember that fruit picker who had a demon in his hedge?
There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You interrogated it to rule it out.
Oh, look. She's broken.
This is before we even discuss Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
You've gone, foul creature! What are you touching?
Well, you never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what I've gathered over the years. And let's be honest, contributed to it.
For the benefit of them watching on BBC Two, I'm going to go through it again.
The original script was hated by pretty much everyone.
Everyone?
The actors hated it, the execs hated it. Even Kate was hated it.
You're the Bobby. I play Bobby. Yeah. He's not called Bobby. He is a Bobby. Look, the Bobby approaches.
Oh, you mean the fake diamond?
Yes, know your voice.
You mean the fake diamond?
I like taking your temperature.
I wasn't fleabagging, I was Mirandaing. Such fun.
I haven't watched this in 10 years. It's just weird. I had no idea it was going to lead to a federal case and Joe getting 22 years. Are you happy to talk about your private life at all?
Hey, my life is open book.
He is single-handedly, by far, the most popular prison inmate in the history of the United States.
This bit, where actually the Atlantic and the Caribbean shaking hands until I can be fed by all of it. There's a lot to take on. There's this idea that today we can swim
with turtles.
Miles on the water. Look what Mr. said. Do you really have to wear that today? Sharks will kill you!
The story that we've been told, I'm not being told anymore. I'm glad that you're here to see it for yourself. With a school friend who used to sit on a little wall opposite and dream that one day she would have the middle house of the three, and I wanted this one.
It is tempting to picture Benjamin Wilde as some sort of pantomime villain. But the truth is, there were thousands of men just like Benjamin Wilde, getting rich in an age in which almost everything was stacked in their face.
That's my sister, my wall, with her beloved Quacky Duck. And that's my sister with Quacky now.
I should go to bed.
Wow.
You gave yourselves a deadline to make a decision. Are we the decision? A little bit zany, is that fair to say? Do we use the word zany anymore?
We are selling design, and you've got to care about design.
What am I doing over here?
That's mind-blowing.
I just wanted to run around the place.
It's come to life the things that we saw.
Do you like my uniform? Can you see my name? It's not easy, even if you're really driven, to see what that career path is.
Just a carer. That gets said so much. Just a carer. And I hate it.
Really understand what social care is?
No. I think the more people and the more knowledge people have and understanding, that's going to drive things to change, and that's what needs to happen.
some of my best childhood memories were here at Carly. So that is unfortunately what's left of Carly.
What sort of temperatures has it got up to?
Well, we had the record this summer with I think it was 22 degrees.
20 years ago or so, the ice came out to the end of this island that we're looking at.
That's incredible.
Best thing about mangrove is they grow very fast and they can grow in this practically hostile area. I will not say that that will solve the problem, but I really believe that it will buy us some time.
The stars illuminate the universe, but that is the least interesting thing that they do. The thing that makes the universe interesting, that brings meaning to the universe, is that life, you and me, in the last 25 years, we've gone from a universe that could have been devoid of planets beyond our solar system to a universe that we know is teeming with places that we can search for life.
I've got charisma, and I think outside the box. I'm also capable of being in the box at the same time. I can do both.
You try feng shui?
What?
You move all your furniture around and it gets rid of the negative vibes. I did with that cake too. It used to be a reverb. Very impressive.
Oh, you joined the art class. Good.
Oh.
It's about society. I feel like I've been born in the wrong social bracket. Now, I've always thought if I can't be normal, then I'll at least be fabulous.
I'll be getting to the heart of some of the biggest talking points of the week, but I won't be doing it alone. I'll be chewing it over with my Great British Focus Group.
Can I ask your David question?
Go for it, go for it.
Are you wearing anything or have you just drawn stripes on yourself?
I said to Mum, look, I don't think she'll be working Saturday. And she said, I don't know, it's the money, darling. So I said to her, I'll tell you what, stop working Saturdays and I'll pay the money. And then 2 months later, I found out that she'd be taking the money and still working Saturday.
What kind of dog can tell the time? A good boy.
Are some of my other records on your list?
No, darling. What are your other records?
Oh, well.
Oh, I can't believe I asked you.
What now? The Rubik's Cube, which are also Sudoku?
Oh my God.
So
Look
at that. I've never seen someone want something so much.
What did you say that homeroom is correct?
Whoever is on sound duty is on the top of their game.
There's very few times in music where an era came along where you're like, that sounds nothing like the period before it.
But for musicians, this technological shift was even greater. There were drum machines and samplers to experiment with.
Hip hop gave us a voice. It changed the game.
All that stuff kind of like blew our minds. We're like, what is this?
They were setting themselves on a sort of aspirational landscape that was outside normal reality.
You had this great explosion of artistry in the 80s.
I've never seen this printed. The Amy's giving me this wonderful, just straight, big eyes look.
This is me. And then it became this sort of arm.
We had to start all over again. That's when the real journey began. 4 years before, Beatles played here in Lydney Town Hall in Gloucestershire. And then 4 years, 48 months later, all this happened.
We are live, so you can draw along with us, and we want you to.
We're just swapping our models over. You might recognise this plant.
Tell me who this person is. I believe that would be my husband.
When you talked about life and picking up on colour rather than drawing the shape,
You get feeling of a three-dimensional body. And that's what's so wonderful. You're working on a two-dimensional piece of paper. You're drawing with lines, and yet you evoke the sense of depth.
Oh, wow.
I always like watching you. Little old man, waist deep in seawater. Have you always been, Charlie? All your life?
It's just like consumed my entire soul.
Oh, dear.
I'm obsessed.
Do you find solace in that?
Yeah, I do. Sometimes really go for it.
I tell you what, I've never done it. I've never doubled it. I've never doubled it. I wonder if it...
No, don't. Oh, no, don't do it.
Don't lie! Don't! Oh, I haven't got a clue what to do!
Part man, part otter.
Why do you think the earth and the things that are grown from it are so important for that mental well-being?
They can do the whole journey. So from planting a seed to then planting it out and then picking it. It's like a little bit of heaven to me.
You're nurturing crops and you sort of see the growth in ourselves.
What's so precious going on in heaven?
It's just nice what Matthew said when he came in and looked at all the baked goods and he said there's something precious going on.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's about experimenting. It's not about the rules. The
That's
only
fucking weird.
reason
I
why
was going
I am
there.
crafting is because I broke every single one of them. See how my brain works.
I'm not feeling the loft. She's only got 2 cents over, in a base down in the fridge.
I'm not going to go to our expert from the Lice Po Lice. Can you come in and say hi to the kids?
We should hurry. I'll shout out to them.
Hello, babies.
What's the female equivalent of a mankind?
Panic room?
Just be so lovely if my family here just could pretend they like me.
80% of visits to children's A&E are from trampolining accidents.
Yeah, that's true. I've broken 9 ankles on trampolines. 3 of them alone.
I'd pick up a quarter.
But your stomach was playing up.
Aye, but battered food always settles me down.
Is that low alcohol or no alcohol?
No alcohol at all.
Do you want to try it? No.
How is she?
She's in her bed.
Poor thing. Lying there surrounded by that furniture.
Did you hit him back?
Well, yeah.
He was quite violent with a joy coming.
Are you not here yet?
Oh, I can't believe it. I'm shivering. Mm. Um, um. 35 minutes. And Ah. 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 What a wonder. Oh shit. I've looked at the wrong end. Oh fuck it. Oh, that's a fucking pain in the ass. Little pen knife. It's really handy. That's better. Four minutes past 5. I was somewhere and I left my bank card on. And suddenly there was a nipper. And I'm saying, what was it? He's fucking, let me see. And I'm like, mate, what the fuck? Leave it alone with you. Who's yellow round here? I am, fucking leave it alone. Because I have my other cards in my hand, like this. And he starts twisting and turning in my hand. And I thought, what the fuck? And then I woke up. It's a dream. It was really trippy, it was. I don't even know. There was a river, right? And some branches. And I was fucking climbing over the fucking branches to get into some sort of caravan or whatever it is. And fucking, I thought, what the fuck? Really trippy. Really fucked up. Yeah. Oh man. Oh. I'll forget it in a minute. It's good when you can remember your dream. Yeah, it was weird. I was just getting these, look a dream. There was like a river. There was branches going across it. Like trees, like logs. And I was walking over it. And then I got in the doorway, and it was like a caravan. And there was people in there, fucking like nippers, like fucking. And one of them was like, "Let me see your cards." And I'm like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" And and then I woke up. It was really weird. It was fucking strange. Oh, that was mad. Yeah, it woke me up definitely. Oh. Now for some reality. I can't believe I fucking lit the wrong end. Oh, that tastes lovely. Caramel latte. I wasn't in deep sleep. There was no dreams. Right. Then right at the very end, just like the last couple of seconds, it was just like there was this little dream. Just getting through a doorway sort of thing. Yeah, and then I woke up just like that. Well, it's 9 hours and 51 minutes. We can stay here for a while, you know. Sometimes I think I should just go to bed, you know. Last night, I mean, I was actually thinking I should just go to bed. But I thought, no, I got YouTube. I'll just stay here. My dad used to sleep in the living room. He couldn't be bothered to go to bed. You sleeping in the armchair. Yeah. My sister, I got a sister called Rachel White. My dad had a different name. He got into a relationship with Barbara. Barbara had a daughter called Rachel White. Rachel White abused my dad. She was not very nice to him. She actually got a policeman to put him in a cell for the night. I couldn't believe it. And Barbara had a daughter, and that was actually had two daughters, Julie and Sharon. And Julie actually took control of all his finances. When he died, she had all his money. She, left us with like £8,000 each, and my daughter had £4,000. And my dad was worth over £200,000. And Julie, my dad's partner's daughter. Took control of all his money, everything. My dad didn't even like Barbara and fucking all them lot. He liked his boys, you know what I mean? Actually, he liked me the most. I'd stay with my dad every weekend. And when I was at my mum's house, I was making beer and wine. And my brother was a drug dealer. But then I became a piano man, and I didn't even bother with drink. Didn't make no white beer or wine. Actually, didn't drink anymore. Just I was a piano man. That was it. I've not had a drink for years. I wish my brothers could sort their heads out. You know. They give me a black eye. That's what bloody pissing me off, because he would phone up the hospitals and fucking take my phone off me. That really annoyed me. That was so pissing me off so much. It was terrible. I hated all the section units. 18 years of section units. My mum went to Desborough House, and I fucking can't believe it. A big chunk of my life has been locked up in section units. Thanks to my mum and my brother being a drug dealer, and the house filled up with cannabis all the time. Cannabis fumes, I mean. Lots of people smoking cannabis in the house. It was always cannabis. There was no weed or anything. It was always cannabis. And then weed's become popular, and suddenly everyone's got weed. It was really weird, you know. I was so clean, right? You know, not smoking any drugs, not drinking, nothing like that. I would look at my boss and say, "Why have you employed Steve Gorman? That's driving everything. He's smoking cannabis all the time, and we call him Steve the Veg because he's stoner." I wish I could not employ. I mean, I wish I could remember some of our staff. There's Ray Moran, there's Malcolm Scott, piano technicians. But like, we have polishers and other people. Our phone number was 0703, and then the numbers. I've got the business card still. Yeah, quite a few years ago, they actually changed it to 0230. You know, the telephone company, BT or whatever it is, I don't know. I can't believe I'm awake. I'm awake. Oh, yeah. I lit this the wrong way around. I can't fucking believe it. Well, this tobacco's alright, you know. It's a good deal for £5.50. Julie Barcy, can you come back to work? Can you work for social services? Can you give your job up? And I'm your patient, or whatever you want to call me, and I'm missing you already. It's crazy. Julie Barcy. I like Julie. She's gone. That's terrible. She had a really soft voice, a lovely voice. This blanket is lovely. So warm. I should sell this t-shirt really. I do like the t-shirt, it looks great, doesn't it? But it's a bit short now because I'm fat and it's terrible. I'm so tired. Oh my God.
From my humble origins, I'm a whaler.
And a damn fine one. But what will be the point? The problem we have, it's not you, it's not me, it's history.
I've always deserved. Perhaps it's not that I is needed.
I don't know what to do next.
That's how it starts.
I feel guilt.
That's not an emotion you would entertain.
I don't know anyone else who does what you do. You can keep anything secret if you work hard enough.
Maybe we can. Yeah. Someone told me yesterday I wasn't capable of guilt.
Let us convict some witches.
You know that's not a witch fire, that is a man in a tent.
Oh, don't ruin it.
Remember that flute picker who had a demon in his hedge? There wasn't a demon in his hedge. You'd know, you interrogated it to rule it out. Oh, look. She's broken.
This is all we even discuss. Brown Peter.
My chicken.
Your imp.
Gone, foul creature.
What are you at?
You never asked me.
Scientists reported a record 18 degrees in the Arctic, which is particularly shocking to people from Scotland because we've sunbathed in colder temperatures.
Intrigued at the sheer distance between me and Miles. It feels like he's requested this. Is Glasgow officially the most depressed city, or is that an opinion?
That was just what
West England, southwest Wales, then push up towards Northern Ireland later in the day. Temperatures will be a little bit higher than Monday, 12 to 16 degrees. But the winds will continue to pick up through Tuesday. Rain will splash its way northwards into Northern Ireland and to Scotland. Elsewhere, largely dry, variable clouds and clear spells. There will be some further rain pushing to the southwest by the end of the night, but nowhere we'll see frost. It's going to be a much milder night, 9 to 12 degrees. Wednesday, then we see Storm Babette start to push up in towards southern Britain, bringing gales and heavy rain. Initially, we'll start off with that early rain across Scotland. That will tend to clear away. Much of central and northern Britain will have a fine day on Wednesday. Quite windy, though. The wind's picking up through the day from the southeast, and it turns much wetter across South Wales, southern England. Later in the day, some heavy thundery rain here as Storm Babette pushes northwards. Widespread gales developing as well, but on the mild side, 13 to 17 or 18 degrees in the south. On Thursday, Storm Babette will be affecting the north of the UK, rain piling into eastern Scotland, strong and gusty winds here. Further south on Thursday, something a little bit quieter, but it's going to stay quite windy with sunny spells and showers or longer spells of rain. The temperature's up to 18 or 19 degrees here, that's further north. But we see further very wet and windy weather on Friday, certainly across the south and the east of the country. That lasts as we head into the weekend as well.
change can happen in an instant. Check on the BBC weather app.
Exploring the media revolution. Everyone's entitled to opinion. What they're not entitled to is invent facts.
Get the background on the biggest stories.
It's not so much that there's a risk you're being played, it's just that you have to go into it with your eyes open.
The battle for influence and attention.
The moment you have rage and conflict, the algorithm's going to be like this.
And the companies shaping the future.
Linear television will die over time.
The media show. What's up?
I'm Jordan Dunbar. I was a comedian and a drag performer in Belfast. And you the same? It was just a regular Friday night. As I chatted with Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton, both of them wished me a happy birthday. That was my beginning with American presidents.
I've seen the headlines. What did the boffins actually find? Are you allowed to call them boffins? Good affection.
There's always more to the story with our podcasts. Listen on BBC Sounds. Hello again, you're live with BBC News. Almost 500 million people will be living in extreme poverty by 2030. The warning from the UN as it marks International Day for the Eradication of Poverty. Australia has plans to end the exploitation of migrant workers, but the problem could be bigger than it seems.
Oh, fuck.
And losing altitude, demand for travel via private jet takes a dip. We find out why. Hello and a very warm welcome. You are with the BBC. I'm Sally Bundock. We've got the top business stories for you, and we start with the startling statistic that 500 million people will be still living in extreme poverty by 2030. That's in less than 7 years' time. And this is defined as those trying to live on less than $1.25 a day. Then you add to that another 700 million who will be just above that poverty level, according to the UN. Today is the United Nations International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, something global leaders committed to in 2015 that established the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So why is solving global poverty proving so difficult? Well, let's discuss this with Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, who's Global Director for Poverty and Equity at the World Bank. A very warm welcome to the programme. This is such a big issue, and we have just a few minutes in the world of television, which is not enough time. But in your opinion, why is this problem getting worse and not better?
Thank you very much. As you very well explained, the world agreed that poverty would be our objective number one in terms of its eradication in 2015. And today, that goal is out of reach. Today, if we update the poverty line that you mentioned, is actually, because of inflation and so on, it's $2.15 per person per day. And we have 700 million people living under that line. But we take a bit of a higher standard, which we use for upper middle income,
what's the lighter?
which is a relatively low standard, which is $6.85 per person per day. Almost half of the world population is under that level. So that is 47% of the world population. And I have to say that in the last decade, we have really moved in the right direction, lifting about 1 billion people out of poverty. But certainly there was a slowdown, and the COVID-19 crisis sequential shocks that we have faced have really affected our capacity to move in that direction. So business as usual is not going to work. We have to do things different.
Also, of course, the impact of the climate crisis is really exacerbating the problem, isn't it, when it comes to global poverty, the problem of drought, etc., the war in Ukraine. If you add that to this as well, in terms of the challenges facing global leaders in impacting this in a positive way.
Absolutely. What you mentioned is exactly right. I think there are two main things we have to do. One is to lift the capacity, all the constraints on the capacity of those who are in poverty to be more engaged productively, to generate income, and to be able to have all the access to services, quality services, but also, as you say, we have to ensure them against shocks. Today, around 230 million people who are in the condition of poverty are exposed to the climate-related shocks. But not only that, almost 500 million people could fall into poverty because of those shocks. So we need to invest in the productive capacity of the poor, but at the same time have the policies to protect them to fall back into poverty once they are out of that condition. And that involves a very proactive policy on the side of governments and the international community.
Luis Felipe Lopez Calva from the World Bank, thank you so much. As I say, I wish we had more time to discuss this further, but thank you again. And it is the UN's Day for the Eradication of Poverty. Lots of detail on their website about what they are doing in a mission to achieve that. But let's now focus on the UK and what people are earning amidst the cost of living crisis, because in a few hours we'll be getting the latest data on pay growth and an idea of how the jobs market is faring with the number of vacancies and jobs. But the employment and unemployment data is not being published today as originally planned. Instead, those figures will come out next Tuesday. So let's talk this through with Neil Carberry, who's Chief Executive of the Recruitment and Employment Confederation. Good morning to you, Neil. Now, last week, you came out with your latest data on job vacancies in particular, which showed for the first time in 2.5 years in September a reduction in hiring. Talk us through what's going on from your perspective.
So what we saw last week was the first time, the first drop in new vacancies taken on for a long time. Although actually permanent hiring in the UK has been dropping for most of this year in the face of low demand in employers' markets. Growth has been low in the UK, and that's a picture we've seen across many of the developed economies. What's offset that up until now is we've had a relatively healthy temporary market, and that's what happens when employers can see demand, but they can't quite see sustainable demand because the economic picture more broadly is challenging. Right now, businesses are saying to us, we actually feel quite confident about our own business, but we're worried about the broader economy. So we're hoping we'll see a bit of a turnaround in the next few months.
And I have to say, I talk to business leaders pretty often as well, and they're saying the same thing to me, that actually they're very concerned about the outlook, the picture for the UK economy going forward, and that's impacting their decision making at the moment. And yet they are under pressure to increase wages because of competition for the staff they want.
Yeah, absolutely. And this time last year, I would have been sitting here telling you that it was the labour market that was driving wages up, that companies were competing for scarce skills and scarce labour supply. And that's still true in some sectors, if you look at hospitality or logistics. But more broadly, what's driving wages up now is pay awards internally in companies as they try to offset some of the impact of inflation on staff. And that's what we've seen in the official data that's coming out later this morning. We've seen that the effect of that, and of course of a very high national minimum wage rise in April coming through and lifting wages up to in line with inflation now that inflation's dropped a bit.
All right, Neil, thank you for getting up so early once again. Neil Carberry there from the REC. And of course, when we get the data from the Office for National Statistics, we will update you on the UK labour market. But if we look at the economy in more detail, because there is no room for tax cuts and spending increases before an election, so says the Institute for Fiscal Studies. I'm sure their message is for the Chancellor. In its annual health check of UK tax spend and borrowing, the IFS concludes the country is in a horrible bind. Let's get the view of Justin Urquhart-Stewart on this, founder of the investment platform Regionally. Good morning to you, Justin. I'm not surprised to hear that, are you?
Yeah, it's just, it shouldn't come as a surprise. Hoping we might actually get some slightly better news out of them. The problem, of course, is here we are 13 years after we had a government coming to power We actually had a government which was going to take emergency action to sort out the economy, couldn't borrow any more, wasn't more money. 30 years later, we're in exactly the same position. There's one problem here. In those days, we had that thing called a money tree. And the money tree could actually primarily give us magic money. Of course, we were just printing more. We had quantitative easing. But now we've done quantitative easing not once, we've done it twice, and now there are no leaves left on the tree. So we can't do that again. So what's going to happen this time? Well, it doesn't stop. What it can do is probably try and give some incentives to companies to actually say, well, invest now, you pay less tax in the future. What it can't do is give away any more money. I'm afraid at the moment, if you look at the amount of interest they're paying on our debt, it's normally would have been, if I sort of said this about 5-6 years ago, probably about £50 billion a year, about the same time defence budget, slightly more. This year, it's likely to be about 115 billion pounds, and the only other budget larger than that is going to be the NHS. So you're not that amount just going to interest payments alone, and with high inflation, well, I'm afraid that's a very, very difficult position for any government.
And yet, we have got the autumn statement, autumn budget, whatever you want to call it, coming up fairly soon. And I'm sure the Chancellor and the Prime Minister are busy looking at all the numbers right now to see what treats they can have in there for voters.
There's going to be some pretty stale biscuits in there, I suspect. Nothing particularly, and a rather scrawny rabbit probably being pulled out of a hat. What they can try and do is try and give some confidence to say it's not good now, it will be better in the future, by encouraging investment both domestically and internationally. They can do that by actually getting more, not tax breaks in terms of saying, we'll give you more money back, but actually saying if you invest in us, you won't have to pay tax on that money, or the profits on that money you make in the future. That's quite a good way of trying to do this. That sounds much more positive. You have to give people that magic word that you have to run any economy. It's called confidence. If you don't have confidence, nothing happens at all.
Okay, thank you so much, Justin. Good to see you. Justin Eckert Stewart there. And if you like the data and the numbers, I'm going to, I won't say tweet, it's X, isn't it? I'm going to X the story later, you know what I mean. The IFS data, I'll do that a little later. But let's now bring you some other business stories. The social media network LinkedIn has announced a new round of job cuts affecting its engineering, talent and finance teams. Around 670 roles will be affected, about 3% of its workforce. LinkedIn said in a statement that cuts were a difficult but necessary and regular part of managing business. It already closed more than 700 jobs in May. Snap shares jumped 11% on Monday following reports saying the company expects to have more than 475 million daily active users in 2024. That's well above Wall Street expectations. If those estimates turn out to be true, that would come as a relief for the Snapchat parent that has been struggling with tough competition and a weak advertising market. The UK aerospace and defence giant Rolls-Royce is preparing to cut around 2,500 jobs as part of a major restructuring programme, according to reports by Sky News. The cuts represent almost 6% of the company's global workforce of 42,000. The job losses will mainly affect non-engineering staff worldwide. Rolls-Royce is not commenting on these reports just yet. Australia's plans to end the exploitation of migrant workers, but will the problem be fixed that easily? It's bigger than it seems. We'll have more in just a moment. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
BBC News, bringing you different stories from across the UK.
Hello.
Haddo is the world's first techno sport. Wearing a handset, 3 players per team try to hit their opponents as many times as they can during intense 80-second matches.
You pop it over your head just like this, woman?
And that might lead one to think this is all virtual reality.
Haddo doesn't use VR. It uses AR, and that means you still see the real world. There is no disconnection of any kind from reality. We're just adding graphics into the real world with you.
Today's players are from the College of Esports in Stratford, trying out Haddo for the first time.
You've got to adjust it for sure, because I think you have to make a fool of yourself, but you really have to make a fool of yourself.
It does look ridiculous.
It does, yeah.
But there can be only one winner, and they'll take part in a special fundraising show for children in need next month.
For more stories from across the UK, head to the BBC News website.
Hello again. You're live at BBC News. Let's carry on with the business stories. Looking to Australia and plans there to stop the exploitation of migrant workers. A recent report showed 1 in 6 are paid lower than the national minimum wage, but the cases
For some
are
reason,
reported because
I'm
of fear
picture in
that
picture for
migrants
some reason.
will be punished for breaching their visa rules. Here's Phil Mercer in Sydney.
That's better. Uh-oh.
An army of temporary workers helps to keep Australia's economy moving. More than 1.5 million migrants are on short-term employment visas. Many are international students and backpackers. Some are exploited by unscrupulous bosses. Camilo Vargas Hernandez is from Colombia. For months he was underpaid working in hospitality in Sydney.
They explored me because I don't even know my rank in that moment. They look at me like an idiot. Why you pay me less than your other staff? It's not because of me, it's because them. Because they are doing the thing, not me.
Overseas workers often fear that if they complain, they'll be reported by their employer and get into trouble with immigration authorities.
Migrants are extremely vulnerable when it comes to wage theft. Most of them don't understand the legal system. They fear that reporting that situation, that they have been exploited, might lead to serious consequences such as visa cancellation.
The government wants to pass new laws to give migrants more protection and to make it easier for them to speak out.